Are we good?
Just going up to.
Okay, thank you. We're live. Okay, great. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Planning Committee meeting on April 15th, 2021. I am going to call this meeting to order at 9:04. This is being held in accordance with Section 238 of the Municipal Act 2001 due to our COVID-19 pandemic. I am verbally confirming the members that are present. In terms of councillors, the only one we were missing is Councillor Nishikawa, who I assume will pop in anytime soon. And our senior staff is here, our CAO, Mr. Pink and Mr. Snyder, and our planning department. So I am confirming that. We have a quorum. Input to the agenda came in through planning at muskokalakes.ca. That was circulated to our councillors, and I believe that some more has come in this morning that will probably not reach our councillors to be able to read it until later. A quick note, if you're doing a submission, it's really helpful if it comes in at least 24 hours before, because even 10 o'clock last night is hard to do when we've got these meetings going on and really absorb anything. So just a thought in the future, if anybody wants to send in any comments. And today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and the YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. Motions, as you probably know by now, are being pre-populated just to help the process along. And voting is going to be done by raising of hands. If we have an issue with that, we will call councillors by name, but it won't be considered a recorded vote. I am going to acknowledge we have a supplementary agenda today, and that is public comments from David Olson, re 8.8A Bell Mobility Telecommunication Tower, W4701 Crystal Beach, roll number 9-3-002-03. Has been added to our agenda. So I think we're finished with that part of it. So do I have anybody have any pecuniary interest to declare today? I'm seeing none. Then I'm going we're going to move then into our public meetings, which is item 5 on our agenda. And our first one is Dewar and Lepingwell, and I believe, Mr. Soya, you are on. Welcome. Please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and welcome everyone. The first application to be heard, are consent application B2920 ML and zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 0421 in the name of Dewar and Lepingwell. The subject property is known municipally as 1100 Mortimer's Point Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketch on page 29 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The applicant proposes to create one additional lot intended for commercial use. The severed lot has an approximate area of 6.6 acres and 325 feet of frontage on Mortimer's Point Road. This entire proposed severed lot is zoned and is proposed to remain zoned Rural Commercial Land Extensive, RUC5. A portion of this severed lot has been cleared with the intention of constructing a 14,310 square foot dry land marina storage building in compliance with the existing commercial zoning of the property and through the site plan approval process. A separate entrance, which provides access to this severed lot, has been approved by the district. The retained lot has an approximate area of 6.4 acres and 452 feet of frontage on Mortimer's Point Road. This retained lot contains a dwelling, a tool shed, and a temporary storage shelter. The tool shed and storage shelter are to be removed and replaced by a garage. In addition, another accessory building is proposed for a home-based business consisting of a woodworking shop. The retained lot is also currently zoned rural commercial land extensive, and a purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the retained lot to waterfront residential backlot. There are several exemptions, one of which apply to the severed lot. Mortimer's Point Road is a district Class B road where 443 feet of frontage is required, as the proposed frontage of the severed lot is 325 feet. A variance of 118 feet is proposed. Sorry, not a variance, but an exemption. On the retained lot in the waterfront residential backlot zone, a frontage of 660 feet is required. And the lot would only have 452 feet of frontage. A woodworking workshop is not listed in the comprehensive zoning bylaw as one of the home-based businesses that are permitted to operate in an accessory building in a waterfront zone. Therefore, an exemption is requested to permit specifically a woodworking workshop within a accessory building. The maximum floor area of an accessory building associated with a home-based business is 250 square feet. An exemption is requested because the proposed floor area of the accessory building is 750 square feet. Lastly, minimum interior side yard and minimum rear yard setbacks on the retained lot are proposed to be increased. In the waterfront residential backlot zone, a 15-foot setback is required, and it has been requested that these that the minimum interior side yard setback of 100 feet and a minimum rear yard setback of 200 feet be imposed. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance, and 5 submissions have been received to date. There have not been any comments received from members of the public. The township's chief building official, Nick Snyder, has advised that there are no Ontario Building Code concerns, and the township's public works technician, Tim Sopko, has also advised that the public works department does not have any concerns. Both the Trillium Lakelands District School Board and Bell Canada have advised that they do not have any concerns. And the district of Muskoka, in a letter signed by Emily Crowder, district planner, has advised that they would not be opposed to the approval of the applications, provided standard conditions of consent related to an entrance and a well agreement with respect to the district road are included. I prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering approval of the application, staff have recommended standard conditions of consent requiring registration of the reference plan and confirmation that both lots can be serviced with private on-site sewage disposal systems, that cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township, and that the concurrent zoning bylaw amendment be approved. And the standard conditions requested by the district with respect to the district road have also now been included. I have no further comments at this time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Does this application, we have the owner or the owner's representative who would like to speak to this?
No.
Okay, so we're just bringing in the owner.
The owner.
Is that the owner? Labeled as the owner in the waiting room. So just hang on a second, guys.
Unmute. Good morning.
Hello, do you have video?
We're trying here.
Okay.
It says the host is just disabled participants sharing.
So just give us a minute here. Does that mean video or does that mean sharing?
Video.
Sharing.
Yeah. Video. Start video. Sorry. There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so please take it away. Your name and address, and you can take it away.
Good morning. My name is Paul Donaldson. My address is 3687 Highway 118 West, Port Carling, P0B1J0. I'm a friend of the applicant, Matt Dewar and Beja Lepingwell. They're both employees at Muskoka Lumber. I think the biggest thing that committee should realize is that this is a good thing for the area, in the fact that because the RUC zoning would allow them to build another 14,000 square feet of boat storage building on this particular property. By allowing the severance to go through, it's actually limiting the development of this property and the neighbors in the back of the property that are facing onto Lake Muskoka behind. That's why I would say that there were no comments or letters of objection, because they would all be in favor of this, because it's it just stops any kind of more major development on the property. As it is right now, the house could stay. Matt and Beja could build a private garage. And then they could build up another big area for boat storage. This is totally limiting that, so that the commercial area for boat storage will only be on the severed piece of land where there's already a site plan approval in place. So I think this is a win-win for the neighborhood. And if you have any questions, you can ask me. And also in placing bigger setbacks, I think that's a real advantage also. Thank you.
I also spoke to 3 of the neighbors within the 800 feet surrounding. They all are in support of my proposal, and didn't have any concerns at all or questions really for me.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Sorry? Oh, the owner, is that Matt? Our clerk is looking for your full name, please.
Sorry, Matthew Dewar, 1100 Mortimer's Point Road.
Okay, we got it. Thank you. Anyone else to speak for this? Lauren, do you know?
Yes, there is.
Okay, I believe we have a couple of people who want to speak for this application. And welcome, Councillor Nishikawa. Okay, so I am assuming that Mr. Sift would like to speak.
No, I don't want to speak. I'm not sure why I got let in.
Oh, okay.
Watching.
Okay, thank you. Janice and Kent, I haven't got your last name here.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Last name's Markle, M-A-R-K-L-E.
Thank you very much. Would you have video?
I can certainly try.
Okay. There you go.
There I am.
Okay, thank
I
you.
am
So
one
just,
of-
sorry, go ahead.
I am one of Matt's neighbors, and I do support what he's trying to do.
Okay, could I just get your full name and address first? We just need
Sure.
it for our records.
Yep. Full name is Kent Markle, M-A-R-K-L-E. Our property would be actually my wife's name, Janice. J-A-N-I-C-E. We are 1094, unit number 6, Mortimer's Point Road. So we're just down the hill from Matt. And I did speak to him, and I do agree with what he wants to do. I think it's a good idea to limit what could be done there. So that's all I had to say.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. And I see Ms. Foster. So Pat, you're on mute. There you are. You're on mute. You need to unmute. You need to unmute yourself. You should see a little mic. There you go. Okay. Yep. So please speak up and your name and address first, and then your comments.
Okay, my name is Patricia Foster. My husband and I own at 1120. I can't even remember my address. I've never done this. I'm so nervous.
Don't be nervous. We're a very, very
I know
accepting
you are.
crowd. So
I think I'm. Anyway, I'm on Whiteside Road, POB 1JO. First driveway along the curb to the left.
Okay, I think we got it. Thank you.
And I pay a lot in taxes, and I've never done this. Okay, my big concern is safety. If any of you have driven that road, there's a terrible hill, terrible curve, and from May to October, I walk it, I try to jog it. I look terrible when I do that, 4 to 5 times a week. There's all kinds of cyclists and walkers, and they all have those things in their ears. And I was horrified when I saw that driveway go in last fall, because I couldn't understand why the district would have approved it. And now there's going to be 2 businesses, and I kind of get why they're going in. But my concern is right now there's at least 30 boats sitting there that are going to come out on trailers. So I don't know where they're going to go in the water. And it's an accident waiting to happen. I'm guessing that it's already a fait accompli. There has to be some big lit signage, because it is an accident waiting to happen. And if none of you have ever driven that road, I would encourage you to do it. I'm 76 years old. If I get killed, it doesn't matter. But a younger walker, jogger, that's terrible. So there has to be some signage, and especially if it's foggy, it's on a hill, it's on a curve. I know I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foster. And to your point, I don't know if now is the appropriate time. I'm going to, but maybe I'll ask Mayor Harding just to respond to that, because the district is being alerted to that road. So could I ask that? I know it's a little out of order, but I think it's helpful in our Zoom connectivity issues.
Oh, could I add one more thing, Ms. Bridgman? A
Yes.
lot of trucks, they come off 169, they go down that road over to the Everly transfer station. They go back that way. It's a nightmare.
So
And I want to know which direction those boats are going when they come out of that driveway. Are they going towards the transfer?
I don't think we can answer that one here, because it probably could be both ways. And we did discuss this yesterday. So Mayor Harding, just quickly, and just to allay Ms. Foster's concern.
Thank you, and thank you, Pat, for joining us today. Your concerns on on Mortimer's Point Road are certainly appropriate. This council has, as of yesterday, made recommendation to the District of Muskoka to try and implement some truck and traffic measures, safety measures on Mortimer's Point. Our Director of Public Works, Mr. Becking, is working on Everly Road specifically with some ideas to limit traffic going from Everly Road to Mortimer's. And then we've also been in contact with the district to try and implement some additional safety measures in that regard. So your concerns are duly noted. What we can also possibly do is, as this goes to district, I happen to chair the Engineering and Public Works Committee at the district, which is responsible for Mortimer's Point Road. So would certainly bring up some additional signage, caution, trucks turning, so on and so forth. I think the reality of a marine storage building, storage typically happens in and out once in the spring, once in the fall. So it's not like a daily use perspective as a trip with the public going in and out of there. I think Chair Bridgman articulated appropriately that we really can't regulate that they have to turn left or they have to turn right. But I will suggest that duly noted, and we will look at increased signage on Mortimer's Point to alert people of the increased driveway. There are certain sight lines that have to be followed, and that's why the district would have approved the entranceway, that it meets minimum sight lines for entrances on Mortimer's. I hope that helps.
Well, you know, sometimes those signs have lights.
No, excuse me, forgive me, Ms. Foster, but this isn't actually directly related to this application.
Okay.
And so we have a big agenda going here today. I'm not trying to cut you off. If you wish to chat more, I'm going to suggest that perhaps you get in touch with me later. And if you have more concerns, we'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have one more person.
We have one more person coming in to speak for this. Not sure of the name yet. There we go. Miss Rabowski.
Hi, my name is actually Wendy Murray, also Wendy Rabowski. I grew up in that area. My mother currently owns 26 acres from the corner of West Side Road all the way to, I guess it's 1184, that whole point. I'm assuming that this property or this marina is where the horse farm used to be. If somebody could answer.
I'm gathering that's a question.
Yeah, sorry.
I see a shaking of the heads. No.
No, okay. My mom's 91, so I'm actually just doing this on her behalf. She just wants to know what's going on up there because we don't get too many letters and involved in this stuff. So I just kind of want to know where this is being
Wendy, it is all in the agenda package, and we've already done the explanation of it. So I am going to suggest, if you want more information, to have your mother contact one of the counselors in your area, and they could offline describe exactly what's happening here.
Okay, you can't just
And
tell me.
we need your name and address.
So, okay, so Wendy Murray, Murray. And I live with my mother. It's 10 Thurgate Crescent, Thornhill, Ontario.
That's good, Madam Clerk. Okay. Okay, so could I ask you to do that, Wendy? Okay, thank you very much then. We have anybody else? No, all right. Oh, so Councillor Edwards, I'm not sure where you are. I understand you're having trouble hearing. I think it's your connection because I can't even see you at the current moment. So just to let you know that. Is there anyone here to speak against this application? I believe. Okay, and so then Mr. Donaldson, would you like to I don't think you need to rebut anything because this was for everything. So unless you want to make another comment, I am going to turn this over to committee. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, just very quickly, I agree with Mayor Harding's comment. The district did come out and measure the sight lines. Boat storage, having been in the marina business before, when I owned the marina at the top of Hill Carling, across from the golf course, boat storage happens in the, stuff goes away in October is pulled out again in April, May, June, 1st of June. So it's not really the summer is not a busy time that will be used. So I just like to reinforce that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee, do we have any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. So, all right, well then I am going to find the motion and then read them. Okay. So moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Oh, yes, we have to make sure Councillor Edwards is present if he's going. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Roberts. I believe you have a comment. Go ahead.
Yes, I've been in conversation with Councillor Edwards. He's experiencing difficulties with technical difficulties. so he won't be able to vote on this one. He's going to try to resolve his issues.
Okay, so we'll put you down a seconder if that's fine with you, Mr. Roberts. So, okay. All right. Moved by Councillor, moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that consent application B/29/20/ML Dewar and Lepingwell roll number 6-24-036-04 be approved, subject to the following conditions: that a registrable description of the severed lot be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the severed and retained lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 2% of the assessed value of the newly created vacant lot or entire lands, whichever is less. That written confirmation be received from the District of Muskoka that an entrance permit can be issued for the proposed severed lot for access onto the district road. That an agreement with the District Municipality of Muskoka pursuant to Section 5126 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, be amended as entered into respecting the location of wells in relation to the district road. That a zoning bylaw amendment be approved which rezones the retained lot from the rural commercial RUC5 zone to the waterfront residential backlot WR2 zone, and that a zoning bylaw amendment be approved to permit both the severed and retained lots to have undersized frontages, to permit a woodworking shop as a home-based business use in a home-based business accessory building with a larger floor area than permitted on the retained lot, and to impose increased setback requirements on the retained lot. All right, that's it. Any comments? All in favor? Madam Clerk, we good? Yeah. Right. Okay, thank you. We're good on that. One more for this. Are you good? I don't think so. We're so I see. Okay. Moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-04/21 bylaw 21-2030 Dewar and Lepingwell roll number 6-24-036-04 be approved. Any comments from anybody? All in favor? Be good, Madam Clerk. All right, that also carries. Okay, thank you. We are on to our next applicant, which is Bauer and McConnell, and I believe you're up again, Mr. Soya. Please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard are consent applications, or consent application B0121ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0221 in the name of Bauer and McConnell. The subject property is known municipally as J18 Badge Row Island, unit number 14. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted sketches starting on page 53 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the applications are summarized as follows. The applications propose to sever a portion of the lands owned by Robert Bauer and add the lands to the abutting lot owned by John and Greta McConnell with the intent of resolving an encroachment issue. The Bauer property, being the retained lot, would have a resultant lot size of 1.5 acres and 275 feet of shoreline frontage. The property contains a sleeping cabin, a two-story boathouse, which has historically been used as a dwelling, and associated docks. This proposed severed lot is 0.065 acres or 2,850 square feet in size with 41 feet of frontage. It contains a portion of the McConnell's boathouse and septic system. Once the severed lot is merged with the benefiting lot owned by the McConnells, it would have a resultant size of 1.13 acres and 342 feet of frontage. 2 exemptions to the zoning bylaw are proposed for the resulting Bauer property. Since the reconfiguration of lot lines is not permitted within the waterfront residential zone, an exemption to permit the change in lot lines is requested. The township zoning bylaw also does not permit a reduction of lot frontage and size to result in buildings and structures to be in contravention of the bylaw, as a lot frontage of 300 feet is required for a 2-story boathouse, and the lot frontage would be reduced in this case to 275 feet. An exemption has been requested to permit the boathouse to remain on the property. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance, and 13 submissions have been received to date. The township's chief building official, Nick Snyder, has advised that there are no Ontario Building Code concerns. The township's public works technician, Tim Sopko, has also advised that the Public Works Department does not have any concerns. The Trilling Lands District School Board has advised that they do not have any concerns, and also the District of Muskoka has advised that they do not have any concerns. There have been 9 letters of support submitted by the adjacent landowners and other landowners, all from Badgerow Island. In summary, they're all very supportive of these applications, which have been referred to as a means to resolve a long-standing encroachment issue. And Chair Bridgman, all of the comments that were submitted were very similar in nature, and I believe just me here summarizing that they were all in support may be sufficient, but I'd be happy to read them out if you would like me to do so.
No, I think that's great, Mr. Sawyer. That's fine.
I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering approval of the application, staff have recommended standard conditions of consent for a lot addition with respect to the submission of a description and reference plan, also a legal undertaking to ensure the severed lot will merge with the benefiting lands, and confirmation that the retained lot is satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal system, as well as that the concurrent zoning bylaw amendment be approved. As there was a dock shown on air photos, but not shown on the submitted site plan, an extra dock, a condition was included to remove this extra dock. Since that time the report was written, the applicant has advised and provided a photo or photos to show that the dock has already been removed. Therefore, this condition can be deleted. I have no further comments at this time. But would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe Mr. Zerback is trying to get in. I don't know if you've let him in yet. He's coming in right now. Great. And okay. Okay, so we're just waiting then for the owner and the owner's representative, and Stefan, there you are. So please take it away.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee, staff, and the public. My name is Stefan Scherback, planner with Plantscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Madam Chair, I'm here today with, on behalf of the owners and the neighbor, the Bauer and McConnell families, for this lot line adjustment application and concurrent zoning bylaw. On the line with us today is the owner, Mr. Bob Bauer, and he's also available for any questions should the committee have any that I can answer. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for the thorough planning analysis, positive recommendations contained in the planning report in front of you. And maybe just to provide a bit of brief history here, as noted in the information submitted with this application, a recent survey conducted on the Bauer property had revealed more or less an error that was created many years ago that resulted in the location of the shared lot line between the Bauer and McConnell properties extending right through the middle of the existing McConnell boathouse. Obviously, these applications have been submitted to correct this error. There's no new development proposed as a result of these applications. And they serve essentially just to adjust the shared lot line so the boathouse can be entirely contained on the McConnell property. Due to the size of the lots and in terms of lot frontage and area, the site-specific amendment in front of you is essentially a technical exercise to recognize these existing structures and the resultant lot configurations. Without getting into a lot of the specific OP policies, the main one is just to ensure that each lot has sufficient dimensions to accommodate the development. As the development has existed on both properties for many years, in my opinion, it's clear that they can accommodate this development and the current uses and the existing structures. With respect to Mr. Soya's comment, staff correctly noted the location of a stray dock that was situated and installed without the benefit of a building permit. This floating dock was used on a temporary basis while the Bauer Boathouse was under repairs due to ice damage. I think a lot of contractors often tow a dock in so that the family can use it while the boathouse and other structures are being repaired. That's exactly what had happened. This dock has since been removed. The repairs are completed. And the applicant again has sent in a number of photographs proving that this dock has been long gone, and it's really no longer an issue. And we're thankful that it's been removed from the list of conditions in front of you. Almost all the surrounding neighbors and family members were canvassed. It's a very tight-knit community, obviously, with the letters of support. And they're all in front of you for your consideration today. So in conclusion, Madam Chair, I'm respectfully requesting committee support for these applications for a very minor lot line adjustment to correct this surveying error between the two properties. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, Mr. Bauer is also available if you have any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Okay, thank you. I'm assuming that Mr. Bauer doesn't need to speak right now. He's just here to answer questions.
That's correct, right.
Okay, great. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this? We're not seeing anyone who would like to speak against this. No. All right. All right. Well, then I am going to thank you for that. I'm going to turn it over to our committee now. Any questions or concerns, committee? Seeing none, I am going to read the first resolution. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Mazam. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the consent application B/01/21/ML Bauer roll number 4-25-005 be approved, subject to the following conditions: that a registerable description of the severed lot and any required right-of-way be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That a legal undertaking be submitted in order to confirm that the severed lot will merge in title to the lot it is being added to upon registration of the transfers deeds. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the retained lot is satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. And Madam Clerk, I can just strike this about the dock, just making sure I stay legal on all this stuff. Can I strike this part about the dock being removed?
Yeah.
It's been done. Okay, sorry, just making sure I'm on side here. And that a zoning bylaw amendment be approved to permit exemptions from waterfront residential WR4 minimum lot requirements and shoreline structure requirements on the retained lot. Any comments? All in favor? Madam Clerk, that carries. All right, moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-02/21 bylaw 2021-09 Bauer and McConnell roll number 4-25-005 be approved. Any comments? All in favor? Madam Clerk? Okay, thank you. That carries. Okay, we're going to move on now to our 5C, which is a Lang and Mirsky Highlands Island. And it is Mr. Sharp who is going to be giving this to us. I know there are a lot of people who want to speak on this. So just before I get to you, Mr. Sharp, when we get to the comment part, I'm going to ask those four so that Lauren and Jane, who are bringing people in and out of the Zoom meeting, can identify those who are speaking for it. And then after we're finished with that part, I will ask people to raise their electronic hands if they want to speak against it. This is much easier in person, but we're constrained. And the other thing I want to make sure everybody understands is it is a 2-minute limit on your comments. And I think that's it. Okay, Mr. Sharp, please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good morning, members of Planning Committee, colleagues, applicants and agents, and members of the public. The next applications to be heard are consent applications B/02/03/21/ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-09/21, bylaw 2021-35 in the name of Lang and Mirsky. The subject lands are known municipally as 2 Highland Island and 1662 Judhaven Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch and site plan beginning on page 99 of your agenda package. The purpose and effect of the applications is summarized as follows. Consent applications have been submitted to create 2 new vacant lots from a lot known municipally as 2 Highland Island, forming part of Highland Island. The proposed retained lot contains an existing dwelling and a dock. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to rezone a mainland lot known municipally as 1662 Judhaven Road from waterfront residential WR1 to waterfront landing WL. This lot contains an existing dock. The purpose of the proposed bylaw is also to provide an exemption from the requirement for a parking area to be at least 3 feet from a street line. The proposed parking area is to be 0 feet from the side lot line abutting Judhaven Road. The purpose of the proposed bylaw is also to provide an exemption from the requirement for a parking area to be at least 15 feet from a side lot line. Again, the proposed parking area is to be 0 feet from the side lot line abutting Judhaven Road. The purpose of the proposed bylaw is also to provide an exemption from the requirement for a parking area to be set back at least 66 feet from the high water mark. The proposed parking area is to be set back 52 feet from the high water mark at the closest point. In summary, the consent applications will have the effect of creating 2 additional lots on Highland Island. The zoning bylaw amendment application will have the effect of rezoning a mainland lot to waterfront landing and of providing exemptions from certain parking area requirements to permit a parking area to be closer to the high water mark, a street line, and a side lot line than otherwise required. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance and 29 submissions have been received to date. The first submission is by the Community and Planning Services Department of the District Municipality of Muskoka. In summary, district staff would not be opposed to the approval of the applications, provided that appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental and dated January 2021, respecting building envelopes, shoreline development and vegetation retention, and construction mitigation techniques. District staff have requested to be notified of council's decision, and that is signed by Emily Crowder, district planner. The second submission is by Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official. Mr. Snyder has advised that he has no objection to the applications, and I would note that Mr. Snyder is in attendance this morning and is available to assist committee if needed. The third submission is by Tim Sopko, the township's public works technician, and Mr. Sopko has requested that the proposed setback from the street line be increased to 3 feet. Mr. Sopko advises that the proposed setback of 0 feet does not allow any buffer for the construction of the parking lot. Without physical barriers within the parking lot, Mr. Sopko advises that the vehicles using the parking lot could encroach upon the road allowance. He also advises that the future road and utility works may require use of the road allowance to the property line. The fourth submission is by the Trillium Lakelands District School Board. The school board has no concerns, and that is signed by Terry Guthrie. The fifth submission is by Bell Canada. Bell Canada has no concerns, and that is signed by Jacqueline Moyle, external liaison with Bell Canada. The sixth submission is by Jennifer and Richard Buck, who are area landowners, and they support the applications. The seventh submission is by Dominic and Teresa Danya, and they support the applications. The eighth submission is by Phil Garrett. Mr. Garrett supports the applications. The ninth submission is by John Harkness, an area landowner, and Mr. Harkness supports the applications. The 10th submission is by Peter Love, and Mr. Love supports the applications. The 11th submission is by Alan Manchie, and Mr. Manchie supports the applications. The 12th submission is by Barry and Judy McLean, and they support the applications. 13th submission is by George and Carol Snyder, who are area landowners, and again, they support the applications. The 14th submission is by Michael Vaughn, who is an area landowner, and he supports the applications. The 15th submission is by Nancy and Dave Bounsall, who are area landowners, and they support the applications. The 16th submission is by Julie and Mike Sharp, who are area landowners, and they support the applications. The 17th submission is by Rob Bosomworth, who supports the applications, but does note a concern about future severance potential. The 18th submission is by Ian Newell, who is an area landowner and director of the Royal Muskoka Island Association. Mr. Newell supports the applications and has provided a number of suggestions for committee's consideration. The 19th submission is by Andrew Sheener, who is an area landowner, and Mr. Sheener supports the applications. The remaining submissions are by the following individuals who either object or have concerns about the applications. Denise Boyer, who is an area landowner, Ronald Jones, who is an area landowner, Carl and Jennifer Mackey, who are area landowners, George and Carol Snyder, who are area landowners, Jennifer Williamson, who is an area landowner, Bob and Michelle Brathwaite, Don Cranston and Megan Hill, who are area landowners, Stephen Convey, who is an immediate neighbor to the south of the mainland lot that's to be rezoned to waterfront landing, Leanna and Franco Pichinin, who are area landowners, and finally, Stephen Ross, who is an area landowner. The main themes in these remaining submissions are summarized as follows: general concerns about reduced setbacks for the waterfront landing and the size of the lot relative to the intended use, concerns about a commercial use of the proposed waterfront landing akin to a marina, concerns about waste collection, concerns about road safety and high traffic volumes on Judhaven Road, concerns about spillover parking onto the road allowance associated with Judhaven Road, and in particular, how this may implicate emergency access, a concern that not enough time has been given for local residents to review and understand the applications, a concern that a building permit has been issued in error for a dock on the lot proposed to be rezoned to waterfront landing, and for this reason that there is an urgency to rezone the lot in order to bring the dock into compliance with waterfront landing zoning provisions, concerns that the existing dock and parking on the mainland property could be expanded in the future, a concern by the immediate neighbor, Mr. Convey, about the lack of a natural buffer between the proposed parking area on the mainland property and his common side lot line, a concern about what might happen with severed lot 1 being the largest of the 2 severed lots on Highland Island if the intent of donating it to the Muskoka Conservancy does not come to fruition, concerns about the possible intentions of future landowners, a concern about the future severance potential and future severance of the westerly lot forming part of Highland Island, and how this may implicate the waterfront landing in the future, including the number of boat slips and parking spaces, suggestions that a restrictive covenant be applied to the lands to prevent a future severance, a suggestion that vehicular construction access should be from a singular location at the shoreline and from the rear of each of the new lots versus from multiple shoreline locations, concerns about impacts on views, including a concern about the visual impact of utilities and any necessary hydro corridor, concerns about potential environmental impacts, including tree removal, a concern that the environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental should be peer reviewed, a concern that a boathouse is permitted in the waterfront landing zone and could be constructed in the future, and suggestions that consideration should be given to prohibiting a boathouse, suggestions that the waterfront landing WR zoning of the mainland lot remain in place with necessary permissions to allow its use as a waterfront landing, a suggestion that the use of the waterfront landing be restricted to 4 landowners on Highland Island, a suggestion that winter storage and boat storage be prohibited on the waterfront landing, suggestions that a future site plan control process for the waterfront landing should require approval of council, providing opportunity for public input versus being delegated to staff, a concern that the proposed parking area will be comprised of impermeable versus permeable surfacing materials, a concern about lighting of the parking area associated with the waterfront landing, suggestions that fewer parking spaces be required / permitted, and finally, a suggestion that the proposed parking area be reconfigured to allow parking spaces between existing trees versus as a rectangular parking lot. I have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering recommending that the applications be approved, staff have recommended that the approval be subject to a number of conditions. Among the recommended conditions of consent is a condition requiring approval of bylaw 2021-35, thus ensuring that the lots will be accessed via the proposed waterfront landing as intended. Staff have also recommended that a consent agreement be entered into wherein the applicants will agree not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access to the lots. As noted in our planning report, the agreement can require the proposed landing or other sufficient means be secured for long-term access, thus strengthening the access relationship between the proposed new lots and the waterfront landing or other sufficient means of access over the long term. If committee is considering recommending that the applications be approved, staff would recommend that condition number 3, as it's been put in front of you, be amended to specifically address this relationship. Among the recommended conditions is a condition requiring that the proposed waterfront landing lot be made subject to the township site plan control process. Through this process, staff can require plantings and retention of vegetation to enhance and maintain existing vegetative buffers, can require that the parking area be comprised of permeable surfacing, and can require that a detailed lighting plan be submitted to ensure that all lighting is dark sky compliant. Staff would also recommend that consideration be given to comments by the township's Public Works Department. If a 3-foot setback from the street line is required, as recommended by the Public Works Department, a revised site plan will be required so that staff can evaluate the impact of the change on parking requirements, including the setback from the high water mark, which may be reduced. A reduced setback can be addressed as a minor amendment if required. A common theme expressed in the submissions is a concern about future dock and parking expansions. As noted in our report, there are constraints in terms of setbacks, parking space size requirements, the necessary aisle width for ingress and egress, and the relationship between boat slips and the number of required parking spaces that would appear to make the addition of boat slips and parking spaces difficult, if not impossible, without further zoning exemptions. With that said, it is difficult for staff to evaluate every single possible parking scenario. In order to eliminate any uncertainty going forward, committee may wish to consider imposing a restriction to limit permitted buildings and structures to the existing dock and limit the number of parking spaces to those that are proposed and in their present configurations. This would also alleviate concerns about a potential boathouse and associated visual impact with that type of shoreline structure. Staff have also discussed waste collection options for the proposed waterfront landing with Stephanie Mack, the Director of Waste Management and Environmental Services with the District Municipality of Muskoka. Staff understand that the use of a single large bin serving multiple properties would necessitate a requirement for a license by the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, which in turn would require the township's formal endorsement. In this case, curbside pickup is the appropriate option, which is available year-round at this location. Staff understand that the district requires quote unquote tidy bins to be placed in accordance with the district's standards. Through the site plan control process, staff can ensure that appropriate bins are installed to the satisfaction of both the district and township staff. I have no further comments at this time. I do appreciate your patience. I realize I've had a fair bit to go through this morning. I'd be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. It was a lot to get through, so thank you for that. Oh, and here comes Mr. Fauner, who is representing our owners, who I believe are here too, Mr. Fauner, but I believe you're the one who's going to speak on behalf of this. So welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Bridgman and members of committee. Certainly there's been a lot of input on this. It's Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. I'm here representing Don Lang and Seth Mirsky, who are the owners of the subject land involved with the applications, both the east portion of Highland Island as well as the waterfront landing. I'd like to first thank staff for their supportive report. Obviously, there's been a number of submissions. I guess the only thing is we had details on what the concerns were, but unfortunately, it hasn't been relayed the details of the support letters. of which there's been numerous. So anyways, I guess that's partly my job to give the balance, I suppose. So I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm not sure if that can be brought up, please. Thank you very much. I do have quite a number of slides here because obviously it's involving quite a bit of land, more than one property, etc. Like normally I just talk about one property. So anyways, go ahead. Next. So I think you've heard about the proposal. It's 3 lots on the east half of Highland Island, and there is a zoning bylaw amendment application for the waterfront landing. The current zoning is WR1 on the waterfront landing. Next. So again, the lots are very large. I won't go through them in detail, but severed lot 1 ultimately is going to be donated to the Muskoka Conservancy, and it's a very large piece of property, almost 13 acres. Next. And this is a configuration of the proposed lots. The retained lot has an existing dwelling on the property currently, and there will be 2 new vacant lots being created. Next. This is just showing the contours. There are certainly some slopes on the property, but I think sometimes it depends on the interval of the contours. It can exaggerate the slopes, and that is the case here. You'll see from the photographs that there are some slopes, but they're certainly quite manageable. Next. And this is the waterfront landing, and sorry, I did turn it sideways to try and fit it on the page best here. The docks have been constructed. There is a proposed parking area, and certainly we've heard a number of comments on that, and I had advised my clients that out of the whole proposal, I was aware that the waterfront landing would be the most controversial portion of that. But the property does have waterfront landing previous use. It currently is used as a waterfront landing for the subject lands. Next. This is the proposed retained lot, and this is showing the dwelling that currently exists on the property, and you can see it's a very well vegetated property. Next. This is just a little bit closer to that. Next. This is a dock that currently exists on the property. Next. And this is when you're on shore from the dock, this would be looking to the east, and you can see a very dense tree cover, shoreline vegetative buffer, and that location is very dense. Next. And looking the other direction from the dock and just walking a small ways along the pathway, this is the side view of the dwelling that you could see from the water in my previous couple of photos that I had. So you can see the slopes there. There are some slopes, but they are quite manageable. Next. This would be the proposed severed lot. It's severed lot 2, which is on the south side. This has an existing dry boathouse, is in a very poor state of repair. Once again, you can see the heavy tree cover. You can see by the height of land in the middle that there are some slopes, but again, nothing that's very steep. Next. This is the shoreline. You can see it probably needs a little bit of cleanup, and that dry boathouse is in a very poor state of condition. But again, you can see the very heavy tree cover. Next. And this would be a possible building site. You can see some slope down to the water, but certainly in this location, it's very level. This was an area that was identified by Beacon Environmental as a possible building site. Next. This is taken from the shore, and this is looking in towards that building site. You can see that there is some shallow water, and again, going by the tree line, you can tell there's some slope, but it's not an extremely steep lot. Next. And this is going on to the next property, which would be the north piece, ultimately would be donated to the Conservancy. Again, you can see a good building site. Next. And another building site, and again, buffer, very heavily treed. Next. This is the waterway that exists on the north side of the island between Royal Muskoka Island on the left and Highland Island on the right. This is looking towards probably the narrowest part of that. It is a narrow water body. It's about 300 feet across at its narrowest point here. Next. And this is showing the shoreline of the north side of severed lot 1. And again, very heavily treed, and it is proposed that ultimately this would be donated to the Muskoka Conservancy. Next. This is the waterfront landing. This is you can see the neighbor's property to the right there, the closest neighbor. You can see on the left is sort of the small causeway that goes out to Royal Muskoka Island. And the dock is sort of just to the left of center. This is a pre-existing dock. This photo was taken last August. Next. This is a little bit closer. Again, you can see the heavy tree cover on this property. So any parking area that would be created on the property is going to be well hidden from the water by the tree cover. Next. This is the pre-existing dock. This again was taken last year. Next. This is the current dock. Building permit was issued for that. Next. This is the shoreline looking towards the east or northeast down to the neighbor's dock down the way there. A portion of that dock, a small portion of that dock is in fact on my client's property. Next. This is just right on the edge of the property, the way it is actually stepping in a little bit onto the property. You could actually, if it was a little bit wider, and I should have taken it from farther back, you can actually put in 5 or 6 vehicles right now without touching any trees, although the backs of some of the vehicles might be overhanging onto the road allowance. But it currently has a waterfront landing use because it does serve the 2 lots that are on Highland Island. Next. This is a shot taken to the closest neighbor. You can see that there's not a lot of undergrowth there, and I know that there will be comments coming or have been from that neighbor about buffer, and that's something that we would like to address. Next. This is the sort of drop-off area, and this is, I'm not sure in the past whether this is where people have parked. I'm standing on pretty much the edge of the road. You can see to the right of the garbage container behind that is the property stake there. So at this point, I've actually measured it. It's actually 28 feet from the traveled road to the property line. So the traveled road does have some distance from the lot line, although it does narrow down as you were to proceed to the northeast if you're traveling along the road. Next. So in terms of planning analysis, the property sizes on the island certainly meet the minimum requirements, and Lake Rosso is not limited by the Lake System Health Program. Lot creation is permitted. Next. The island zone WR5, and certainly we by far meet those requirements, 300 feet and 1.5 acres. The waterfront landing is zone WR1, which is actually indicative of no development constraints, so they don't exist on that property. There is certainly tree cover. Next. And the waterfront landing itself is certainly much larger than the minimum requirements. I would point out that the waterfront landing zone does permit a large amount of docking, and there would be consideration of limiting this docking if that's seen to be fit. My clients are willing to do that. Next. So the parking areas to service 5 lots. I would make the argument, and it was well articulated in the staff report, that this is a building lot right now. If you were to have a dwelling with decks, septic bed, driveway, parking area, you would actually have a larger area than what's being proposed in terms of the parking area. So you'd have more of a disturbed area with a waterfront residential property. The disturbance represents about 19% of the property. And in fact, under a WL zone, you can actually have up to 50% of a disturbed area. Next. The property will be subject to site plan control. We've heard concerns about lighting, garbage, and the parking area's surface, retention of vegetation. That certainly can be addressed through site plan control and an agreement that's registered on title. And my client is well aware of that. Next. The front yard setback, interestingly, in a WL zone says it's 50 feet, but your general setback is 66 feet. So there is a discrepancy there. We're actually ending up a little bit in between, but it's only a corner of one property. We're trying to keep the parking away from the water, so that's why we had gone with the 0-foot setback at the line abutting the road. So we'll have to re-examine that in light of the comments from the Public Works Department. Next. In terms of severed lot 1 and conveying that to the Conservancy, I've noted just a number of reasons why that's being done. That certainly will retain the forested landscape along the north shore of the island, eliminate future development in that narrow water body. There's also a wetland in the northeast corner of the island that won't be built on. And the Conservancy is actually, from what I understand, are excited to have the property because it'll be their first one on Lake Rosso. And development then is limited to the south and west portions of the island. Next. There is a letter of intent that's been filed with the municipality for the Conservancy, and once donated, they will then rezone the land to EP1. Next. Environmental study has been completed by Beacon. They found very little items of provincial or regional significance, but they did have a number of mitigating measures recommended for lot development. Many of them are fairly standard in terms of sediment control, etc. Next. So in conclusion, it's my opinion that the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement. It does conform to the district and township official plans. I think there is support by township staff as well as district staff. And I think we've done the required reporting. Next. And again, you know, there's many potential building sites. The waterfront lots are very buildable, and site plan control is imposed on the island of WR5. It's also part of the waterfront landing as well. But we're also willing to look at the concerns, especially dealing with the landing, and we're looking to address those as best possible. So thank you. I'm here to answer any questions, and would like the opportunity to respond to concerns raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fauner. Of course, you'll have that opportunity. All right, so now I'm going to ask that you identify yourself if you'd like to come in and speak for this application. Yeah. So you just give us a minute here so we see. Okay, so we are just waiting. I believe we are going to have Mr. Newell speak first. And I see a Mr. Snyder is in, so maybe next. There you are, Mr. Newell. Hey, welcome. And my understanding is you are speaking on behalf of the Royal Muskoka Islanders Association with the majority of your board of directors. So I just want to clarify, I am going to keep comments to 2 minutes because we have a lot of people who want to speak. But I did have a discussion with Mr. Newell in regards to breaking up what he wants to say to 4 different people and bringing them in and out. So we're 5 different, well, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to give a little bit of leeway to this rather than because he's representing people that we would hear from otherwise, to let everybody understand that. So Mr. Newell, if you would identify yourself, please, and then carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Ian Newell, 1043 Sagamo Boulevard on Royal Muskoka Island. Thank you, Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and members of staff for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking, as you said, on behalf of the Royal Muskoka Island Association because our 90 waterfront property owners are all directly affected by this application. Many of our properties face Highlands Island, which is barely a stone's throw away, and the proposed landing for Highlands is known to us as Lot 1, and it's the very first thing we all see as we drive across the causeway onto our island. My recommendations today reflect the majority of our board of directors, and we have encouraged any members who hold dissenting views to speak today as well. For more than 50 years, we on Royal Muskoka Island have enjoyed the fact that there have only been 2 cottages on this 46 acres of Highlands. As access, those 2 cottages use Lot 1 as their landing, which has similarly remained virtually undeveloped all these years. By contrast, over the same period, our neighbors on Highlands have watched the shores of Royal Muskoka be developed into 90 cottage lots that we all call home now. Now that it's Highlands' turn for development, one could have expected 300-foot lot frontages with 20 or more cottage lots surrounding the island, as was proposed by previous developers. Instead, the applicants have proposed a total of 4 cottage lots along the southern shore, with the rest of the island to be protected from further development via a donation to the Muskoka Conservancy. As an association, I would like to say we could not have hoped for a better outcome for Highlands. Compared to the alternative, this greatly reduces the impact on all our members by protecting our shoreline views, minimizing boat traffic, preserving the tranquility, and minimizing noise. I think that's why 83% of our members supported this proposal when we surveyed them in December. That same survey, though, revealed very deep concerns about what might happen to our Lot 1. And these include, will the 4 lots on Highlands become more lots later on? Will the 5-slip dock at Lot 1 be expanded later? Will the 10 proposed parking spots be increased? How can we ensure Lot 1 doesn't become a paved quasi-marina parking lot? How can we ensure that it isn't brightly lit at night and that garbage will be well tended? And how can we minimize the number of trees that must be removed to create parking? In short, we've seen what some landings look like in the township, and we would not want that to happen to our Lot 1. In the end, neither Highlands nor Lot 1 can remain dormant forever. We know that. And eventually they must be developed in some fashion. So our board believes that we can best serve our members by supporting the Highlands proposal while securing every possible protection against negative impacts to Lot 1. To that end, over the past several months, we have been engaging with the applicants, and we are encouraged that they're willing to adopt a number of measures that will help mitigate our concerns for Lot 1. Regarding the consent, we appreciate that the Highland lots were laid out with an eye to making them harder for future owners to sever. Nonetheless, with minor variances, we believe that could still be achieved. To protect the spirit of what the applicants are trying to accomplish, additional protections against subsequent lot severance are needed. We ask the Planning Committee to require, as a condition of consent, some form of restrictive covenants related to lot size to render these lots more difficult to sever in future. Based on our discussions with Mr. Lang, I believe that the applicants would support the use of such covenants. Regarding the rezoning of Lot 1, regardless of how many lots may eventually exist on Highlands, our chief concern is to limit the traffic that may flow through Lot 1. As part of the implementing bylaw, we would ask planning to freeze the number of permissible dock slips at the proposed 5 and to refreeze the number of permissible parking spaces at the proposed 10. The applicants have indicated they are willing to accept both these measures. Additionally, we would ask Planning Committee to preclude the use of a boathouse use on Lot 1, as mentioned in Mr. Bryce's comments. We have not ascertained the applicant's view on that, but we think it is a good idea. Staff in their report mentioned that the number of boat slips at Lot 1 would be constrained by the available area to park on Lot 1. Have they actually determined the worst case number of parking areas? We estimate that to possibly be as many as 16, depending on configuration. If accurate, that would mean 8 boat slips. And again, if accurate, that makes our request to freeze slips and parking all that much more crucial. We do not object to the requested exemptions to parking setbacks, but we do have strong preferences regarding the layout of the parking area. And we are encouraged that Mr. Lang is open to an alternative layout that we have proposed, which won't require clearing a dozen mature trees. Instead of the rectangular pad depicted in the application, we would propose a hub and spokes arrangement whereby parking spaces would radiate outwards from a central hub and would require very few trees to be removed, perhaps 3. And it would make the parking area much more, much better looking from the street view, and it would still meet setback requirements. So we would ask planning to not require the implementation of a rectangular pad as depicted. And we would ask that the site plan consider a hub and spoke configuration or equivalent. We also ask that the site plan require use of permeable surface material for the parking area. Now, turning to the site plan, we can offer the support of an association representative to help contribute to the drafting of it, or failing that, we respectfully request that we be allowed to review and comment upon the site plan prior to its final approval by planning staff. In the site plan, we would request that the following be included. A tree protection plan with the visual buffering, with the 0 setback proposed, although it may no longer be an issue. We would ask that the Planning Committee confirm with Public Works that trees or shrubs may be planted within the road allowance, and if so, that this be included in the site plan. Use of porous material should be required for the parking area. And the site plan should require dark sky lighting, and it should consider location, brightness, and height of any lighting to minimize its impact on adjacent properties and on the views from the road and from the water. And lastly, regarding handling of garbage, we would ask the planning committee to confirm that the district will indeed provide municipal collection service at lot 1 for each of the 4 Highland households, so that each household may manage their own bare bin or tidy bin, as in our experience, communal dumpsters with private services can be a disaster. So with that, that's the end of my comments. We hope that you'll consider our association's input to help ensure this wonderful proposal for Highlands Island can proceed, while addressing the concerns of everyone on Royal Muskoka Island who cares deeply that Lot 1 should retain its natural beauty in the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newell. Okay, I believe Mr. Snyder is up next. Mr. Snyder? Mr. Snyder?
Thank you kindly, Chair, and thank you kindly, committee. Really appreciate it. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you all right, and I'll need your full name and address. And if you could, Mr. Snyder, if you've heard things that you agree with, could you try and make it brief? If you've got new comments, that's great. Just trying to keep things moving here, that's all, but please go ahead.
So my name is George Cameron Snyder, resident and representing the Snyder family at 1006 Islander Avenue, lot number 3. So 2 over from lot number 1. Been on the island for 64 years. So representing 5 generations across the family. So in theory, we do understand and appreciate that Highlands Island is an opportunity for the lake for further development. Our family does have concerns with regards to the development, and many of those concerns have been addressed, and thank you for doing that very much. One of the things that I did, I've been thinking about this a lot, and one of the areas is, we talked about, I believe one of the members talked about earlier this morning that if a cottage had been built on this lot, it would be more disruptive than the additional parking, and that is unfortunately not the case. The comings and goings on a Friday night with cars unloading and loading, and you're going to see where I'm going to go here with my theme here in a second. So that's one area. And again, there were 16 areas that were discussed earlier on as possible considerations. So that is one. The other one is safety. So safety is of paramount concern. Back in the 1980s, we used to, drive up the hill going onto the island, and the snowbanks were so high that it would prohibit any safety vehicle to make it onto the island if a cottage caught on fire or if there's an emergency. So anybody weeping out and driving trying to park on the side, that would cause very significant issues. Also, I've given consideration to Judd Haven. So there is an alternative parking lot. There is an alternative land which could be purchased potentially by the landowners. Judd Haven is just up the road, a very, very easy walk. So cars could be parked there potentially. Again, we're looking out for how do we protect the sanctuary of Royal Muskoka Island, which has been, again, in our family for over 60 years, and to our adjutting neighbor, the Convies. Also wanted to talk about density. Density is another area which is of concern. I understand there's alternative positions being taken with regards to density and where dark light skiting, light skiting are going to be implemented. But again, that's something that needs to be reviewed. So if we look at the parking density, I believe the proposed number has to be continued to be reviewed in such a way that we're going to be looking at the environmental impact as well as the impact on adjacent cottagers. So those are really the points that I wanted to bring to this committee's attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snyder, and thank you for keeping that brief. They all tie into other concerns, I know, but I can see you're close to it, so we are glad to hear from you. So thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, and I believe Mr. Scott is next. I mean, Mr. Young, sorry. Just doing that backwards this morning.
Okay, I've been called worse things.
If you could just give us your name and address, and please, again, I'm going to keep repeating, please try to keep it to 2 minutes.
Yeah, I won't take the 2 minutes. My name is Scott Young. I'm representing Muskoka Conservancy. Our office is at 47 Quebec Street, Bracebridge, P1L 2A5. And I'm going to restrict my comments to just the conservation aspects of the proposal. I probably would have a few opinions on the development aspects, but I think those are being spoken to by experts and people closer to the situation. So I'll leave my comments strictly to the conservation aspects. It's true that the Conservancy does not have any conservation land on Lake Rosso. It's a gap in our portfolio of conservation lands. We're really excited at the possibility of protecting more of Lake Rosso, even beyond Highlands Island. It's something we're actively working on. And this would represent our very first property on Lake Rosso. We'd be very proud to be involved in that. We've known the proponents, Don Lang and Seth Mirsky, for over 10 years. They've been supporters of the Conservancy. We've known them to be good dealers, honest supporters. People have given us all kinds of financial support over the years, long before this proposal ever was considered. And they've started consulting us on a potential land donation before they even closed the deal on purchasing the island. So they've been upfront with us, telling us their intentions all the way along. And I can tell you that it's been one of the top priorities of their actions throughout their whole ownership of this island, is to protect as much of it as possible for conservation. That's one of the highest parameters of their the project. So, and that they've been, keeping us informed every step of the way. And that's why we're in strong support of the proposal, and we'd be happy to receive a gift of land from the proponents. So here to answer any questions, if anybody has any about the conservation aspects, and I can hopefully speak to those.
Okay, thank you very much, Scott. Do we have anybody else for here? I don't believe Nick wants to speak.
Yes, I
Oh,
do,
you do,
if I
you
can.
do? I'm sorry. Okay, can you turn on your video? There you are. Okay, Mr. Nicolay, away you go. Name and address, and then your comment.
So Nick Nicolau, I'm the president of Royal Muskoka Island Association. My address 1002 Seguin Place, Royal Muskoka Island in Minette, P0B1G0. Obviously, Ian Newell has eloquently put forward the views of Royal Muskoka Island, but I did want to add one other ask, and that also links with Mr. Snyder's comments. Obviously, road safety is a consideration, and I'm wondering if under the site plan control, can no parking signs be erected on the causeway and on the hill leading up to the parking space that would hopefully at least deter overflow parking, or at least they might get ticketed or subject to enforcement. Otherwise, I'm obviously fully in support of what Mr. Newell has said. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that's noted. So anyone else, Lauren or Jane? Okay, so now I would ask that those who want to speak in opposition to this raise their hands so we can let you in. Again, I'm going to say 2 minutes, and it'll just take us a couple of minutes to bring people in. So who do we have coming in then? We have, okay. Right, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, Mr. Convey, I see you're in, and please give us your full name and address, and I'm going to hold you to your 2 minutes. I think I already warned everybody of that. We've had lots of written already, and this council reads everything they get. So I think we're pretty up to speed. So please, your concerns.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak. It's Steve and Jennifer Conby, and we're 1666 Judd Haven Road. We're the suspicious property just to the southeast of the subject lands. We're the next door neighbors. I'm going to make my comments short. Most of what Ian talked about with respect to the conditions that the board, the Royal Muskoka Island Board, put forward, we agree with. The condition that I wanted to speak about, in addition to that, is that both me and my wife, and I know that a number of our adjacent neighbors and a number of members of Royal Muskoka Island think that the existing density that's being described in the current parking configuration and boat slip configuration is already too much. 10 cars, 5 boats turns into 20 cars on a sunny weekend in those precious months of June, July, August. We all know that as cottagers, and we just think that that's an unmanageable situation from a aesthetics point of view, privacy point of view, enjoyment of our cottage experience point of view. So that's our main point. The second point I wanted to make is I wanted to just enforce the need for the decisions that are made here today to not only consider the intents and the goodwill of Mr. Lang and Mr. Mirsky, and their intent and their goodwill has been amazing. But once those properties are sold, they will be out of the picture. And once those properties are resold, those people will be out of the picture. And for generations to come, what happens to Lot 1 will be subject to the whims of those cottage owners. And I think we need to be very careful and considerate of that. That's why I think we need to put a lot of conditions around what kind of expansion can be done to Lot 1 in addition to the existing numbers that are being asked for. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Hill? Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you. I'm here with my husband, Don Cranston, and we are at 1024 Islander Avenue on Royal Muskoka Island. I will skip over the parts that have already been addressed, and I'm glad the Island Association has put forward the conditions. I also agree with what they are saying. Our family has cottaged on Royal Muskoka since 1964. Our properties face the north shore of Highland Island, where the passage is very narrow. We object to this application for including both a proposed consent and zoning bylaw amendment. We feel the two applications should have been considered separately, as the amount of information to digest, interpret, and evaluate in this short time frame is overwhelming for anyone who is not familiar with planning and the planning process. I know Public Works has been submitted the report, but it was not available when I wrote these comments. And additionally, I would like it on the record. I understand that the existing dock, the 5-slit steel dock that was built in early winter, was done with an inappropriate building permit that was issued in error. And I think this is a tremendous oversight, which needs to be acknowledged in this meeting. I also am concerned that what is before council and committee today is not exactly what was proposed to the Island Association back in the winter, nor is it what it's showing on current real estate sites. And I'm just wondering if we could have some clarity from the various people that are on the meeting today, just explaining the intentions for the western half of the island that is not showing as being severed at all. And originally it was shown as being severed into 3 lots as well. We understand that the Conservancy is also going to be receiving that northern section on the western half of the island, but we would really like to have some assurances. The safety issues have been addressed on the road. Again, the causeway is very narrow, and the entrance to the parking is halfway up a hill, which could also create some aspects. The other issue is the building of the dock was issued, because the permit was issued in error, created a favorable precedent for the subject application to be supported. To our understanding, this does not follow the proper planning process for fair and equitable evaluation of planning applications. Would it not be more reasonable to recognize the dock as legal, non-conforming, and not pursue the waterfront landing zone? We fear that future expansion of the parking and boat slip areas will not require approval from the township if the zoning goes to waterfront landing, because of the permit is expansion as of right. I hope that is correct. Would it be possible to maintain the waterfront residential zone and use other planning measures to permit a privately owned landing only servicing the residents of Highland Island? And as has been suggested, perhaps cap the number of parking spaces and boat slips to prevent future further expansion. And then the issue of these exemptions and rezoning not be binding on future owners of Highland Island properties is also a concern of ours. And we would really like to see some limits on future development on both the island and Lot 1. We ask that the township consider our requests for more information, transparency, and regard for our beautiful small community. Dialogue and compromise will create a mutually beneficial outcome. Respectfully submitted, Megan Hill and Don Cranston. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I think Ms. Boyer?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so please just give us your name and address. And
my name is Denise Boyer. My address is 1663 Judhaven Road. And I live directly across the street from lot number 1 on Royal Muskoka Island. So a lot of the comments that I put in my submission have been discussed, but one of the things that I wanted to say was I guess the rezoning to landing is a big concern to me. Number one, because it's not compliant with certain criteria. And they also require a zoning bylaw amendment to provide these exemptions. The exemptions are a concern. My understanding is that the ultimate goal is to secure adequate long-term parking and docking facilities from the mainland to the island. Can this not be achieved by maintaining the lot as a waterfront residential one, since the lot has already been utilized as the landing historically, and through a variance in the site plan control agreement, restrict the permissible and adequate parking and launching for the 4 lots? Many of the protection measures were discussed by Ian Newell, and I'm just wondering why we couldn't put those protection measures into a site plan control agreement, again, keeping it as a WR1. A big concern for me is the fact that potentially a boathouse could be built. And if it is rezoned to waterfront landing, the total width of a boathouse is to be 25% of the lot frontage. So then I'm looking at perhaps an oversized 53-foot wide 4-slip boathouse could potentially be possible, versus under waterfront residential, the zoning restricts the cumulative width of a 1-story boathouse to 16% of lot frontage, and that would be more acceptable. A big concern, as was stated, I believe, by Megan, is the fact that ultimately Mr. Lang and Mr. Mirsky will be selling the lots, both on Highland Island and on Royal Muskoka Island. The new owners will undoubtedly have plans of their own. And I really believe that it's important that we put safeguards and restrictions in place today to ensure that our plans and are robust for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that I've missed?
Beautiful.
Don't think so. Okay, so I believe Mr. Fauner, we are back to you then. If you would like to have say some comments.
Yes, thank you very much. I won't get into any real sort of details. I think we're going to have to sort of relook at the waterfront landing. But I just want to point out some implementing tools that can be used that would help to tie things down to what's proposed. So, for example, in the case of the waterfront landing, there can be a limit put on number of boat parking spaces, size of dock, number of car parking spaces. That can be put in the zoning bylaw amendment. Secondly, with the site plan agreement, that is registered on title. So that agreement is binding on future owners. That will deal with such things as surface of the parking lot. It'll deal with lighting as well, and tree preservation and the configuration of the parking area. And similar things can be done with the island. There can be a consent agreement registered on title relating to the lot configuration. And that was mentioned in the letter from Steve and Steve Ross. And coincidentally, he happens to be a client of mine regarding their property on Tobin's Island. So we had a long chat last night, and certainly he would like to see things tied down, and he made some suggestions as to how that could be done. And so we had a good chat about that. So whether that be restrictive covenant, consent agreement, zoning, there are ways of tying that down. And I would agree with the potential doing that. Of course, I have to discuss that with my clients. So I think there are things that can be done. Obviously, to me, in my mind, I think there needs to be more work to be done. I think the ones, in my opinion, that may be subject to the most impact would be the conveys, who are immediately next door. And I think we recognize that, and maybe there's the opportunity to shift some of that parking away. And I'd be interested to see the hub and spoke configuration. We could have got into multiple configurations of the parking, and we did propose obviously something that's fairly simple. At least it certainly brought out the discussion anyways. And we can certainly look at alternatives to that. And I think I'll just leave it at that without getting into detail. We could be here for hours, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think I will now, I'm now going to turn it over to our planning committee. Do we have questions? Do we have comments? And I think, Jane and Lauren, if we can move people back to the waiting room, that would be great. So any comments or questions from anybody? Okay, I have no comments or questions. So my understanding, okay, so I'm not sure why you're not showing up if you're using your electric hand. Sorry, Councillor Roberts.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, really, really great input and from all sides, and from Mr. Fauner representing the applicants. I think there's a huge opportunity for a community compromise on this, and I think that you know, with all the great stuff that was submitted, that perhaps they could get together and we could defer this till next month and have them go through and come up with a good possible compromise, so we can move this forward at the next planning committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we could let's see where our discussion goes, but we may be able to move it forward to council. Okay. And see what happens then. So we're not delaying it farther. Right. Okay, so now I've got, I don't know if you're using your, oh, there it is. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. First off, I would not be in favor of deferral. I think that we have the time between now and council to come up with some solutions. It should be. I'm just very struck with this particular application, and I in fact had conversations with Scott Young many months ago. It feels many months ago, and thought this was very generous of the property owners. I will ask the question again, if staff could confirm the number of lots that this island has the potential to create. I'm very aware that every property has certain rights in place, and some of the concerns that I'd heard would be infringing on those property rights that others enjoy currently on their own properties, but in fact this property does have those similar rights. So I'm aware that we should not be trying to take rights away from people. And again, I think that what has been presented it's such a gift to the community. The Conservancy has a great history of situations like Eileen Gowan. We've done some on Walker's Point. Lake Rosso has appeared to me over the years to be becoming overdeveloped. So again, this opportunity to create this greenscape, if you want, which represents Muskoka, should be embraced. I guess more importantly, with hopes that people get along with their neighbors, and historically, if this was going to become the one bad apple, their life wouldn't be so enjoyable in the area, I would suggest, because one thing that we have heard is that the community has somewhat banded together over the years and worked to make all their lives more enjoyable. As I said, I think we should be embracing the Conservancy respect, and also the limited amount of lots that are being developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp, would you like to take a sort of a stab at how many lots actually could be developed on Highlands Island? I believe that was a question, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I can do my best. I'm not sure I can give you an exact number. I would note that the consent sketch doesn't actually give any lot area details for the westerly part of the island, and it wasn't really considered part of the overall applications that are in front of us. Mr. Fauner may be able to provide some more information in regard to the exact severance potential, but I would note that severed lot 1, although it is my understanding that the intent is to donate that to the Muskoka Conservancy. But with that aside, it would have some severance potential based on its size. The smaller of the 2 severed lots, I don't believe it would have any severance potential given the lot area, and same with the retained lot. So you need at least 2 acres per lot. And that's the minimum lot area requirement, plus the minimum frontage of 300 feet. So I think, you know, the 2 smaller lots on the easterly half of the island that are subject to these applications, both the retained lot and severed lot number 2, wouldn't have severage potential. Severed lot 1 would, but again, my understanding is the intent is to donate that to the Muskoka Conservancy. And if that plan moves forward, it would be rezoned to EP1. Thank you.
Mr. Fauner, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through to committee. I did do a question and answer sheet that was, I think, distributed to a number of people on Royal Muskoka Island, and I should have had it in front of me. I didn't run off a copy, but based on lot area, you could certainly get more lots, but I went around with my scale in terms of basing it on lot frontage, which would be the more limiting factor between frontage and area. You could get 15 lots on the island in total. So that's, you know, using the development potential to its maximum, and that's based on frontage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz, I'm going to take your question, and then I'm sorry, I missed 10:30. I'm going to give us all just a comfort break after Councillor Jaglowitz's comment.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to express my support for this application. I think this is something we should encourage. I think it's a good application, and there's not much to not like about it. However, having said that, the residents and taxpayers have also expressed some concerns. Those concerns have been expressed by their association. And I did hear Mr. Fauner react positively to a lot of those concerns. And so what I heard is Mr. Fauner give kind of a three-prong approach of things he believes his client, although you'd have to discuss it with him, that his clients would agree to, that could alleviate a lot of those. And a lot of those suggestions were in the material provided by the Royal Muskoka Island Association. So I would encourage staff and the applicant to get together and try to work out something and I believe that it can be done without giving up any rights. And I know there's a suggestion it deferred to the next planning meeting. I think the timing of that, I'm not here to hold it up. However, it may make some political sense just for it to come back so it can have another discussion and everybody can be happy. But I'm not opposed as to whether it goes to planning or comes back to council. And I'm absolutely 100% confident that that something can be worked out. And the major, I can tell you, my major concerns are with the lot number 1 around Muskoka Island. I think, and I think what Mr. Fauner has offered in terms of limiting the number of boat slips, limiting the parking, and possibly the boathouse. And he indicated it could be done in 2 ways, partially through the zoning bylaw and partially through site plan. And so I'm encouraged, and I just want to, and I think this is something good, and I'd like to support it. And thank you very much.
To your point, Councillor Jaglowitz, I am aware the owners have been very receptive to answering questions and communicating with people. So Mayor Harding and Councillor Mazan, I see you, but I am going to call just a 10-minute break. So we all, as I said, I'm sorry I missed it. I got engrossed in everything. So we'll see you back at 11 o'clock. Okay, we're just waiting for our clerk here, so. Oh, that's okay. Happens.
Eight members there.
Okay. Yeah, and Councilor Mazan.
FYI, Barb, your microphone's on, in case you're wondering. Your picture's off, but your mic's on.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I think we're just about ready to go here. Just a sec. Great, I understand we're live again, so we'll just continue. And I believe Mayor Harding, you had some comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm not sure to our staff or to maybe Mr. Fauner. Just a question. I thought I heard at one point that the western portion of the island was being donated to Conservancy, but I thought I heard Mr. Sharp say that severed lot 1 was, and I'm not sure which of those two lots. Half the western portion seems to be about half the island, and about a quarter of the island, or just over that, would be severed lot 1. Maybe you can answer that.
Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through to the Mayor. It's severed lot 1 in this proposal on the east side of the island. That is what is proposed to be ultimately dedicated to, or donated, I should say, to the Muskoka Conservancy. I will just comment just very briefly on the west part of the island. The west part of the island is technically in different ownership, but quite frankly, it's the same people, but it's in different ownership. If they put it in the same names exactly, it would have merged. So from a technical point of view, it's actually separate parties, even though or separate ownership, even though the people involved are the same. There hasn't been anything proposed yet that has been put in as an application. There may be in the future. I would suggest that you might be seeing something similar, but we don't know that for sure. There's certainly been ongoing discussions. You could see an application in a month's time for that. It could be 24 months from now. I don't really know when that may happen, if it's even going to happen. So right now we're just dealing with the east side of the island and its proposed severed lot 1 that is being proposed to be donated to the Conservancy.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding,
Yeah,
follow up?
Supplemental, thank you. I guess this goes to then sort of the western portion and understanding. The mainland lot, which is obviously the most contentious issue, I believe, here in particular. The ownership of that is in the eastern half of the island, the western half, the total half of the island. And just trying to understand, again, I think where potential development, if this does become fully a waterfront landing, and I appreciate only 4 or 5 slips right now, But is that going to provide access to 3 more lots potentially on the western side of this island? That's kind of I'm trying to get a flavor in that. Thank you.
Mr. Fauner.
Yes, through the chair again, and a fair question. Again, technically not subject to this application. If the landing has been designed to service 5 properties, so right now we have 3 on the west side, we have 1 on the west side. So in fact, in total now we have 4 lots, and I did discuss with staff, and they said that there should be consideration for access for Muskoka Conservancy, even though they aren't an active user of the island, but we agreed that we would provide it. So what that means is on the west side, if there is 2 additional lots proposed, well, in fact, I'm just looking at it now. It only, if there's a dedication of the north half of that, it only means 1 more lot. So that requires the actual landing piece. So we would be able to accommodate another lot on the west side. And again, I don't know when that's going to happen or if it's even going to happen.
Okay, Councilor Mazan.
Thank you. And through you, 3 practical questions, I would say. As a whole, this seems like a very good and positive illustration or responsible development or redevelopment application. But 3 questions that have come up from the folks that are on Royal Muskoka Island who had a few objections, and I just want to have some clarification. The first one, I believe it was Ms. Hill brought up that the dock had been built, the current dock, without a permit. And I was hoping that our Director Pink, I can't do his whole title, could just give us a bit of background on how that came about.
Yes, Director, we like to say of everything. So would you like to take it away, Mr. Pink?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, committee. Yes, I think I can say that it was an unfortunate error. I do apologize. The building permit was issued in error. I think everyone is aware, committee is aware that a dock previously did exist on the property, and a building permit was issued for a modest expansion and reconstruction of that dock. In the waterfront residential WR1 zone, a principal dwelling or a main use needs to be established in order for accessory buildings to be constructed. So the property owners were legally entitled to retain their dock, to reconstruct their dock to the equivalent dimensions as it previously existed. However, would not be permitted an expansion of the dock. That was a regrettable error. We apologize, and I can assure you it won't occur again. What I would note is if the property is rezoned to waterfront landing, the waterfront landing would not permit a residence, and the dock would be brought into compliance because the main use would be the dock itself. If it remains in the waterfront residential zone, the property owners currently would have the rights to build a residence and correct that oversight. Hopefully that helps explain the background.
Mr. Fauner, it looks like you'd like to speak.
Yeah, thank you again to allowing me to speak. Just wanted to make the comment that the dock permit that was issued under the guise of the WR1. So the dock is actually compliant with WR1 or very, very close to that. So in fact, I think we're just out by a foot. And I personally measured the width of the dock. So it was really issued under the guise of WR1. So it's not that the WL requirements were used to get this dock, and now we're trying to seek a rezoning to WL because of that. The permit, I believe, was issued under the guise of WR1, so it complies, or it's within 1 foot of compliance with the WR1 requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for that clarification. If you'll indulge me, I have 2 more quick comments. The other comment that came up, I believe, from a couple of the constituents was about parking signs on the road. And I'm just wondering, is that something that we could entertain or proactively do to try and help mitigate some of those concerns?
Director Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Yes, council committee members likely recall the council meeting yesterday, a very similar situation on Curry Street in Bala. In that case, Public Works did review the parking situation in that area and felt that some added restrictions on parking would assist with accessibility, safety, and access in that area. The same could presumably be done here. Obviously, we would look to Public Works for their thoughts, but ultimately it would be up to council if they wish to place parking restrictions in the area. And if they do, signage would be part and parcel with that process.
Okay, thank you. And then the third question, if I may, it has to do with the garbage or waste pickup. I would like clarification on that, and I suspect it will have to be Mayor Harding who can answer this question, but is it possible to put out 4 different, for this one landing place to have accommodation for 4 different pickups? Because I could actually appreciate that could be a big issue if that was communal.
I believe Mr. Pink would like to answer that.
Okay.
I believe it was in Mr. Sharp's report, but.
Okay.
Yes, I was just going to note, I mean, certainly, thank you, Chair. Certainly, if Your Worship wishes to add to that, but I know Mr. Sharp did speak with the district staff responsible for reviewing the waste disposal in this area, and he might be able to fill committee in on that discussion.
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair Bridgman. Yes, I did have a great opportunity to speak with Stephanie Mack at the district, who's responsible for making these types of decisions with respect to waste collection. It was quite informative, and she was very pleased that I had called her in advance of this meeting just to get an understanding of what the requirements would be. But my understanding is that yes, the required number of bins could be accommodated, provided they comply with the standards that are in place at the district level. And if this application were to move forward for the waterfront landing aspect or component, we could address that aspect through the site plan control process and bring in Public Works staff and staff of the township's Public Works department to deal with the placement of those bins in a manner that is appropriate. If you didn't catch it in my introduction, I did also confirm that 1662 Judhaven Road is on the waste collection route for the district, and it's year-round pickup at this location. So I was able to confirm that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mazan, another one?
No, that's it. Thank you very much for that clarification. There was a lot that was part of today, and I wanted to be sure that the real situation was understood. Thank you.
No problem. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Just to add to the discussion, probably to help counsel and those people on the Zoom call today, the issue with bin sites is that they're not licensed by the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. Basically, the ministry says you need to own your garbage. So they want to know who it is to put that bag into. So what we're doing around many of the unmanned bin sites at some waterfront landings, if there's an ability to have individual bins per property, then we theoretically own the garbage. So in this particular case, Director Mack at the district has confirmed that there's no problem, that we could put in 4 individual bin sites to service the island properties at this particular one, or bare bins, if you will, on the site. So that solves everybody's problem, and that will solve many other problems on our bin sites across the district of Muskoka as well.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questions coming forward, so I have a suggestion here, and I'm going to put it out to our group now. Are we comfortable making a decision on whether this stays zoned as residential or waterfront at this meeting? And that would be one. The rest would be, do we want everything else to go up to council for next month and give the applicants, who I know are, I see Mayor Harding's wanting to speak again. Mayor Harding.
Well, I was just going to chime in and be supportive, I guess, if you will, that from a zoning and subdivision on the islands, I don't have an issue from a waterfront landing perspective. We've heard a lot of comments from the public. Mr. Fauner, I believe, has heard those. He believes that he can address many of those concerns as far as permeable surfaces, setbacks, so on and so forth. I'd love to give Mr. Fauner the opportunity over the next 30 days to bring it right back to council, and then we can vote on it. We pull it as a separate resolution, and deal it individually next month at council. But to move this forward, I'm in support at this time. And I will say there's a number of people who are upset. I know that, more development, more change, everything. And that we want to restrict the lot so they can't be divided any further. The one thing we do realize is that individual property owners, I realize, have individual rights currently today, and they're just exercising some of those rights. The fact that they're doing larger lots, that's a good thing. We will be certainly noting all the minutes of today and why decisions were made. As I think Mr. Pink would regularly say, at any time in the future, no matter what it is we do, a future council could overturn. But I will say one thing, I don't believe I've seen this council or my 3 terms of council where we've granted extra rights to somebody. We typically take away people's rights, and voluntarily they do. And I appreciate that about this application, that they are willing to do less of a subdivision than more of a subdivision. So that I appreciate, and happy to move this forward.
Okay, so any other comments? So we could perhaps, and maybe Mr. Pink, I can ask you in terms of process now. Maybe I'll get a straw vote first. Are we comfortable with the waterfront landing zoning now? All right, so if we could do that today, Mr. Pink, and Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. That's a difficult question to answer. I'm comfortable with the change from WR1 to WL waterfront landing on the basis that some of the things that were discussed and the compromises that were talked about limiting things are in place, but not comfortable the way it is. So how do you deal with that? So I'm looking for some amended zoning bylaw and some indication of how those will be dealt with. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was just what I was going to say to Mr. Pink. And Mr. Fauner, maybe you can jump in. It is my understanding that in terms of the number of parking spaces and the number of slips, that your applicants are fine with having that quote frozen at this point. Is that something we could entertain today?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I believe so. Certainly, I have had discussions with Mr. Lang and Mr. Mirsky about that point, that could be done, and they don't have an objection. You could, limit the number of car parking spaces. I guess for now we'll have to supply a site plan, obviously, that shows that configuration or a change in configuration. And in terms of the dock, certainly we have the location of the dock shown on the site plan now. That's not going to change. And so you could freeze the dock to what's shown on the plan. You could freeze the number of car parking spaces, and we would have to provide a different configuration. Thank you. Okay,
and I know the boathouse has been raised. I'm going to leave that for today. That would be part of the next 30 days, I believe. So, Mr. Pink, in terms of this, can we do some amendments? Could I ask you to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was going to note, I think as Member Jaglowitz just did, that the current resolution simply recommends that Planning Committee recommend approval to Council of the bylaw. And it's up to committee whether you feel that's sufficient or whether you want to provide very clear direction that approval is conditional on those items that we've heard today. I don't believe, or I didn't note any changes to the resolution for the severances on the island and the conditions imposed. But I did hear a lot of discussion on the rezoning. It appears that committee's favorable of rezoning to waterfront landing. We've heard the applicant's agent confirm they're comfortable with freezing the dock layout as shown. And we can also add to the resolution that the number of parking spaces be limited to that shown. That would give flexibility to an alternate layout, but we can put in the resolution that the 10 parking spaces, that the bylaw limit it to 10 parking spaces. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no support for prohibiting a boathouse on the waterfront landing. Also, I believe some questions are raised whether the bylaw should restrict or put an added restriction on the island lot sizes. So that would require future rezoning in order to subdivide the island further. I think that was raised by a member of the public as well. So if I'm happy, if provided the direction, I can amend the resolution to insert those changes if you want those conditions noted in the resolution.
Okay, thank you. So I believe that we have, well, maybe I'll start with the island property. Do we wish to add any more restrictions in terms of the lots? Anybody who wants to add restrictions? Okay, so I think we're good with that one. Oh, sorry. Councillor Nishikawa, do you have a comment?
Sorry, I just got the feeling that Director Pink had a suggestion on those lot sizes. And correct me if I'm wrong, but he had alluded to that if we wanted to address that or not. And I'm not sure if he was talking about the actual lot sizes or whether we're going to restrict severance on those lot sizes.
Well, let's find out. Director Pink?
Thank you. Didn't mean to relay any concerns. Certainly the lot sizes are well in excess of what our official plan and zoning bylaw require. But I believe I heard from some members of the community a wish to place some further restrictions. I think it was referred to as a restrictive covenant or something of that matter to ensure that future lot creation. As the lots are quite large, I think there was some concern that they could be further subdivided. What we have done in some situations is through the amending zoning bylaw, recognize all the frontages and areas of the proposed lots. What that would do is if a future owner wished to come and make application to further subdivide, it would either not be permitted as of right or not even a committee of adjustment minor variance proposal. They would have to come before council to amend a bylaw in order to further subdivide. Staff has reviewed the proposal in the minds that it will be privately owned. We certainly hope it will be donated to the Conservancy, but until that actually occurs, there's no guarantee that it will. So just some food for thought for committee if you wish to add those restrictions. I don't know if the applicant's agent is comfortable with those. I'm not sure if he responded to that.
Thank you. Before we go to the applicant's agent, is anyone in favor of restricting? Oh, Councillor Nishikawa, would you like to speak again?
Yes, please. So with what Councillor Pink or Director Pink had advised, I would like to see those restrictions put in place, or at least I would like to hear from the property owners on that. But I don't want to delay this application knowing that in fact it's just adding months and months on things and on top of that backlog in our planning department. So I'd like to take care of everything that we can today.
All right, I think Mr. Fauner, you're up.
Yes, once again, through the chair. It is one item I have not spoken to my clients about. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you, if they're listening in. I would be recommending to them that, they have no objection to zoning bylaw exemption sort of tying down the lots to what's proposed, because that's certainly been the intent. So I wouldn't think that they would have a problem with that. The one issue that I do have is maybe a little bit on timing, and I don't know how we can avoid it. And that is, we currently have a zoning amendment in play, but it's for the waterfront landing, and that's a totally different piece of property. I'm just questioning whether we may have to submit another application altogether to regarding the island and zoning, because right now there's no zoning amendment application related to the island. And however, if it's something that of course may allay people's fears and reduce or eliminate the possibility of an appeal, the additional time may be warranted anyways, and that might not necessarily be a bad thing if that's going to keep public concern at bay. Thank you.
Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. That's why I suggested that the timing as to whether it comes back direct to council or planning might be flexible. I heard Mr. Fauner say three things. One was what he just spoke about, some kind of a consent agreement registered on title that he hadn't spoken to his clients about. So he needs time to do that. But I think we should suggest that we favor that and hoping that can be accomplished. I also heard him talk about several things that were in the Royal Muskoka Island suggestion. And I just want to go through those. And just for clarification, that the 5 boat slips be kind of frozen, the 10 parking spots, although the configuration variable be frozen, and that would be through the zoning bylaw. And then that the other issues are going to be handled by site plan. You know, that the parking lot not become a paved marina parking lot, dark sky lighting and trees, the buffering and those issues. And I think that's kind of the direction I'd like to give to staff. Those are kind of the areas we'd like to see when it comes back to us. At least that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe that we can help me again, Director Pink, but I think we can change the zoning as long as we put that freeze in place for the parking and the boat slips today. And unless there is there consent that we can approve the lot severances today without restrictions? Or do we want to wait if the owners are willing to give a restriction? Knowing it's not forever, they'd just be forced to come back and ask if they wanted something different. As we've all learned on planning, nothing is forever. So can I get a nod of heads now? Who is in favor of some restrictions on the lots on Highlands Island? So we have 4. So does that mean 6 would be happy to see it go forward today? I think. So I am going to suggest that we put that forward, unless, again, Mr. Fauner, would you like to go back? And I'm not sure I understand why anybody would want more restrictions, but.
Yes, I would like to discuss that with the client. I suppose it's obviously up to council as to how you wish to proceed. I do have another application, as you know, that was deferred at a meeting in the name of Lehman. And I've just within the last 2 days just received drawings because everybody's so busy, and that did not make it back to council. So, you know, even if you suggest going ahead to council and we can't quite make the time frame because we're still in discussions, you know, I guess that happens and you just carry on to a following council meeting. So it might be a bit of a moot point as to whether it goes directly to council or not with an approval. Although it would give my clients, I guess, some assurances that you at least agree in principle with the overall concept, which would be helpful. And we'll just have to do our best with the timelines. If we find that we have to submit another zoning bylaw amendment application, and certainly I'll be discussing that with planning staff, and you'll know whether it's coming right back to council or whether you're looking at another public meeting. So I'm sure we can deal with it. If you wish to move forward, that's fine, and we can deal with the timing.
Okay, Mr. Pink, do you? Oh, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Just a quick question to staff. Severed lot 1 is going to the Conservancy, so that's obviously not going to be redeveloped in the future, so I don't need to worry about it. Retained lot 1 or the retained lot and severed lot 2. I heard Mr. Sharp say they might be both deficient of acreage to sever them in the future anyway. So, you know, they're going to have to come in and ask for an amendment at that particular point. It's not as of right. Maybe Mr. Sharp can comment. Do we not need 2 acres of land for a severance? Right now, those are both at 3.7, 3.71 or 7.7. So they're both deficient, and we're in effect, they have to come to council to sever the lots.
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair Bridgman. Yes, that is correct, Mayor Harding.
So again, I'm fine moving this forward, Chair Bridgman, at this particular point. I think we have protection in our current zoning bylaw that doesn't allow for a severance.
To that point, I will point out that in Mr. Fauner's report, he's showing 1.5 acres, and I think there's a star on that, which takes you, if you look really hard, to it's been updated, and then you get to the 2 acres. So just for everybody listening in, it is 2 acres that is needed. And Mayor Harding, you're done? Your hand's going down? Okay, so in view of the fact that anything to do with the trying to sever these lots again would end up having to come to council, can we move this forward today? Can I, or we're good? Okay, so we're good, David? So we're going to need a few minutes just to, no, we're good? Boy, he's good. Okay, just give us a couple of minutes here and we'll get these ready to read. And then at council next month, we'll hear about the site plan and all of the work that's been done behind the scenes on this. So while we're waiting, I'm going to thank everyone who came today, who spoke, who was so respectful of everyone else. And I know it's really, Muskoka gets in our blood, and it's really emotional for either from the time we're born or the time that we spend up here. So again, I thank everybody for that. And beyond more, I wish we could have all been here in person. So one day we'll get back to that. Okay, Director Pink's just going to summarize everything here.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure I understood all the discussion correctly. Sorry to complicate that last little bit, but I think there was no direction to freeze the island any further. As we noted, the zoning bylaw already would require some relief due to the lot sizes. But I believe what was directed, the resolution I've drafted, would recommend approval to council of the zoning bylaw, but subject to a restriction to the current 10 parking spaces, and also a restriction to limit docking to that which exists at the current time. All, I think, as Mr. Fauner correctly noted, or Member Jaglowitz, all of the other matters will be dealt with through the site plan process. Landscaping, lighting, permeable surfaces, etc., can be dealt with through the site plan process. We can also work with the property owner through that process to alter the layout of the parking area if we can find a more optimal design. So hopefully that encapsulates the direction, and I'll leave the resolution to be read to the chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Pink. Thank you. Do I have 2 resolutions here? Okay, where's my consent one? Just a second. Any chance? Okay, I'm missing a resolution. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I found it. Lots of paper today. All right, moved by Councillor Hay. Oh, you're Councillor Edwards, you're back.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm back. You'll notice I'm also on the phone. I'm going to leave it on in case you lose me again. And I have heard this, so I will take part in this. Thank you very much. Sorry for any confusion. Frustrating morning.
Yeah, IT, isn't it wonderful? But yeah, we did see that you were on the phone, so that's great. All right, so moved by Councillor Hayes, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the consent applications B/02/03/21/ML Lang and Merksky roll numbers 4-26-086/4-17-001 be approved, subject to the following conditions: that registerable descriptions of the severed lots along with any required rights of way be submitted to the Secretary Treasurer along with a registered copy of the reference plan. The confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the proposed severed and retained lots are satisfactory for individual on-site sewage disposal. That a consent agreement be entered into with the township under section 5126 of the Planning Act, wherein the applicants agree to implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study prepared by Beacon Environmental and dated January 2021, and agree not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access to the severed and retained lots. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of land of the newly created severed lots on the entire lands, whichever is lesser. That the property known municipally as 1662 Judhaven Road be made subject to site plan control, and that a zoning bylaw amendment be approved to rezone the property known municipally as 1662 Judhaven Road from waterfront residential WR1 to waterfront landing WL, and to grant exemptions from certain parking area requirements. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, yeah, so, okay, I see Councillor Jagowitz slipped his hand in right before I asked for that. So would you like to say something before?
Yeah, and I apologize, but I'm missing just what the part we discussed about the conditions that were going to be on the rezoning. Maybe Director Pink could explain to me.
The conditions are, we're freezing parking and we're freezing the number. Yeah, it's the next one. Is it for this one? There are no restrictions, Councillor Jagowitz.
Oh, so we're rezoning unconditionally the landing, waterfront landing lot?
No, we're on the island basically right now, and we're not putting any restrictions on that because they're not big enough to be severed without having to come back.
No, but your last thing you read was that you approved the.
It's on the next record. I'm sorry, it's on the next motion that those restraints are put in.
I see. Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor? Madam Clerk? Thank you, that passes.
Madam Chair, if I may, I noticed that Mr. Seth Mesky has his hand up. I don't know if he wanted to speak or not. I mean, it's now we've done this, but I just noticed in the attendees room that Seth Mesky had his hand up.
Thank you, I had missed that. Have we got Mr. Mirsky in here? I think he's just coming in, but thank you, Mayor Harding. I did miss that.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Mirsky. Please, just your name and address, and then you can go ahead.
Yes, my name is Seth Mirsky. My address is 10 Shorncliffe Avenue, Toronto, Ontario. And I heard something at the very end that never got discussed that I'd like to be considered. And that is that the cash in lieu of parkland fee be waived in this instance, given the nature of the development, as many have noted, the limited development, and our intention to donate a big portion of the land to the Conservancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe we can take that under advisement for when it goes to council. Mr. Pink, would you like to comment on that? You know, because we already voted, but I believe we can, when that moves to council, we can discuss that then. Mr. Pink, I think Mr. Pink is going to speak.
Yes, sorry if I believe committee already voted, but before ratification, if a council member brings that up at the council meeting prior to the action items being ratified, that condition could be struck if council agrees that cash in lieu parkland is not necessary, given that there's still one additional residential lot being created, but they are making a gracious donation to the Muskoka Conservancy. So I'll leave that to council prior to the action items being ratified in May.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mirsky, we will, I will note that to bring it up for sure.
Thank
for you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next motion is Councillor Zavitz and then seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-09/21 bylaw 2021/035 Lang and Mirsky, roll number 4-26-086 and 4-17-001 be approved, subject to a restriction of parking spaces to no more than 10 and to limit docking to that which exists at this present time. Any discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk, that carries. Okay, thank you very much. All right, that brings us to our next applicant. And I believe this is Mr. Sawyer again. There you are. And it is Fangrad. So Mr. Sawyer, please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0321 in the name of Fangrad. The subject property is known municipally as 1030 Curry Street. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plans on pages 169 and 170 of the agenda package. The subject lands are zoned waterfront residential R4 and are located in the urban center of Bala, with 100 feet of frontage on Lake Muskoka and a lot size of approximately 0.6 acres. The buildings and structures on site include an as-built single-story dwelling with an associated as-built sun deck, a 2-story boathouse, 2 separate docks, 2 boat lifts, and 2 temporary storage shelters. In this case, as can be seen on the sketches, a previously existing legal non-complying dwelling has been replaced, generally in the same location, but with a larger footprint, portions of which encroach further on the front yard and side yard setbacks. In addition, a new sun deck has been constructed, also without the benefit of a building permit. The zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted to request exemptions to permit the as-built dwelling and sun deck to remain on the property. Where a legal non-complying dwelling is set back less than 66 feet from the high water mark, the front yard setback is the existing setback or a minimum of 50 feet, whichever is greater. In this case, both the previously existing dwelling and the as-built dwelling are located less than 50 feet from the high water mark. More specifically, the previously existing dwelling was located 26 feet from the high water mark, and the as-built dwelling is now located 23.5 feet from the high water mark. So accordingly, an exemption to the front yard setback requirement is requested. An exemption is also requested to the front yard setback for a new sun deck. The minimum permitted setback for a sun deck is 50 feet. In this case, the as-built sun deck is constructed 13.2 feet from the high water mark. Exemptions are also requested to the minimum permitted exterior side yard setback and the minimum permitted setback from an unopened original road allowance. The minimum setback requirements are 25 feet. In this case, the dwelling is located 4.9 feet from the side lot line and from an abutting unopened original road allowance. Similarly, an exemption is requested to the minimum permitted side yard setback for a sun deck. In this case, the as-built sun deck was constructed 3 feet from the side lot line and from the road allowance. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance, and 6 submissions have been received to date. Before explaining the comments that have been submitted, I would like to advise that staff are not in a position to support the approval of the application, primarily because a portion of the as-built dwelling is located within the floodway of Bala Bay on Lake Muskoka. In accordance with provincial, district, and township policies, development shall not be permitted in a floodway except for very limited exceptions, for example, for shoreline structures and erosion control works. In this case, the primary concerns of staff are with the considerable enlargement of the dwelling within the floodway and the resulting conformity issues with planning policy. So on to the comments. The first submission is from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, who has advised that if the requested bylaw exemptions are approved, a building permit application would be required for the as-built construction. Further, where portions of the building are below the flood elevation, flood-proofing measures will be required in accordance with the Ontario Building Code. The second submission is by Tim Sopko, the township's public works technician. Mr. Sopko's comments explain that staff would generally not support the reduction of setbacks adjacent to an unopened original road allowance unless there is no other alternative available. In this case, public works staff do acknowledge the fact that the as-built dwelling and deck have, in this case, already been constructed. The third submission is from the District Municipality of Muskoka. The recommendation from the district's letter reads as follows. District staff are unable to recommend approval of the above noted application as it is not consistent with the provincial policy statement and does not conform to the Muskoka official plan with respect to development within the floodway. Should council wish to consider the application, district staff would recommend that the application be deferred until the following has been addressed to the satisfaction of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. Number one, the submission of detailed information demonstrating that the structure is located outside of the floodway and or can be adequately flood-proofed and erosion protected, including the provision of safe access and egress during a regulatory flood event with no off-site or adverse environmental impacts. And number two, the submission and implementation of an environmental impact study conducted by a qualified professional which identifies mitigation and rehabilitation actions to reduce impacts on fish habitat and water quality. Notice of council's decision respecting the above noted application is requested, and that the letter is signed by planner Emily Crowder. The fourth application is by the Trillium Lakelands District School Board, advising that they do not have any concerns. There have been 2 letters received from members of the public. Both are in support. The first is from Brian Brown, the owner of the abutting property to the north. Mr. Brown's submission reads as follows. I own the property at 1032 Curry Street and have been the owner since 2010. With respect to the planning application put forward by Mr. Fangrad, owner of the above referenced property, I have no objections and am in support of Mr. Fangrad's plans to functionally and visually enhance his property at 1030 Curry Street, and specifically his planning application to the township. I am in favor of this as it will improve the aesthetics of his and the surrounding properties, positively affect the value of my property, and will not negatively impact the environment, aesthetics, or character of his or surrounding properties in any way. As such, I have no concerns and am in support of Mr. Fangrad's desired development. The second submission, public submission is from Anthony Dominici, the owner of the closest waterfront residential property to the south. I should note that the applicant's property and Mr. Dominici's property is separated by the unopened original road allowance. The letter is similar to the one I just read and reads as follows. I own the property at 1024 Curry Street and have been the owner since 2019. With respect to the planning application put forward, I have no objections and am in support of Mr. Fangrad's plans to functionally and visually enhance his property. I am in favor of this as it will improve the aesthetics of his and the surrounding properties, positively affect the value of my property, and will not negatively impact the environment, aesthetics, or character of his or surrounding properties in any way. As such, I have no concerns and am in support of Mr. Fangrad's desired development. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. As mentioned previously, staff have concerns with portions of the as-built development being located in the floodway, and as a result are not in a position to support approval. However, if planning committee is considering recommending approval, staff would recommend the following. Firstly, that the as-built development be made subject to site plan control and that a site plan agreement be entered into along with securities for plantings and retention of vegetation. In this case, the as-built dwelling is in close proximity to a portion of the shoreline that is identified as type 1 significant fish habitat. In accordance with applicable policy, it is therefore recommended that an environmental impact study be required to identify mitigation or rehabilitation measures to protect fish habitat. At the time the application was submitted, the applicant offered to remove one of the existing docks to improve the cumulative width of shoreline structures. However, a site inspection revealed that there are also 2 boat lifts along the frontage, which would add to cumulative width of structures, and these structures are not shown on the site plan. As a result, staff would recommend that the boat lift be removed in addition to the dock. To ensure the comments from the township's chief building official are addressed, staff would recommend that the bylaw be amended prior to 3rd reading to require any windows and doors to be situated above the static floodline elevation of Bala Bay, which is 226.3 meters above sea level. Lastly, a minor technical amendment to the bylaw would also be required prior to 3rd reading to include the exemptions to the setback of an original road allowance, which was not included at the time the bylaw was drafted. I have no further comments at this time. I would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soya. I believe Ms. Kramer is here representing the owners.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Would you have visual?
Yeah.
There you are.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Just your name and address, Ms. Kramer, and then away you go.
Yep. So my name's Helena Kramer, HELENA-CRAYMER, and I work for Marie Poirier Planning and Associates, and we're the agent authorized to act on behalf of the property owner of 1030 Curry Street in Bala. Our address is 44 King William Street, Unit A, here in Huntsville, and the postal code is P1H1G3. So good morning, everybody. It is still morning right now for a couple more minutes. Thank you for taking the time to hear this application and to hear me speak to it as well. I'd also like to thank staff for working cooperatively with us so far on this. We have reviewed the staff report and concur with staff's description of the application. If committee should decide to recommend approval of this application, we concur with all of staff's recommendations except for the recommendation that an EIS be required. With respect to the fish habitat for which the EIS is recommended, we note that the dwelling has existed for more than a century, and any adverse impact of the existing use, which is residential, on this fish habitat will have already been mitigated. We understand, based on conversation with township staff, that the objective of an EIS or fish habitat assessment is to ensure that the fish habitat is protected from any effects of development. Notwithstanding the quote proposed addition to the structure is already built, which is why we're coming to you hat in hand requesting your approval for it. We're happy to implement Department of Fisheries and Oceans standard mitigation measures through the site plan agreement process. So these standard mitigation measures include many measures that many of us are all familiar with already, and include retaining existing vegetation at the shoreline, further revegetation of the shoreline, prohibiting in-water works during fish spawning timing windows, avoiding disturbing or removing materials from the bank of the lake, and preventing contaminants from entering the water. Incorporating these measures into the site plan agreement achieves this objective, in that the fish habitat present will be protected at an enforceable level, that is through the site plan agreement. So I respectfully request that committee consider resolving to incorporate this into the site-specific zoning bylaw as opposed to requiring an EIS. Now, with respect to the floodplain mapping that Mr. Soya discussed, we discussed with staff, and it was agreed that the best approach to remain consistent with the provincial policy statement and district and township official plans while ensuring development can proceed safely and responsibly is to require all doors, windows, and openings to be constructed above the identified static floodline elevation. And we concur with this recommendation. This floodplain mapping has only been available for several months and was made available after our initial consultation with township staff and after our planning report was written. So essentially, we've had to address policy that's only recently come to the forefront of development in Muskoka. And I'm not saying that it's not important nor relevant. We don't want this dwelling to flood or otherwise be affected by seasonal water levels either. And that's why we and the owner agree with staff's recommendation regarding the elevation of openings. My point on this is that this dwelling has existed partially within the static floodline elevation, which is approximately 350 square feet of the existing dwelling was located within this, for more than a century with no flooding issues. And the proposed addition to this dwelling is only located 2.5 feet closer to the shoreline. So those are the two main items I wanted to bring to your attention, the EIS and the floodplain mapping. A couple of the minor things I just wanted to mention is that the staff report noted that the as-built deck was larger than depicted in the sketch attached to the application. This is because initially we submitted a sketch that accurately reflected the structure as it was built. During pre-consultation, the planner assigned to the file at the time was Ryan Allen, and he requested that the area of the deck be reduced in an effort to make the application more favorable. So we went back, scaled back the deck on the sketch. Mr. Allen left the township and Mr. Sawyer picked up the file. Yet obviously not fully aware of every conversation that we had, but those are the trials and tribulations of staff turnover, which we understand completely. Lastly, notwithstanding the development requires relief from today's zoning standards, it's very modest in nature. The owners have envisioned a modest addition to an existing dwelling that is more in character with a traditional cottage size and style, as opposed to maxing out per se what they can do on the property. The owner has further offered to remove an existing dock, as Mr. Sawyer mentioned, and also add vegetation between the cottage and shoreline. So overall, this application demonstrates a net improvement of the property. And further, the two immediately adjacent neighbors on either side of the subject property are in favor of the application. So that's everything I wanted to cover and bring to your attention respecting this application. In summary, we respectfully request that committee approve the application with staff's recommendations as set out, except for the requirement for an EIS to address fish habitat, as I explained. It's our opinion the objectives an EIS seeks to attain can be implemented and enforced through a site plan agreement. I would request that committee please consider instead requiring the DFO, quote, standard mitigation measures to protect fish habitat, unquote, be incorporated into the site plan agreement for the property. If you have any further questions for me about this application or the property, I'm here and happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Do we have anyone else who wants to speak on behalf of this? No? Anyone against? Okay. All right, so we are ready for comments from committee and Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, I guess to Sam, if I might, first question would be, thanks for that presentation. I would refer the group to figure 7. There's a wonderful photo of figure 7 facing the unfinished cottage from what is a gorgeous Trex dock. What is that? What is the item that's placed on that dock that's shrink wrapped? It actually looks to be something like a fireplace with a stone veneer front and a cap on it. That can't be what it is. So I'm asking for clarification. Figure 7, Sam, if you can see that, perhaps you attended the site. I've driven by it for years in my boat. It's right down the lake from me. I've never seen that structure there before. What would that be?
Through you, Chair Bridgman. I believe it's building materials that are stored there. Ms. Kramer may be able to verify that, but there was a few things that looked like they were just tarped on the dock there and stored, but I'm not entirely certain.
Ms. Kramer, could you answer that question?
Yes, I think so. I generally agree with Mr. Sawyer that I believe it's excess building materials right now, but if you check figure 6 of the planning report, it also shows some like Muskoka chairs that are on the dock as well that have some plastic over them.
Right. It just, if I might, thank you. It seems like an awfully strange place where there's a lot of property behind where the driveway is, that you would park building materials on that beautiful new dock. So it sure looks to me like it's a barbecue on a dock, which is bizarre. I might say as well, and again, 100 feet. I mean, this is particularly overbuilt. You've mentioned a couple of times Ms. Kramer, the idea, the notion of 100 years, I would imagine you're mainly referring to the old existing, essentially, I believe it's an old dry boathouse, correct? That's what you're sort of referring to as 100 years? Because the cabin that you're referring to that's slightly overbuilt, that was a very small structure before it grew wings. Am I right?
Ms.
Do we have a
Kramer?
size of that before it was built or added onto?
Thanks for your question, Councillor. Sorry, was your question pertaining more to the size of the dwelling on the property?
Well, I suppose as it relates to how you're folding in the 100 years. I mean, you referenced it a number of times, so clearly that's a strong point you believe in your argument. I do know that boathouse has been there my 66 years. That dry boathouse has been there forever. But what was there as well, where the cabin, the cottage now is, the unfinished cottage, was a very small structure. Do we have a size of it? I know we just used round general terms, but I mean, was it 800 square feet before and now it's 1,800? Or, I mean, to give us a scale.
Yep, no problem. So the existing cottage that an addition was actually constructed. So a bit of history for all committee members is that a tree actually fell on a corner of the cottage, and then they proceeded to fix it up and then found that there was some rotten bits and wood that had to be replaced, and one thing led to another. And so the existing footprint of the original cottage was 1,100 square feet, and the new one's about 1,800 square feet.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So I would just to wrap up, and I appreciate Chair Bridgman the opportunity. This is my ward. It is up the lake from where we are, and I would say that I would totally respect the position of our staff, totally support the position of the district on this. Wow, I think this needs to be spun back. I would, whatever the recommendations are, I do note in the staff report, the first line reads, staff cannot support approval of the application. I would actually like to defer to the staff, and I would support the staff's notes on what they suggest happens at this property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, not sure who. First of all, I just wanted to start off by, I'm looking at the planning justification report, and there's a map in there for 1030 Curry Street that basically shows you the waterway. And, the first thing that really concerns me about this is a very, very, very busy area. And to have that many docks in place is very concerning. Some of you may or may not know that our municipal dock is not very far away. I've been there when, let's just say, some users were very, very aggressive in this bay as well, with their no, I'm going to call it ATV, sorry, but sea-doos. And so that really concerns me, but mostly I find it very challenging when people do not apply for building permits. That just concerns me greatly. It shows a disrespect for the system, and that most of us follow. But I also am very challenged going against both our district and our township on this particular application. We, I almost feel like if I was to move forward and with this type of an application, when others send up flags and I don't have the expertise to say, oh no, this property is never going to flood, or it's none of these things that are suggested are going to happen, in fact do happen, and I blessed it to happen, that concerns me. So I will not be going against both our township staff and the district staff. But I'm very, very concerned, and I find it very disrespectful that no building permits were put in place. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else care to make a comment? If not, I'm going to read the resolution. Okay. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended
Sorry.
What did I do? Oh, we've got two. You guys have to be really quick. Councillor Jaglowitz.
I'm sorry to be speaking on so many issues, but I'd like to hear from our staff. They're not recommending that we approve this. I'm looking at a picture of it, but they do recommend that as a mitigation that the windows and doors being moved up. But what I'm looking at, it seems to have sliding doors very low to the ground. I'd like staff to comment. Are they okay with it if those openings are moved up, or do they still not support it?
Mr. Sawyer.
Through you, Madam Chair. Maybe I would like to just start with maybe providing a little bit of context on the staff position, and just to provide a little bit of background. Or the provincial policy in states that development in a floodway shall not be permitted, and there are limited exceptions to that, for example, for shoreline structures or erosion control works. And then this policy set is echoed in the district and the township official plans, and the part that planning staff are struggling with is that the directive word of shall is used in that. And so to understand the position of staff, it is important to note that the province defines a floodway as the entire floodplain, unless the floodplain has been further delineated on a regional sense. So this is usually done for a whole river or for a whole lake. In locations, it's further delineated into a floodway and a flood fringe. That's typically not done on large lakes, more on rivers. And so on a large lake, it's typically defined as a single flood elevation as it would be for Lake Muskoka. In this case, the district quite recently, like has been said, completed a floodplain mapping project, which has identified a static floodline elevation for Bala Bay, which is Bala Bay of Lake Muskoka, which is where this property is located. And this new data is the best data available for us to use to identify the extent of that floodway. And the identified extent crosses, in this case, right through the footprint of the previously existing dwelling, or now also the now enlarged as-built dwelling. So with respect to the data from the district, I had mentioned that it represents the best available data to define the floodway. In this respect, it's also important to note that several different historic flood elevation numbers have been used in the past to define the floodway of Lake Muskoka. However, these numbers have generally been higher, resulting in a larger floodway, and then is now used through this new data. The new floodplain data defines a separate floodplain elevation for Bala Bay, which is actually below the elevation that is used for the greater Lake Muskoka water body. So as a result, the flood elevation is now being used to define the floodway. It appears to be the best information we have available to define that floodway, and that's why the position or the staff have taken this position on this application. It's been a difficult one to work through, especially as there was a dwelling here before. It's been enlarged to a certain extent and is now without the benefit of a permit. So I thought I would just kind of share that background, but if you could, if there's a specific question, then I'd be happy to answer that as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Mr. Sharp, I see do you want to comment on this, Mr. Sharp?
No, I don't think so. Mr. Soya did an excellent job of just explaining some of the background. I would just note that, as Mr. Soya had indicated, and I just emphasize this, that there is a very strong policy set at the provincial level down to the district, and of course to us at the area municipal level, just with respect to development within floodplains. And just given that policy, staff just cannot support the application as it's proposed. And maybe just one thing I can clarify is just the recommendation. So we have indicated that. However, of course, staff aren't the decision makers. So if committee felt so inclined to disagree with staff and approve the application, we would recommend that it be that approval be subject to those specific conditions. And one of those conditions is a condition with respect to requiring openings, doorways, windows, and other similar type of openings to be above the static flood line elevation that has been identified for this location. And that's a common strategy for flood proofing. So that's where we're coming from in that regard. Thank you.
Quick supplementary, just to understand, but even with those that recommendation, staff still does not support it. If the doors are moved up, you're still not in support of it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to, Mr. Soya, did I see you wanted to speak?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I thought I would just add that we've also spoken with Nick Snyder about that flood proofing measures, and that there is specific requirements through the Ontario Building Code that outline how something like that should be flood proofed. So just to add some context as to his comments in that regard, and why we've included that as a requirement should committee be considering approval.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Edwards, then Mayor Harding, then Councillor Zavitz. So Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. We're supposed to look at this as if it was not built, and I would not be supporting this. I would also like to know what is on that dock, if it's actually building materials or is a structure, either a sauna or a fireplace or something like that. So I would not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. I guess my big concern is right now, it ultimately ends up with liability, because as soon as we approve this and we issue then a building permit, the township has deemed this appropriate, and a subsequent owner, you gave me a building permit, my place flooded. What I haven't seen, and I appreciate staff's comments have raised the windows. The reality for me is wood is also permeable, and that water, if the flood is to hit as we had 2019, let's pray we never get there again, but it is in a floodplain. If this whole cottage was built up and put on a block foundation 2 feet, I might be a little bit more amenable to looking at this particular thing. But at this point, I can't support this. I guess my question to staff is, when we turn this down, assuming we turn this down, let me make that comment, because I'm not in support of this going forward. What are the next steps? Obviously, they could appeal to LPAT. I get that. But do they have to rip out the new portions of the building? The old building would have been able to remain as of right. It could have been reconstructed as of right. But the additions, the decks, all of those things need to be removed. Am I correct on that?
Would that be Mr. Snyder who would be the one to answer that one? Or no, I see Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair Bridgman. So essentially what was there before would appear to be legal non-complying so far as we can tell. So in that sense, there are rights that go along with those types of buildings that would enable them to be reconstructed 1-for-1 with equivalent to reduced dimensions, no change in use. So they could put back what they have today. Based on the numbers that we've been provided, I understand that approximately 470 square feet of the as-built dwelling is an increase beyond what was otherwise within the floodplain prior to the enlargement. If that makes any sense, that didn't come out quite right, but hopefully you could follow that. So, that's where we're at. If the application doesn't get approved and finalized in some way, shape, or form, ultimately the goal here is for the applicants to recognize this building and be issued a building permit. So if it doesn't get finalized, then a building permit wouldn't be available, and they'd be left with no other option than to put back what they have or what they had previously. Thank you.
Is that another, Mayor Harding? Is that another supplemental?
And maybe Ms. Sharp, you can explain the enlargement per se. Is that within the floodplain or is that outside of the floodplain? Let me ask that question specifically.
Mr. Sharp.
So the enlargement has occurred both, to my understanding, and Mr. Soya can correct me if I'm wrong, but the enlargement has occurred both within the floodplain and outside the floodplain. And the increase within the floodplain is about 470 square feet more than what previously existed within the floodplain.
Okay, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I want to point out yet again, I seem to have a fixation with figure 7. I do believe if we asked Sam when these pictures were taken, if Sam actually created this report, I think you'd find it was during that beautiful weather we had perhaps 2 to 3 weeks ago. I believe that because if you look at the water line right now, at that time, that was an epic low water level. And I say epic, no one has ever seen the water this low in Bala Bay. This is not a river. This is part of Bala Bay, part of Lake Muskoka. That water today, and that water at our normal water level would be right up to those fir trees, by the way. So all of that shoreline you see there, that is underwater. So it just gives you a sense of how close to the river, how close to the water, how close to ground zero this property really is. So it just sort of puts a hard stop on Sam's point about the floodplain and Bryce's concerns about our concerns about how low that property really is, how low that property lies to the water line. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to allow Ms. Kramer to speak one more time, and then I think I'm wrapping this up. Ms. Kramer?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. So I just gathered that committee has some concerns about supporting this application. So if committee agrees, I would respectfully request that we defer it and some direction please be provided on how to alleviate your concerns thereof. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Kramer, but I am getting the sense that the committee isn't looking for alleviating anything. I think this is going to be denied, so it has to go back to what has been allowed and is legal on this property. But Councillor Nishikawa, would you like to have a comment?
Thank you. Well, I as I said, or in my mind, I'm thinking I would not be moving this application forward, nor is it up to this committee to try to redesign a person's property. And I think that to suggest so would be incorrect. I believe that this application has been heard, and I don't believe that any deferral is required at this time. Thank you.
Mayor Harding, last word.
Thank you. I guess my perspective would be what I think the applicant's doing is sensing issues. My specific issue is expansion and building within a floodplain. So that extra 480 square feet. If this application had come to me today without the 480 square feet expanded in the floodplain, rebuilding or whatever of what their existing footprint was, I would certainly be more supportive of it. So if that's a direction, again, I hate to turn something down to have it come back. And I guess from a process perspective, we're certainly not approving this today, but I also don't want this to go on for 6 months. I also wouldn't want anybody inhabiting the building at this particular point. So from a process, there's obviously probably a stop work order. Are they allowed to habitate the building at this particular point would be my question to staff. If they're not, then they're going to want to deal with this sooner than later. But I have heard the applicant say, hey, can you defer this for 30 days, which I would actually be in favor of, understanding our comments and issues.
Mr. Sharp, Mr. maybe whoever.
Just in regard to Mayor Harding's comment, perhaps if Mr. Snyder is available to speak to the matter specifically with respect to whether the building would be able to be habitated, he might be best to speak to that. I see he's on here now. Thanks.
Mr. Snyder, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Thank you, Council. It's my understanding that there are currently orders issued to the property. It's not my understanding that there is an order prohibiting occupancy, but I could be mistaken on that. It wouldn't be typical practice to prohibit occupancy of an existing dwelling due to the addition or works on an addition that are undertaken without the issuance of a permit, but that portion of the building could potentially be addressed that way, if that sufficiently addresses the question.
Councillor Nishikawa, is that you okay? All right, Councillor Hayes.
Sorry, it doesn't address anything for me. I think it was the mayor that asked the question, but in fact, it actually raises more concerns for me. And again, delaying this so that somehow we redesign the application. There's too much wrong here, in my opinion. And if they want to come back, if somehow this committee wants to approve this to come back to council, then that's fine. But I don't see that this being resolved in the next 30 days. So.
Sorry, Councillor Hayes.
Through you, just so that Ms. Kramer understands, not everyone seems to be concerned with the dwelling. We also have concerns with the amount of structure on the waterfront as well. So I don't want you to go back to the owners and say this is their concern. There is an overall concern with overdevelopment.
Okay, so I am going to, I don't see putting this on hold. I would like to, so I'm sorry, what are you saying? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Another technical question there. I have a straw nods. I need my lunch soon. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I know. To move this forward, my vote. Oh, really? Okay, sorry, Mayor Harding, go ahead. We have somebody else trying to access. Okay, this is the IT part. Go ahead.
I guess my question is to Mr. Pink or Mr. Sharp. If we turn this down today, what's the process for them to come back with a new application and a change potentially that would meet the dock widths and all the addressing issues that we have? I know when we turn down a bylaw or we pass something that there's many months involved. I will also state that I would be interested in our building department putting an order in no occupancy to the new addition within the floodplain. So I guess I'm just trying to help some guidance from our planning staff, because I'm quite sure that regardless of what we do today, they're going to come back with some kind of a addressing of the issues to us today. So I'm trying to find the easiest way forward. We're not approving this. If we defer it, we're not approving it. Doesn't matter.
Hello.
Who is Patsy? Sorry. Oh, now Kelly. Okay. Okay.
Hi there. Hi there.
Just please do, no, hang on. Just please identify yourself first. Like, are you an owner?
Yes, my name is Kelly Ramsey, and I'm a property owner on Curry Street.
Oh, you are not the owner of this property?
No.
So I'm not sure. We are past the point of having public input on this.
She was trying to get in.
Oh, she was trying to get in. So that's part of our technology stuff. So, okay. Yeah, I know. 2 minutes, and please go ahead with what you'd like to say. And you need to state your address too.
My address is, it's not an address. I own vacant land across the street from the subject property. And the only comment I like to make is that I only ask that the town protect the right of way or the road allowance for the public to access the waterfront should you know, in the future it be used. So maybe a fence, you know, like the one at Wise Miller Street Wharf could protect the right of way for the public use. That's my only comment, and thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you. I'm going to go back to Mayor Harding's question then. And is it Mr. Snyder, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Pink? Looks like he would like to speak. Mr. Pink?
Sorry to jump in. Thank you, Chair. I suspect Mr. Sharp and Mr. Sawyer are going to say the same things, but just to be very concise, certainly it seems the sentiment of committee is to defeat, and that's certainly within your prerogative to recommend defeat. Ultimately, council would turn down the bylaw in a month's time. I agree with member Nishikawa. It's not our role, staff, or the municipality to design this building. However, I don't have concerns with the deferral and allowing the property owner to revise their plans. That commonly happens in front of committee when concerns are raised, and we can give them as much time as they need. The alternative would be a new application, which would start from scratch, a new fee, a new application form, and at the beginning of the queue, likely heard later this summer. Alternatively, we can simply defer and allow the application to become active. I believe the agent hopefully heard loud and clear the concerns raised today. Staff certainly made good notes. So I'll leave it in committee's hands.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, your hand is up. Are you
Yes,
wishing
could
to
I
speak?
please ask for the question to be called?
I believe you can. All right. Madam Clerk. So moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Jaglowitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-03/21, bylaw 2021-014, Fangrad roll number 7-12-025 be approved, subject to the following: that the as-built development be made subject to site plan control, and that a site plan agreement be entered into along with securities for plantings and retention of vegetation. That a satisfactory environmental impact study be completed to identify any mitigation measures necessary to protect significant fish habitat and which are implemented to the satisfaction of the township. That the dock central on the property and the 2 boat lifts be removed prior to third reading. That bylaw 2021-014 be amended prior to third reading to permit the as-built dwelling to be set back 4.9 feet from an exterior side lot line abutting the original road allowance. The bylaw 2021-014 be amended prior to third reading to permit the as-built sun deck to be set back 3 feet from an exterior side lot line abutting an original road allowance, and the bylaw 2021-014 be amended prior to third reading to require any windows and doors and other similar openings to be situated above the static floodline elevation of 226.30 meters above sea level. MASL. Any discussion? Mayor Harding.
Thank you. A point of order specifically to the clerk in particular. And is it possible at this point, now that the resolution has been read, I would actually like to recommend a deferral of this. Does that mean setting this motion aside at this particular point and how we go forward? And the rationale to understand why I'm preferring a deferral: if we turn this down today, number one, it will start a new application on behalf of the proponent. We've also heard that from a timing perspective, they will probably not get back to this committee until the end of the summer. We can issue all the permits we want and comply. That building will remain in state today until the end of summer, I believe, because the application will be there. We won't have any leverage to have anything removed. I would rather be dealing with this sooner than later with potentially a new application, at which point we may turn that down. But I think a 30-day pause in keeping this application going, knowing that the applicant wants to. So from a process, I need the clerk to help, because I would be recommending a deferral at this particular point versus a defeat.
Madam Clerk. So she's just checking the bylaws right now, so we'll just take a minute here. Sorry, we're just checking the bylaws to before Cheryl replies. While we're waiting, Councillor Jaglowitz, I see your hand is up, so why don't we hear from you?
Yes, it was another point of order type of question, so I think the appropriate, just clarification also from staff, if we vote this down, this is only a recommendation to council, is my understanding. And so if this was voted down today, it would still come forward to council, would it not, as not approved? And could be dealt with then there again, or am I incorrect? If we vote it down, is that the end of it? That was just a follow on to the mayor's question.
Yes, Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. That's correct. This is a recommendation to council. So council would ultimately have to ratify that decision in a month's time. I suppose presumably it could be deferred at that point is one option. But that would be the process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, not to confuse this even further or complicate it, but I mean, when I listen to you read that motion to actually recommending that we approve this, those are incredibly restrictive. I mean, to the point where if we were to, in a wish list, ask staff what else they would add to that reco if we approve it, what else can we ask? What else they might add to that? I mean, this is wiping out the dock. I presume the other dock's going to be gone because they've already agreed to get rid of that. That's everything. That's the lifts. That's moving the decks back. That's getting rid of part of the house because of the side. What else is there that we would be asking for? Because quite honestly, that's a very comprehensive. That's a very comprehensive. How do I put this in reverse? It's a very comprehensive dictate by the township as to what we require them to do. Am I off base on that?
Well, I guess that wasn't rhetorical, so I'm not sure who I'm going to ask what else we could put in. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. So I think, staff, we've indicated we're not supportive of the proposal as it's being proposed. However, if committees wishing to make a recommendation that it be approved, that it be subject to those conditions, and you're right, they are quite comprehensive, but I don't think there's really anything else that we would require or ask for based on our review of applicable policy and what would be the best case scenario for the property if this application were to be approved. That's about all I can say.
Okay, follow up, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you to Bryce. I know that's a very difficult. Well, I guess the point is we can't put a chain around the building and drag it back towards the road 6 feet. What else? If you're I'm with you, as I've said earlier. If we don't approve this, we send them away. What if we did approve it and we said subject to the following conditions? You've added those; they're all there. What else? Are you still taking the position we can't approve it because it's sitting in the middle of a floodplain, or it's that is that fair of me to ask you further?
Mr. Sharp, I mean, I gather that even if we approve this, that's not the recommendation from you.
Through you, Chair Bridgman, as Mr. Soya had indicated, the policies are quite prescriptive with respect to thou shall not develop within a floodway subject to certain exemptions. Based on our reading and understanding of the policies that are in place, we don't feel that this development would be subject to those exceptions that are provided in policy. Just thinking outside the box, and again, I don't know what the applicant's intentions are or flexibility would be with respect to making design changes. I'm hearing from Mayor Harding that he may look at the proposal much differently if there was no expansion of floor area or footprint within the floodplain. So, I see the benefit of, putting a 30-day pause on this, providing Ms. Kramer with an opportunity to approach her clients to see whether that would be an opportunity. I think the part that we're all, or the committee may not be focused on as well is we've got concerns from our Public Works Department with respect to the setback from the unopened road allowance that abuts the exterior side lot line as well. They're saying that, unless there's no other alternatives, they can't support that reduced setback. So I just thought I'd mention that at this time as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have an answer for us? Oh, we're still going. All right, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Harding.
Okay, thank you. And I think Mr. Sharp just highlighted to Councillor Zavitz's question. Yes, it's very restrictive, but that leaves the building as it is. For me, there's no expansion within the floodplain. So that's the one thing that's missing from this and that would need to be revised. And that's where I would send the applicant back to the drawing board to come back with an application that will be removing portions of that within the floodplain. We can still ask for any renovations to the building, which are in the floodplain existing, for windows and doors, hopefully to be above. That's as of right, though. So that's what's missing for me is we need to take down part of this building first and foremost and remove some docks. But I believe that in the next 30 days, we can give the application a proper opportunity and that we will move and fix this problem in a faster manner by deferring 30 days than defeating at this particular point. And that's why I'm looking for the clerk for guidance.
Are you ready? Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, I believe, is ready.
Good afternoon. So with respect to Councillor Nishikawa calling for the motion, in order to do a vote on the motion, we would have to proceed with a 2/3 vote pursuant to section 4.10 in our procedural bylaw. So I would need a seconder on that motion to proceed with the calling of this vote. Or an alternatively, or in conjunction with, we could actually call the vote, and if it's the wish of committee that we defer the matter, then we could just strike all the conditions and recommend that it be deferred for 30 days. So kind of looking for guidance from committee on how you want to proceed.
Okay, so I gather it's calling, sorry, Cheryl. No, that was me. Calling the vote. Is there anyone who will be seconding Councillor Nishikawa's call? I don't, Councillor Hayes, I know you're talking. I don't know if you're wanting us to hear it. So, all right. So I believe then, Madam Clerk, we don't do that.
So it can just be,
What do you mean?
I can speak again.
Yeah, would you mind?
So we could just have it laid on the table and it could be voted on at the next meeting, or that we could vote on it now and defeat it, or we could vote on it now and amend it to say deferred for 30 days. So I'm kind of looking at how Councillor Zavitz has a question.
Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. I would certainly side with the mayor on this, and I like the explanation. I would defer this for 30 days, not to be overly confusing. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. I think as a path forward, according to the procedural bylaw, we need 2/3 to be able to call the vote. I don't believe if you ask that question, you're going to get 2/3, which puts it back in your hands, Chair Bridgman, at which point you could ask the question if we want to defer this for 30 days. I think it's the simplest path forward.
No, I understood that. We didn't get any takers on seconding that motion. So, all right. So I'm going to ask if we want to defer this for 30 days. Oh, Councillor Edwards? Councillor Edwards, did you want to speak first?
Yes, I do. When a motion is called and then somebody wants to actually defer it, is it not a 2/3 to hear that vote rather than the motion that was already on the table? Just for clarification, I don't mind deferring it or something like that, but I just like clarification on that. And if it is actually deferred, I want to know what's on that dock, if it's just storage or it is something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
The motion that Councillor Ruth Nishikawa requested that the vote be called on, so we needed a 2/3 vote on that, but there was no motion, no mover, or sorry, no seconder for that motion. So with respect to the deferral, we could either we could just lay this motion on the table and leave it and vote on it at the next meeting because we didn't get a 2/3 vote to vote on that specific motion.
Okay. So what I think I'm hearing you say is we can just defer this to deal with at the next planning committee meeting.
Right, if it's the consensus.
If it's the consensus of this group, and then I would assume that Ms. Kramer will be coming back again at that time. So that's an option. I'm going to let Councillor Kelly speak.
Thank you. Through you, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Councillor Nishikawa called the vote. That is now dead, right? Because we didn't get a seconder. So we're talking not about deferring that vote. We're talking about deferring the vote that originally accompanied the agenda. Just so that I'm clear, and that's fine. Good. Thank you.
Correct. So,
okay.
All right. So I will ask if we want deferral. So how many are in favor of deferring this 30 days to next planning meeting? All right. I believe that carries. Madam Clerk. Okay, all right, we have dealt with that. It is now 1:45, so I am going to call a half-an-hour lunch break till 1:15. So we'll see you all back. Is that enough? Well, I should ask, is that enough time for everybody? Are we good? Councillor Edwards?
45 minutes and give staff their proper lunch hour.
Okay, 45 minutes. We'll see you back at 1:30. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. And we're going to just keep going right now with our last public meeting, and it would be Mr. Sharp. And in terms of Island Florence. So thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-05/21, bylaw 2021-31 in the name of Lang. The subject property is known municipally as Island Florence, Unit R14. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawings, beginning on page 231 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. The subject land contains a 2-story dwelling, 2 land-based sleeping cabins, a pair of 2-story boathouses with sleeping cabins in the upper levels, and docks. The applicant proposes to construct an addition to a dock to construct the 2nd story of one of the 2 existing boathouses. Rather, that's to reconstruct the 2nd story of one of the 2 existing boathouses, to construct a single-story boathouse addition with a rooftop sun deck, and to construct a 2nd story covered area addition. A portion of an existing dock is to be removed. The purpose of the proposed bylaw is to provide an exemption from cumulative dock width requirements. In this case, the maximum permitted cumulative dock width is 75 feet. The proposed cumulative dock width is 151.2 feet. It is noted that the existing dock width is 150.9 feet. The purpose of the proposed bylaw is also to provide an exemption to permit an increase in 2nd story covered area on a lot containing boathouses that already exceed maximum 2nd story size requirements. In this case, the maximum permitted size of the 2nd story of a boathouse is 650 square feet, which can be habitable floor area, covered area, or any combination thereof, plus a maximum of 250 square feet of covered area, or 900 square feet total. The cumulative 2nd story size of the 2 existing boathouses equates to 1,058 square feet. An additional 223 square feet of covered area is proposed, resulting in a total cumulative 2nd story size of 1,281 feet, or square feet rather. The purpose of the proposed bylaw is also to provide an exemption from the maximum permitted height requirement of 25 feet for a 2-story boathouse. The proposed 2nd story covered area addition is to be 27 feet in height and will match the height of the existing 2-story boathouse. In summary, the application will have the effect of permitting a dock addition to exceed maximum permitted cumulative dock width requirements, of permitting an increase in 2nd story covered area on a lot containing boathouses that already exceed maximum 2nd story size requirements, and of permitting a covered area to be 27 feet in height. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 4 submissions have been received to date. The first submission is by the Community and Planning Services Department of the District Municipality of Muskoka. District staff have no objection and request to be notified of Council's decision. That is signed by Emily Crowder, District Planner. The second submission is by Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official. Mr. Snyder has advised that he has no objections. The third submission is by Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and Mr. Sopko has indicated that the Public Works Department has no objections. And the fourth submission is by the Trillium Lakelands District School Board, and the school board has no concerns, and that is signed by Terry Guthrie. I have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. If committee is considering recommending approval of the application, staff have recommended that the height of the proposed 2nd story covered area be reduced to 25 feet. I have no further comments at this time, and I would be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. So, Mr. Fauner, I believe that you are up again. Welcome.
Yeah, it's back on again. Good afternoon. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. And I'm here representing Don Lang. This is for his personal property on Florence Island. So I wasn't sure about having both these on the same agenda. Hopefully it won't work against me. But anyways, again, this is his personal property, and I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you very much. And yes, we can skip to the next slide there. So again, what this is in addition to an existing boathouse, he does have 2 boathouses on the property. One would be considered a wet boathouse and the other a dry boathouse. So, and he requires the following exemptions. I would like to first thank staff for their positive report, and actually I've spoken with Mr. Lang and he has no objection to reducing the height of the addition down to 25 feet to comply. So we actually won't require the 27-foot height or the 2-foot exemption. Next. So this is the property itself. It actually doesn't include all of the property. It's a very large property. It's 9 acres. Basically, the around the outside, the actual frontage is over 1,200 feet, and you could actually quite easily get 3 lots out of this, maybe even 4, but I think that'd be pushing it. But 3 lots would be possible. Next. So on this, you know, I know with the shaded, you know, in the crosshatch, it looks like there's a lot going on, but basically the left half of the boathouse, the one slip and the boat port part of it is going to be reconstructed. And what he's proposing to do is add another slip, which is on the right hand or east side of the boathouse. And from this drawing, really what you need to know is that the proposed dock width is going to increase, but there's an area to be removed. So he's compensating for it. So the overall increase in boat width, or excuse me, dock width is only 4 inches. Next. So in this particular drawing, if you look at the south elevation, you'll see a covered area that is also subject to the application. Again, keep in mind, we will revise the drawings. We can come down and make it the 25 feet in height. But the other is that with that covered area, there's already another very small covered area on the other 2-story boathouse that you'll see in the photos. And that brings it over. But anyways, he's got a very large property. It is divisible. And there is a section in the official plan that says that where you have a divisible property, you can exceed the normal requirements for shoreline structures. Next. This is just an above view, and the right-hand portion there is a new slip, and the dock behind as well is part of the application. Next. So this is the property as seen from the water. You can see the dwelling is fairly well hidden in the trees there on the point on the left side of the boathouses. The boathouse, the middle structure, if I can call it that, that is actually a dry boathouse, and the boathouse to the right is the one subject to this application. Next. So this shows the 2 boathouses. You can see an existing very small covered area on the left boathouse, which is actually a dry boathouse. He wants to put 233 square feet on the right-hand or easterly boathouse, which is the wet boathouse. Next. Again, this is where staff took their pictures from, and this is where, looking at the wet boathouse on the right-hand side, this is what actually constitutes the boathouse width. So by coming towards us in this picture, the boathouse width is actually not changing in the application. Next. This is just a close-up of the boathouse itself, so just a simple single slip 2-story boathouse that he would like to have as a 2-slip. With a covered area over one side over one slip, and then it'll be still the sleeping cabin over the other side, over the other slip. Next. And this is just a close-up showing the boat port side of the boathouse. Next. This is from behind. So where that boat is actually moored right there is actually where the new slip is proposed. And there is a portion of sort of an old existing dock behind that they just pull up canoes, and he may have a sailboat, I'm not sure. Next. This is the look down the shoreline towards the east. The next close shoreline structures are 2,000 feet away. And Mr. Lang also owns the property immediately to the east, which is vacant. So, and I believe it's either 200 or 300 feet of frontage. I'm not sure which. Next. This is just one of the sleeping cabins. This is a sleeping cabin up behind the boathouse. Next. And this is the other sleeping cabin that is actually closer to the dwelling and up behind the dwelling. Next. And this is the dwelling itself. And I understand it's been redone, but it's maintained its pre-existing character. It certainly has not been blown out in terms of size like we see sometimes on the waterfront. They've maintained the existing character. Next. So as I mentioned, in terms of planning analysis, certainly privacy and view won't be impeded from the neighbor, with the neighbor being 2,000 feet away. Next. And as I mentioned, there is an official plan policy that allows you to exceed shoreline structure width where there is severance potential. There is a criteria in the official plan that I won't go through that. It's in my report if anybody wants to read it. And I believe we've satisfied the criteria for zoning bylaw exemptions. Next. So as I mentioned, the boathouse width is not changing. The current boathouse is being reconstructed. So the increase in dock width, you can see what it is there. It's only going 0.3 of a foot, so 4 inches basically. The cumulative floor area of the covered areas is going to be going to 272 square feet. Again, this I guess I just can't emphasize it enough. It's a large property. Next. So as I mentioned, I believe that this property could be cut into 3 lots, and that would permit overall dock width of 225 feet, 750 square foot of covered area, 3 dwellings and 3 sleeping cabins over the property. Next. There is 1 dwelling, and yes, there are 4 sleeping cabins on the property. They are all relatively small, except for the ones that are in the boathouse are a little bit larger, but the 2 on land are quite small. And the overall lot coverage, even with the increase in size of the boathouse, is only 2.85%. And that would be within 200 feet. And as I mentioned, he has no objection to reducing the height to 25 feet. In fact, he discussed that with his contractor after Bryce had made that comment. The contractor is Wayne Judges, and they looked at the drawing and they actually thought that what was being proposed at 27 feet was actually a little bit bulky. And I would agree with that. It'll actually look a little bit better if that covered area is at 25 feet, not 27. Next. So in conclusion, it's my opinion that it conforms to the OPs, represents good planning, because the dock width addition is being compensated by a reduction in dock width, and it amounts to only a 4-inch increase. Proposed covered area won't change the visual appearance as seen from the east, and that's where the boathouse width is measured in this case. Next. And again, the property can be divided into 3 lots, and we know what can go along with that in terms of number of habitable buildings and size of shoreline structures. And in my opinion, the impact on the proposal will be very minimal, and especially in light of the setbacks from shoreline structures from neighboring properties. It's basically in each direction you go from these shoreline structures, there's nothing until you're 2,000 feet away on either side of this property. So I'm here to answer any questions, and hopefully you'll see a way to approval on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fauner. Now I see Mr. Lang is in, and you may not wish to speak, just listen. Mr. Lang? So having just asked you that you might not want to speak, I'm just asking you to tell us that you might not want to speak. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And Madam Chair and Council. And so I'm here to answer your questions. As you know, this is a heritage cottage. Both the boathouses and the cottage are all 100 years old. When we bought this over 20 years ago, we did renovate, but only the sort of the inside wiring and plumbing, but it's on the same footprint. So it is a heritage building built in 1890. And just to correct Steve Fauner, actually, when you look down the shoreline, we actually own both lots. So there's we have in total 2,000 feet under ownership, and so you can't even see the cottages or neighbors on the island from the property because they're quite far away. So in an effort to try to maintain the heritage properties, the idea was to modify the boathouse to accommodate that limestone boat on the outside, like to park out on the inside, and versus trying to build on the adjacent property, which we have. So this is really an effort to try and provide what we need, an extra slip, without building additional on any of the property we have. So that's the idea, to try to, it is a heritage boathouse. It is identified in one of the heritage books of boathouses. So we wanted to keep it, but we do want the extra sled.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lang. Just for our notes, could we just get your address, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's 133 Hazelton Avenue, Toronto, M5R0A6.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, you'll be here to answer questions if we need that, so that's great. All right, anyone else waiting to speak in favor of this? No, anyone against? No, okay, so we don't have any other input. So I am going to turn this over to committee now. Committee, any questions, comments? Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to be my day for commenting. Actually, my question is to staff, and it has nothing to do really with this application, but it has to do with this application. I noticed there are 4 sleeping cabins on this property, and I hear it's a heritage property. It's a large property, and I have no issue with that. And I was just asking maybe if staff could comment that when we have a situation like this, it's okay for further things to be asked for, and we don't ask them to bring the property into compliance. And it's really not to do with this property, but it just kind of struck me that there are many properties like this. So I wonder if staff could just comment on whether an application on that. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. To provide some insight just in terms of the bylaw requirements in this specific case, I believe, Councillor Jaglowitz, what you may be referring to is the restriction on the number of habitable buildings that would be permitted on a waterfront residential lot, which is typically 1 dwelling and 1 sleeping cabin. And there are restrictions where you have more than one or more than that combination of permitted habitable buildings on a property, and there's restrictions about increases in floor area and what have you. So in this particular case, floor areas aren't increasing, so those requirements aren't triggered. But what I will say is part of the reason why this application is in front of you is because the zoning bylaw does put parameters and restrictions around how big a 2nd-story boathouse can be. So there's 2 2-story boathouses in this instance, and cumulatively they exceed what the bylaw would require in terms of maximum 2nd-story size requirements. So all that's being proposed is a covered area, and that's what's triggering certain exemptions that are before you today. So hopefully that helps clarify. I'm happy to speak to any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supplemental? No, you're good. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. And generally speaking, I don't have issues with the application. I've heard it referred to as a heritage property. Is it listed in our heritage registry, this particular property, or just that it's old, we call it heritage?
It's not listed. But they did apply, the previous owner did apply for, I never completed the application, to try to minimize the tax on the main boathouse. And they did have information, the main boathouse that we're talking about today was built over 100 years ago. And the dry boathouse would have been older because that would have been the original structure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, I will read them up. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just a point, excuse me, figure 7, I'm looking at, and I just heard Don Lang, hello Don, reference figure 7, the smaller of the 2 existing boathouses as a dry boathouse. And I just quite honestly, we may be looking at the first boathouse here that, you know, we've been dealing with lately, where there's televisions and things just to be more a wry smile than anything. This must be the first one ever built on the lakes. I've never seen a dry boathouse over the water. You know, my interpretation of a dry boathouse is it's up on land, it's accessed from the shore. This is actually on the water, and if it's been this way for 100 years, it's the precursor to what we're dealing with now. So I just thought that was an interesting comment. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just add to that, since it is over 100 years and they didn't probably have the motorized boats there, it was probably more classified as a bathhouse.
Okay. Okay, so with no further comments, I am going to, oh, Susan. Oh, that's what's happening. So sorry, it looks like Susan's hand is up, but I can't tell. It is up? You're on mute, Susan. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you very much. I was just trying to say I somehow got kicked out and put back into a room. So I was just asking to be let back in. But thank you. I'm here again. Oops.
Well, sorry about that. Now I'm the one muted. Okay. Moved by Mayor Harding, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-05/21, bylaw 2021-031, Lang roll number 3-1-081 be approved, subject to a reduction in height of the proposed boathouse covered area to comply with the requirements of bylaw 2014-14 as amended. Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, you good, Madam Clerk? All right, thank you very much. That is carried.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you. So we've now completed our public meetings and we have invited delegations that I'm going to have a look at now. Let me just back to this. I see Ms. Ledger is going to be our next item up. So I'm going to go to Ms. Mathers, who is the Brandy Lake Association in terms of lake plans, as our first invited delegation.
No.
What?
Balance application.
Oh, did I have one more? Okay. Yeah, so.
Balance site plan application.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I guess lunch didn't do it for me today. But anyway, so we have Ballance now, the Ballance application, and Caitlin, Ms. Walker, if you could introduce it, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and good afternoon, everyone. The next application to be heard is Site Plan Agreement Application 52-20 in the name of Ballance. The subject property is known municipally as 75 Joseph Street. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 280 of the agenda package. The site plan agreement application has been submitted to permit the construction of a multi-unit retail building. The proposed development will have 1,600 square feet of retail space and will be comprised of shipping containers and have a walkout basement / mechanical room. The application was adjourned at the March Planning Committee meeting. The applicant has since provided new renderings that provide a greater level of detail about the intended design of the building. The exterior finishes are to have a more natural appearance and incorporate wood and earth tones. The new renderings are in the agenda package for everyone to see. The Township's Public Works Department and the District of Muskoka previously requested to review the proposed stormwater management plan once it's submitted. The district also advised that an access permit would be required. A letter was also recently received from Gary Anthony from the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, the Muskoka branch. This letter was circulated to committee, and I will provide a brief summary of the main points unless committee would like me to read it in full. The organization has several concerns about the proposed plan, including that the shipping containers are not compatible with the character of the surrounding area, and concerns about access to the second floor, specifically that the second floor can only be accessed by exterior stairways, and it presents an accessibility issue, especially in winter. They request that the Planning Committee require revised building facades to ensure the proposed development enhances the architectural character of this very important area of Port Carling. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff are recommending that the application be approved subject to the following conditions. 1, that a stormwater management and site grading details be provided to the satisfaction of the district and township, demonstrating that post-development stormwater management flows match pre-development stormwater management flows. 2, that satisfactory securities be submitted for stormwater management and grading works and landscaping works. 3, that it be demonstrated that any exterior lighting fixtures will be dark sky compliant. 4, that an access permit be issued by the District of Muskoka. 5, that the applicant attain council approval to provide payment in lieu of the required parking spaces in the amount prescribed for the relief of 3 required spaces. And 6, that the landscaping plan be provided to the satisfaction of the township. I've got no further comments at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ledger, I believe you are going to speak on behalf of the owner. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Bridgman. It's been an interesting day watching or sitting through planning committee. It's been a while. So Terry Ledger, 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, P0B1J0. This property, 75 Joseph Street, for those of us who are around in the day, is the old site of Too Rad for Mom and Dad. So it's I'm excited to see it turn back into retail again and bring some walking traffic and retail business back to the east end of Port Carling. So it's an exciting proposition. And I know Mr. Ballance, I believe, should be Peter Ballance and Eric Ballance should be also here in the waiting room, maybe, or around. So I can't see anything. So, but I know there were concerns about shipping containers, and I hope that the new renderings sort of give a better idea. You know, we're not plopping off a bunch of rusted sea cans. It's actually a very finished product, and we thought that it might be beneficial for committee to listen to Mr. Eric Ballance, who owns Ballance Homes and Ballance Containers, and is the constructor of these modular units, to sort of explain how they do things, what it looks like, how they apply finishes, and etc. So if it would be all right through the chair to allow him to do his presentation. I believe Ms. Walker has it already loaded. That would be all right.
That would be fine. Welcome, Mr. Ballance. I think you may be muted, Mr. Ballance.
There we go. Yep. Hello. Yes,
There you go.
hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and council members, for inviting us today to talk about our proposal at 75 Joseph Street. I just thought I'd give you some background on our family. Our family has been in Port Carling and in Muskoka for over 85 years. And myself, I've been building and renovating in Muskoka, in Toronto, and Collingwood for over 50 years. And we have spent about 1.5 years on this project, designing it so that we believe it'll do the best for Port Carling, including a little parkette area there. We know that this is a hot topic, this container thing, and it has stirred up a lot of emotions. I want to put everybody at ease that we are not in the business of just dragging old containers out of the forest and trying to put some kind of seasonal retail together. This is permanent year-round structure that we are proposing, and we believe that because of the use of natural materials, sidings, cedar shakes on the tower roof, and other finishes, that we can put this thing together that fits the character of the town. I remind everybody that our neighbors, which are the library and the community center, are rather modern looking buildings. However, they are also finished in sidings and things like that that reflect the nature of the area. I just wanted to also add that in our mind, they are no longer shipping containers. Once they are properly built, once there's doors and windows added, all the proper building materials and methods are used to them, they become modular homes. And we believe that we're going to not only build something that Port Carling will be proud of, that we can attract people to the east side of town where there is very little traffic and business is bad. And so that Port Carling can be proud of what we're offering here. And so we feel that we're doing the right thing here. I'll let my son Eric address any questions about technical things. We know there's some questions that came up in the last couple of meetings, and we'd like to address those. So this is Eric.
Hi, how you doing? Thank
Welcome.
you for having me as well. Yes, I own my company, Ballance Design. We manufacture modular buildings, and containers is one of the solutions that we use. At the end of the day, really what we're doing is using containers as the base ingredient for our buildings. These are typically what are called one-trip containers. These come over the sea one time. They're in new shape. They are clean. We have brokers that only acquire the absolute cleanest containers for our clients. The containers in their nature meet and surpass structural codes required for building permits. We only build according to proper permits. There are some gray areas out there where people are trying to walk a fine line between a portable structure that is temporary and then making it more. We only start with proper building permits. We modify these containers. We have engineered stamps on any openings that we do for windows and doors and any modifications. They're then structurally reinforced. And then from there, we use traditional finishes that you'd see in any home. We spray foam insulate. We have licensed electricians and plumbers to do all the mechanicals in these things. And then they're finished with drywall or pine interiors. The exterior can be a painted finish for some. For others, they want to have any type of traditional siding that they may use on their main dwelling. I wanted to address some concerns over finishes on these things, because it is a common question that we get even from our clients. The first being rust. These containers are made of what's called Corten steel. They're designed for ocean transport. The rust that you will see on a container is a patina. It's actually designed to protect the container. It's not a traditional rust where you're losing structural integrity of the container. It's a patina finish. And it's very similar to what architects are suggesting in designs when you're adding a rust patina panel to a building as a feature wall. It's the same idea. The majority of our clients, however, do not want a rusted patina look. This ends up with a very clean painted finish. Some go with a two-tone where they add Maybach siding, some sort of cedar siding, especially in cottage country where they want to make it look a little more rustic to fit the cottage environment. And then from there, we can add roof lines and we can add all kinds of features that make it look more like a traditional building. The benefits of these buildings really are that we can produce them in a third of the time. We are much more efficient with time and material on building these units. And the demand has just been phenomenal during COVID for these types of structures. Everyone from requesting a backyard office that's stuck at home during COVID to moving out of their city downtown condo and looking to build their little mini home out of these units. There was also an article that came out recently in the Cottage Life talking about the demand of these buildings. It's in line with what we're seeing and getting requests from. I did want to address one mention that was in the end of the article regarding pesticides or herbicides that could be used to treat these containers as a transport method of a box. Our containers, we actually use an eco cleaner on them. We clean the walls, we clean the floors, and then those floors are either replaced depending on the client's request, or they are gone over with new fresh material. So one of our clients actually, who actually owns this cleaning company, this product, has a side business where he wants to create the first mushroom growing farming pod out of these containers. And it was his suggestion in the first place to start using his product to get it clean up to food standards so that he could actually grow mushrooms in these units. At the end of the day, we want to work with council, the planning department, the building department to create some sort of proper codes for container builds. There is a lot of misinformation out there on what these are, and there needs to be standards set on how these things are built, because they are requested globally and they are popping up in every township locally. So open up the floor to any questions that you may have regarding the container structure method.
Thank you, Mr. Ballance. Could I just get an address for you and your father, please, just for our records?
Yep, sorry.
Yes, sorry, it's Peter Ballance. I'm at 19 Carr Road, Port Carling, POB 1JO.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Is there anyone waiting to speak in favor of this? Yes. Oh, that's my turn. Okay, so I have a question before I turn this over to council, because it occurred to me yesterday as we were going through the Accessibility Act that we were updating, that I took a look at these floor plans and then I went to the actual code, and it seems to me when you have retail space and 2 floors or 3, there needs to be barrier-free access between them, which says to me an elevator, or I don't know if a ramp works, but it looks to me like this is not accessible as it's being presented to us. So that's my question. How are you doing this to be in compliance with the code? Anybody can answer that.
I'll speak to that. So the upper level is an accessory use to the retail. It's not for the public, it's for the owners. And at the end of the day, a building permit won't be issued if it doesn't comply with the accessibility requirements of the code.
So you mean the second floor is not retail?
No, it's not open to the public. So the main level, the accessible level, are for the stores.
Okay.
And so upstairs would be like, you know, the extra.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I needed an answer to that question.
Yep. Sure.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over to council now. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and thank you to Ms. Ledger and both Balances for a good report. Somebody mentioned there was a lot of emotion around this, and I'll take responsibility for creating at least some of it. But you've gone a long way towards answering some of the questions that I had. Just a couple of things. I had a list of things to cover off. You mentioned that in the process of cutting windows and doors, you get engineering stamps on the paper, and I was trying to find an answer to that earlier with another matter, but in your particular case, that's part of the application, part of the make sure we're in compliance with the building code. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh,
yes.
Correct.
Yep. Okay. And now the next question is, I want to make sure I understand, are these actually, it sounds like these are actually used sea cans. They're not,
No.
they're not special order that you brought in. And the reason for the question is, my understanding is that there's a pretty high level of toxic pesticide that gets impregnated into the floor of every sea can that's manufactured. And it's next to impossible to remove, save and except for removing the floor, which I think is some kind of exotic plywood, and replacing it. I wasn't really clear on whether these things actually are delivered in, are actually in use and would expect to have the pesticide, and B, what your plan is to remediate the pesticide.
Mr. Ballance, either
Right.
one of you?
Yeah, so we don't typically build from used containers. I mean, there is a perception that that is how all homes are built. We typically build with one-trip containers. These have literally come over the ocean one time. They land and they are in pristine shape. I'm actually speaking to my broker on these to provide evidence that this factory in fact doesn't use pesticides. There's a handful, there's 5 major container manufacturers in the world. And then there is a bunch of smaller ones. We purchased from the largest one, and I want confirmation from them that that's not their practice. If it is used, then yes, we're talking about the remediation process and what that looks like, and looking at lab results on the cleaning solvents that we are using currently on the walls. If it becomes an issue and we're looking to create standards here, we may have to look at options where these floors do get removed as part of our insulating process anyways.
Okay, that's great. Now, and I understand I have been in this industry 25 years ago, the sea container business, not building, but using them to transport stuff. And there used to be a certificate, like a metal plate welded onto the door that identified what was in it, what had been in it, and specifically what grade of pesticide was in the floor. I assume that still exists.
The plate,
okay,
yes.
That's good.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say there is a plate that it does exist, but it's more related to transport weights and origins of the actual container itself.
Okay, all right, that's good. So remediation is key, and responsible remediation is important because in a lot of jurisdictions, it's treated as a hazardous waste, and it almost has to be dealt with the same way you would deal with the remediation of asbestos. Okay, so there's that. Now, you mentioned the patina paint, and that's exactly what it is. It looks like patina paint. At one point, my direct experience is 25 years old. There's a big concern that there was lead or some lead derivative in the paint that was constantly shedding over the 10 or 12 year lifespan of the can itself. I don't know. I guess the question is, has there been steps in the industry to eliminate the use of lead? That's number one. Number two, since I believe almost all, if not all of the cans today are manufactured in China, do we actually believe that they've eliminated lead? And when you repaint them, is that all sealed inside or is it stripped off? Or how do we make sure that over the next 10 years, that doesn't leach into the groundwater of our beloved Port Carling as it gets wet and dry and turns to patina?
Right. We do sand these containers down regardless, right off the hop. To answer your lead paint question, I mean, again, I'm going to refer to my factory to get more information on that. But all containers that we bring in our house are fully cleaned. They are then sanded down and then either painted or sided, with siding to the client's specs.
Okay, that's good. You won't remember, but I met both of you last year when you set up the display container. I think it was maybe in August or July.
Labor Day. Yep.
And that unit is still sitting there. Is it ultimately destined to be part of what you're proposing here, or is it something different?
It's just a pop-up shop that to garner interest in the products while we're going through this process. Okay.
All right. Let's look at my notes here. The one issue where obviously we have, we have to make sure we're satisfying the interests of the community. All of these issues are to satisfy the interests of the community. But one of the issues that clearly comes up, and it comes up loud and clear when you have a letter from the Architectural Conservancy, is that the design of the building needs to be in keeping with the surrounding area. And I think reference was made in that letter to the Duke House across the street, 2 or 3 very different looking structures. I know you want to build these to stay. I know you have a long history with Port Carling. Is this design that we're looking at in here the final word in terms of what's proposed and what we have to make a decision on? Or is there more room to incorporate something that admittedly is made out of an entirely different material and has kind of an edgier look, but is made to look more in keeping with the style of that strip of retail, historic retail that runs through town? Sorry, that was a question. I know you.
Well, we are open to suggestions, but as I said earlier, I mean, I look around town and I see a combination of styles. Yes, like Jayne's cottages across the street from us is an old Victorian-looking property, but you know, take a look at the library. It's made out of modules and flat roofs and different angles, etc. The community center is quite modern. Even the post office that's across the street is a square box with a flat roof on it. And so I think we're doing a combination of things. And generally these days, the modern style is very intriguing and very trending right now. So we like to think that we're doing a little bit of both. I've built all kinds of structures in my time. I mean, we just finished a beautiful timber frame house on Silver Lake last year, but I'm interested in this style of architecture these days, and we will tone it down for sure. But as I say, you walk 2 buildings over and you look at the library building, and there are other buildings that are similar designs in town. So we're quite proud of this design. It's not a huge complex we're talking about here. This whole thing is 1,600 square feet. It's small. And we're leaving most of the space open in the middle for a courtyard type of thing. The property is heavily treed and just gorgeous, facing down into the back there. And we want to enhance all of the experience there. So those are our thoughts anyways at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, those are my questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Zavitz.
There we go. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I did obviously view the video that was provided to us a few weeks ago. If you would indulge me, I have a couple of a thought and a question. And my first thought is, I can't help but notice that a month ago you were on the agenda for planning. You didn't present, but there was the documents were there, and this was I believe at that time was a white. I believe it was a light colored structure with the vertical lines, very much a container city. Now, I might say that if I was going to go the container route, I would certainly call your company, because clearly, you are really reinforcing the notion that you take care of the business. My point is, this month you come back and you've got a much more pleasing visual that it's easier to look at. It's easier to sort of envision. There it is in Port Carling. You talk about the library a couple streets down or a couple buildings down, etc. My point is, unfortunately, you guys are right now. You're here in front of us, and I know we're only to suggest or to consider your notion, but we have been subject to another, request as well. And the words cheap and cheerful, and unfortunately, that's sticking to me. So I would suggest that it's interesting that in 1 month you completely flip your presentation, and that's a lot to consider for a person like me. I need to think about it, but I also want to ask, if I were to build the 1,650 square feet compared to the traditional construction, you're obviously a builder. Is this $1 million versus $3 million? And again, I'm just interested in some sort of a number. I mean, it doesn't look cheap and cheerful to me. It looks much more viable than that.
Yeah, so I'll answer that question. Again, there's a perception that container buildings are just cheap and cheerful. That is not always the case. What a lot of you're seeing are these people putting in stock windows out in the woods, building it cheap. That's how the container movement started. These things were being rescued from port towns and made as cheap dwellings. We're building full-scale buildings on building permits, and the square footage rates are comparable to traditional builds. The benefit to the client is the structural integrity of these things. They're amazing in harsh climates. They can do cantilevers. They can do, sort of wild designs that architects run away with. They're great in harsh climates, hurricanes, that kind of thing. But really the benefit for a lot of clients is that they're built in a third of the time. The financing to build these, and they're built in a controlled environment, and the impact on the neighborhood. These things are dropped and installed in a matter of days, as opposed to having, hammers and saws running for a year.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that too, because there was some concerns brought up at the meeting a month ago that, what are our local building centers going to be thinking of all these things? Our answer to that is we're going to be doing all the noisy, dirty work inside a factory. And then these things can come into town, such as this project, and get put in quickly so that to do minimal disturbance in the neighborhood. And then we will be using local trades. You mentioned Weissmillers before. They're one of our favorite suppliers for siding. We will be using local trades, suppliers, and materials to finish them on site.
Okay, you good, Councillor Savitz? Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, and through you. You did mention earlier that this is going to be a year-round retail. So we're looking at 4 seasons, not 3.
Well, we're certainly building them so that they can go 4 seasons. As I said, I've been around town my whole life, and we also own another property right just to the left of the Scotia Bank. It's a winterized property, and it's been difficult in the last 15 years to keep tenants who want to go year round, unless you're a real estate company. And actually, I'd like to mention about that property. We've just had Ingalls and Volkers move from directly across the street from 75 Joseph Street, where they were there for a year. They moved to our other property on the other side of town because they're getting very little walk-in traffic or business on that side of town. Yeah. I'd like to also add that building beside the Bank of Nova Scotia, when I bought it in 15 years ago, it was completely trashed. And we renovated that building and brought it back up and stirred a bit of a resurgence at that side of the town. If you notice them, they've all been done over. They're all in the same colors as we chose. And as a result, the walk-in traffic in the town has come back. Everybody left to go over to where the IGA opened up there 15 years ago. And I'm actually believe that we can help the other side of town become a bit more of a destination as to where people will come to. So part of the intrigue, I think, will be, because word will get out that these things are made from shipping containers. You won't actually be able to tell when you look at it. And I'd also like to suggest that there are a number of builds in Muskoka already, beautiful multi-million-dollar boathouses that have container components in them. But I defy you to tell, to be able to make out which ones have it and don't have it, because quite frankly, we are disguising the fact that they're made out of containers, because it's something that's questionable in a lot of people's minds.
Yep. If the chair would indulge, I have a couple more questions. The rendering drawings that you have in the brown are 100% better than the ones in the white. Is it your intention to go ahead with the earth tones? Because that would probably be preferable. And just so that you know, in the rendering, the actual lights are not dark sky compliant. Lights facing down are good. Lights facing up are bad.
Sorry.
And also,
yes, sorry, go ahead.
Just a question. Since we haven't dealt with the CCANs before, I'm assuming that the flat roof will hold our snow load. So just that,
Definitely.
those are all the questions that I have.
Would you like to answer? Or here's, yes, the snow load is a yes?
It easily supports it, yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
To the siding, yes. I mean, that is one color. I've done a lot of builds using Mabec siding. What's rendered there is actually their Muskoka brown that we've included in that rendering. So, you know, something in that color palette would be nice as a finish.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that that was our intention all along, was to do it and do sidings and do some really nice effects. The rendering that was submitted was just sort of a rough drawing to show the look of the shape of the configuration, really. And so yes, I hope you like the look of the second rendering better, because that's really is the intent.
Okay, yeah, I think you probably have a yes. Yes on it, looks better in this round. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the delegates. I actually wasn't going to say anything because I thought the second rendering was much better, but when your consultant mentioned too rad for mom and dad, I couldn't help because I'm not from here originally. I've only been here 32 years, but I do remember that. And maybe that was appropriate for this design as it first came to us, maybe too rad for Port Carling. I have two questions actually. And the first one has to do, you've piqued my interest now, Peter, on the upper level. And I'm looking at it right now. I see a picture of the lower level. I see a fire pit and chairs. I see a table and chairs. Then I see three modules up top, all have significant amounts of glass and openings. And I wonder if you could explain to me what the actual use of that upper is going to be. You know, also considering that the staircases almost overpower the lower levels. And when you answer that, I have one further.
Yes, well, the upper levels will be retail accessories / storage to go in conjunction with tenants on the main floor who need storage or equipment or whatever up there. And so the stairs on the outside is just a means to access those units for that purpose. That's
okay, so they're going to be commercial in nature, not residential?
We've got the same finishes and the same glass and everything in it, but that's part of the overall design to make it look proper, you know, from the street or what have you.
So how will you stop people from walking up those stairs?
I guess we could close it off in some fashion. I can still change those staircase designs if necessary, is how we get up there. But
so all the retail, all the public will be on
set it up so that the average public can't go up there.
Okay, so all the retail will be on the lower level. Thank you. And the upper level will just be storage. Okay, thank you. Then the third part is maybe more for our staff, and we can actually address that after, but there seems to be a requirement for an access permit. If that was already a lot, why does it need an access permit? I'm just curious. And maybe that's for staff and not for you. Thank you.
So, Ms. Walker or Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I can do my best. I'm not sure I can exactly answer your question, but I would note that this portion of the road or the highway is within the jurisdiction of the district, municipality of Muskoka. And, you know, of course, we've circulated the matter to them and they've commented back to us advising that the road would be subject to, or sorry, that the lot or the development would be subject to an access permit. So, you know, I'm not sure I can answer your question in terms of what they're thinking exactly, but perhaps because the lot is going to be developed. And of course, somebody's going to need to get access to it in some way, shape, or form. The future tenants, that perhaps there's a requirement for an access, but all I can say is the district is telling us that it's required. Thank you. And perhaps I'm seeing Miss Ledger putting her hand up, so she may have more insight. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Ledger?
Yes, in fact, I have less insight, and I had the same question because the district also won't allow for any parking spots. So I question why then they require access if there's no parking allowed. So I suspect that during their review that they probably didn't see any access to the property. It was an older property, and I guess it's been vacant, and so they want to sort of reassess it in terms of the highway and their road frontage. That's my best guess, but I also question the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. And I'm going to apologize up front because I've been having some challenges with freezing. So if I'm repeating or asking something, please and just know that that's where I'm starting from. I do believe I heard the applicant mention a need for standards just because whether this is an emerging trend, you've indicated that this is a significant trend happening worldwide. Are there any standards? And I'm thinking specifically around environmental standards today as a starting point.
Honestly, there's not, and that's part of the problem and part of the learning and education I have with every interested potential client is understanding what you should and shouldn't be building from, the types of containers you're using and how you finish them. And that's why, honestly, some clients don't proceed because they are seeing these as even cheerful, and that's not the way that they should be built. If it was my own home, I would hate to spend a ton of money on a used container that then leaks or could have harmful chemicals that were in it. So it's in my intention to try to raise the bar and education on the way these should be built across multiple municipalities.
Thank you. And this then as a second part to this, and it might be directed more towards staff. I believe in previous discussions, we had talked about the ability to add a condition that somehow we know that any container that is coming in has gone through some kind of rigorous, that we know that it has had the pesticides removed. I'm not using the right language at all, and I apologize. But is that something that we can do? And I guess this is maybe directed towards Director Pink. And this came up in the previous application, not this one, but in a previous discussion.
Director Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I believe it came up yesterday during the discussion on another site plan application. And certainly this is rather new for our township to go through the site plan process for this. But I think we can certainly impose, if the committee is considering approval, that approval could be conditional on a requirement that essentially the materials used or the containers or the structure itself be confirmed, verified, whatever that language is, that it no longer contains any harmful pollutants or chemicals. I would look perhaps a little bit to the applicant to make sure that's a fulfillable condition and something that's reasonably imposed. But again, I'm not an expert in those fields per se, but I see no reason why that can't be added as a condition, and they would have to fulfill it before they're able to get a building permit.
And sorry, thank you for indulging me. Is that an achievable goal? Because what I like hearing you say is that you are actually trying to set a standard. And if you are longstanding residents of the Township of Muskoka Lakes, you're probably very clearly understanding our desire. And I will choose the word lead in environmental leadership right now. And so clearly introducing a completely new building material. We want to try and do this in a way that could be then replicated in other jurisdictions. So I guess what I'm asking is it an ability for you to come back to us and say, yes, that could be a condition that could be fulfilled?
It's in all of our interest to do that, and I'm happy to do that. It not only serves our application here in Muskoka Lakes Township, but future townships that I'm dealing with, that we are setting a standard for these things and getting rid of the unknowns in this new build method that has gone global. It just requires some of these steps to make it standard.
And then if I could continue, this discussion, and I know that the focus has been on pesticides, but we've been also hearing from other climate action groups that are looking at building materials as a whole and understanding how to do carbon offsetting. Maybe not a condition within this, but I would encourage us to looking to materials that are actually helping in a climate with climate change and issues that we have. So I'm just planting that seed in your head right now, especially as you look to any kind of facading materials on the outside. And so I just want clarity also on the materials you're recommending on the outside or the exterior of the building. I wasn't clear on what that was.
Well, first and foremost, to answer the question, helping the environment side of it, we're not cutting down trees to build these. These are built out of metal structures. The cladding, again, can be anything. Yes, we could be using wood sidings. We really could be using any product that is available on the market, whether to match a main dwelling or not.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And I do, just as a last little, something I did like about it is I like the idea of that little parquet with Muskoka chairs that complement. And I think that just is something that we all look to, and just as, creating a space where people could actually sit, whether you're having a little ice cream cone or you don't want to go shopping with your wife or husband, whoever it may be. I think that kind of character adds. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. In the spirit of Councillor Jagwood's question, I'm not sure whether I should wear my hat right now or not, but no, we won't do that. Anyway, I have a question, I guess, of staff at this particular point. First of all, or sort of two questions, then I'll make a comment. We talk a lot right now in our official plan about the character of Muskoka, the heritage of Port Carling. There's no question, if I look at these diagrams, I see a number of homes and cottages being built with flat roofs and glass tops and glass facades, so on and so forth. And we have at the end of Ferndale Road, a building, again, that some may consider in or some may consider not in character within Port Carling. And I think that lends itself, I think Peter Ballance made the comment about the diversity within Port Carling currently. So I guess to help us understand a little bit of our guidance within the official plan and what defines character or what doesn't, I do remember, I know Councillor Nishikawa and Councillor Edwards would also remember when we did the Tim Hortons building. I'm not sure if Terry Ledger was around then, but we made some changes to that building to impose what we felt was the character of town. Just help me understand a little bit of that. And also, I believe from a color perspective, this would be subject to site plan. So if we see it as in brown, what we approve is going to be brown or whatever. So, but maybe, I don't know if Bryce or David want to help with that, just on defining character, and then I'll make a quick comment.
Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, it's a very good question, and I think you face some or raises a lot of the difficulties we face. The official plan speaks to character at length, but doesn't really define that character. And as we're seeing, the appearance and the character and taste is very subjective in town, and we do have, as the applicant's agent pointed out, some very different, unique architectural styles throughout the community. Some will argue that adds to the character, that diversity. Others, may not like it, and I think, if I had to guess, that's likely why councils over the years have not waded deeper into very strict architectural guidelines, things like color, although it does come up from time to time. We haven't really gone down that road. Through the community improvement projects that are currently ongoing in Ballance and Port Carling, there will be some more detailed architectural guidelines revealed. But currently, the official plan really just aims for more natural local materials, cedar shakes, stone siding, that type of look with peaked roofs, but doesn't provide much more detail than that. With respect to color, and I think this came up in previous discussions on these site plan issues, the elevation that you see will be attached to the agreement if council and committee approve this site plan. And staff will do their best to ensure through the building permit process that the appearance of the actual building mirrors what you see today. Although keep in mind what you have before you is a very conceptual sketch, more or less. So there will be some slight changes. We haven't typically got into mandating color. If that is a wish, I think it likely would be helpful to then clearly state that in the resolution, and then that's clear direction to staff that you want to see those colors. Just caution you, I think that's can be done, although maybe somewhat precedent setting. I recall one other time on a cottage property, we did get into a color debate. It's not something historically council has done in the past, and you just want to be cognizant that you will have future applicants in front of you, and I don't know if you necessarily want to go down, setting a precedent as to which color is appropriate, but I'll leave that in your hands. That can easily be added to the resolution.
Thank you. Mayor Harding, you wanted to follow up on that?
Yeah, so thank you. And I guess that's where in my difficulty lays. I know there's a lot of concern of people on quote unquote CCANs. My own personal property was built 55 years ago with 2x4 construction. Construction techniques have changed. We then went to 2x6 construction. We now have aluminum 2x4s that they use as wall studs in building these days. We also know that we build with steel. We build a lot with glass. And we've watched building techniques change from peaked roofs to flat roofs as structurally can support. We have green roofs now where we're putting lawns on top of the roofs to make things more environmentally friendly. One of the things I appreciate about this is I think Eric Ballance made the comment that, to build the structure of this, they're not cutting down any more trees. We're recycling, we're reusing. I mean, that's part of being more green, theoretically, to do that. I do buy into the comments that I've heard about, what does the outside look like? And is there an old rusted CCAN? We don't want that. No question about that. But I'm stuck a little bit in a different building technique for the structure. To sit back and just say no in particular. We have pre-manufactured mobile homes that drop into places because you can be in and out in 48 hours or a week's time to build versus digging foundation, framing crews, siding crews, so on and so forth. It comes in, it's in and done. And there's homes on the main street and businesses on the main street that are pre-manufactured homes that have gone in there. So the only other comment I'll make is, and maybe Nick Snyder, our Chief Building Officer, can kind of comment, the fact that this will have to follow through in all building code from a contamination perspective, and I'm not sure whether or not the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Parks would comment on this or be involved with this, but I can't believe that they would have allowed CCANs to have contaminants within them to be approved in under the building code. So maybe it's just an answer from Minister Urick or whatever, how those two ministries work together. But I think that's problems that other people can solve for us to protect our environment. We've got pressure treated wood that we've been using in building for many, many years, and it's now on most people's docks. They don't use cedar anymore. They put brown pressure treat on your dock. So, I'm cautious as to what I want to fall on as far as my sword goes in this case. So I'm in favor of this going forward right now.
So are you looking for an answer in terms of the building code, or?
I'm happy if you were Chair Bridgman to, when this comes back to council to be approved, because we are just here, but I think we can get some more information from MECP and our building department that it does check all the environmental boxes, building code boxes, so on and so forth. That can answer council's questions today or committee's questions. Okay,
thank you. Councilor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I just have a comment and a question for staff. The comment is, I think that we should consider taking up a subject matter expert's opinion when we're considering how we should go forward with the construction with these modules. That is my comment for staff to consider. The other one is on the parking in lieu that it was talked about. I just would like staff to remind myself and the public what that really means. Are they getting a dedicated 3 parking spots out in front, or what does it mean? That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
All right, and so the dedicated parking, Mr. Fink, would you like to take that?
Thank you, through you, the chair. As noted in the previous staff report, the proposed development is deficient, I believe, in 3 parking spaces as per the zoning bylaw. Unlike everything else in the zoning bylaw, if you can't comply, you come before the Committee of Adjustment or Council for an exemption. However, the Planning Act does allow for parking that you can come to Council and ask to make a payment and get relief from parking. So part of this is actually a 2-part proposal or request in front of you. One is a site plan. The second is to exempt this development, this property going forward. They actually enter into an agreement on title that would exempt them for 3 parking spaces. And we collect a cash payment in lieu of those spaces. Those funds are to go into a holding and then used to address parking deficiencies elsewhere in the community. So it's intended to be used for those purposes.
Okay, are you good, Councillor Roberts? Okay.
Sorry, just a follow up. So does not entitle the applicant for 3 spots out in front of their place. That's the direct question.
Well,
No, that's correct, Chair Vidrin. There, I believe actually they initially proposed a number of spots along the road, and the District of Muskoka required them to remove those spaces. They did not feel it was safe for ingress and egress. So again, the zoning bylaw requires a number of spaces. They cannot accommodate it on this site. So they're requesting a cash payment in lieu of those. That's up to committee for consideration.
Okay, thank you. I think I've got 3 more people here. I'm going to try and wrap this up shortly. So Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'm going to try and wrap it up shortly too, but I bet nobody's betting on that. I want to respond to a couple of things. I have a sense that we're moving towards approval, but I want to make it clear, this is not a vote for green. I want to just contradict a little bit of what I've heard, especially from the mayor. These things are not made out of recycled steel. It's virgin steel or iron ore that turns into Corten steel. There's 9,800 pounds on average in a 40-footer empty, and 9,800 pounds of steel recycled, melted down and recycled, can produce enough steel stud 2x4s to frame 144 houses, the same size as a 40-foot container. So the other thing is we say it's easy to say we're not cutting down trees. The fact is trees are better for the environment simply because they sequester carbon. They're a bank for carbon, and they are less of a contributor to the pollution. I wasn't going to go there because, quite frankly, this is an authorized component under our Ontario Building Code, and so all of those questions and all those issues are moot points. But we're not approving this. At least if I vote for it, it's not because I think it's green. I don't believe that's true. In fact, if I guess I could get comfortable, a lot more comfortable, if I had some sense that we could get a certificate that these things were not in any way contaminating. And I don't care about the rust. I do care about the leaching surface of the paint, which might contain something that oxidizes like lead. I'm worried about the pesticide that is embedded in the floor of the tank, of the container, and which I think it can be made safe for human habitation by simply putting a coat of polyurethane over it or putting some kind of flooring over it. But the fact is, if it comes into contact with the ground or if it gets wet, it leaches pesticide. It's designed to do so for 12 years, 10 to 12 years. So I'd like to make sure that there's some way to certify that that stuff is taken out. I'm having technology problems here. This stuff is taken out and remediated and disposed of appropriately. I think the other thing sorry, do I keep going blank? I can hear everybody, but I can't see all the time. I think the other thing is, you know, the units, as I understand it, and I guess a question for Mr. Pink, once they're decommissioned as a mode of transport and dropped on a piece of real estate, they actually require a building permit, do they not? So even the one that's already sitting there needs to be permitted, I believe. And so anything that's sort of left there that isn't a building material, once the unit has the wheels unbolted for the last time, or I know it's not bolted on, but once it's dropped for the last time, I believe it needs to be permitted, like a building permit. And I think unless there's one on that unit that's already sitting there, I just want to make sure they don't get stored there in any way without the appropriate permits in place. You mentioned engineering certificates. That's a must-have as far as I'm concerned on all the design drawings and architectural work that goes into these. And one last thought from a purely design aesthetic, I think you're probably right. There's a lot of structures already in town on that same strip within probably 100 meters that frankly may well have been made out of sea cans from the way they, you know, the style and the manner is, they look like they're veneered. So I suspect that that's a difficult argument to make. I applaud your efforts in your most recent renderings to darken the color to something more, quote, Muskoka appropriate, throw the odd faux peak roof on certain things. It's in keeping with the style. You've said a couple of times, and you're absolutely right, there's no standards for this. So we collectively should step up and set the standard and make these things not just palatable, but easy to embrace, welcome, and something that people are proud to be with. The steel, the staircase on the front, where I've heard some discussion about whether the public knows or doesn't know, if that can be removed to the back so it doesn't show from the drive-by. I don't know the design, and I'm not an architect, but if there's something you can do just to remove it to a different side of the structure, it might be helpful. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Well, thank you, Chair. I suppose a bit to what Councillor Committee Member Kelly has just said. I'm going to go out on the limb here, and quite honestly, I approach this with a closed mind. I have been touched by the balances, and I think what they've established with me while I'm watching them for the last hour is a social contract. We know where they are. I think we could. I could be comfortable entering into an alliance with them. One of my concerns about containers, sea containers, sea cans, I've been very loud and outspoken, is I was concerned that we as a council, we as a committee would be setting a precedent. And in fact, I think what happened today for me is Halcyon Moment, they set the precedent. In fact, if we follow their logic, their commitments, the words that came out of their mouths, the words that are on paper, the words that Terry Ledger has brought to us through them, you know, I would accept this. I will vote for this. I will support this. I would just, the cautionary note is we're very nervous and concerned. And from what I've seen of containers, this is the Cadillac of container world, and I would support it. So thank you for that.
Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just following up on my earlier comments, and because I'm going to ask that there be a condition on the approval, and I wonder if the balances are okay with it. I'd asked about the upper story, so I'd like to see some condition that the upper story be restricted to ancillary storage for use by the main floor occupants, commercial occupants. Would you have any objection to that?
Well, Ms. Ledger put her hand up very quickly, so we're about to hear from her.
It's actually the code requirement for that occupancy type, and it's also a part of the zoning bylaw, so it needs to be an accessory use to retail, or it can't be approved by either. So I hope that answers your question.
So you'd have no objection if that was a condition of approval?
It is, yeah, it's a redundant condition. It's just adding something that's already exists, but you know, that's up to committee. I
So it
guess.
can't be used for residential accommodation or any other thing.
So, yeah, there's a list. It needs to comply with the building code for that occupancy type. It's only allowed to be accessory use to the retail, the main retail.
So I would just like that stated in the condition. Thank you.
Ms. Ledger and the balances, are you good with that?
Yes.
Yes, it's it's there anyway. So.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Edwards, before I go to you, Councillor Edwards, I am sensing we are going to approve this, maybe with some restrictions. When it comes to what I think I would like to see is have this site plan come back to us in terms of the material and I'd like to see natural materials on the outside of it as according to our OP. But I like Tim Hortons, so whatever you did with Tim Hortons, I'd be good with that. Maybe that's how I could actually say it. So, Councillor Edwards?
Well, thank you very much. Actually, I did have a lot of input into Tim Hortons because it was going to be a square box. And they said, oh, they needed to put everything on the roof and that. So there was a Burger King in Georgetown was a square box, but what they did is put a fake roof on it almost to hide everything on it, and it made it look quite presentable. So this is what, and we sent Tim Hortons back a couple of times before we got it right, and that. And I've had people contact me, and they're saying that these aren't as green as they make them out to be. And I'd like to see, after listening to Councillor Kelly, I would definitely to make sure that there is no insecticides in it or anything else like that that could harm people. And I notice with the parking, where is the loading for them? Because do they not have to have at least one loading space for that? Where are they going to carry everything up from? And that there's still a lot of questions and that, but if council want to put this through, fine. You know, we just did one just before lunch that we actually deferred, and you know, to get the answers, and maybe this might be worth deferring. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mazan. You're still muted, Susan.
This is a day, isn't it? Thank you, and through you. Just some further questions as I was looking at the renderings. They're hopefully quick answers. The height of the building has never been something that's been brought up, and I just wanted to confirm that that height is okay. I'm assuming it is because it was never brought up, but it was something I noted with the extra clock portion.
So I think you're asking, is that within our bylaws? Mr. Sharp?
Through you, Chair Bridgman. Yes, we have reviewed the height and it does comply with what the bylaw would require for this zone. And just to touch on Councillor Edwards' comment with respect to a loading space, due to the total gross floor area that's proposed here, a loading space isn't required as per the township's parking requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And
I do have a few more. Yes, I do, if I could. In a similar way, I was wondering about waste. Is there a space for, if these are multiple stores, where does their garbage and recycling go on a site plan? I'm just curious.
Okay, any thoughts to that, Ms. Ledger? Or yes, I see Mr. Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to let Mr. Sharp start us off here. Except he's frozen, maybe. Oh, there you are. Okay.
So I'm here. I'm actually just trying to find the district comments. They usually comment with respect to waste. So maybe if I could circle back on that one, I'm just going to see if I can find their comments. Perhaps Mr. Pink has it.
Yes, he does. So I'll turn this over to Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. If you look on page 280 in your agenda packages, that's the actual site plan. You can see 2 garbage enclosures are proposed at the rear of the property. And that's where garbage is intended to remain. Sometimes what we do require is that those be fenced. That could be added to the site plan if that's a concern of committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan?
With the fence, just so I understand the value of fencing. What?
Well, so you don't have to, well, I think it's aesthetic. So you don't have to look at the garbage cans?
That's correct. Purely aesthetic and to hopefully keep some critters out of it.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Any more
So the conditions I might add for contemplation would be to have some kind of buffer or visual buffer around garbage. I just know that those don't look very pretty, and I think that this already has the potential to be an interesting new. So I think that should be a contemplation. And the other condition, as per what I had said earlier, was understanding that it hits some kind of an environmental standard as it relates to the CCANs, which I know we've already talked about at length, but those would be 2 additional conditions that I might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I believe most of what we've talked about as part of the site plan agreement, Mr. Sharp, you've probably made a lot of notes. Mr. Pink has made a lot of notes. So I am going to, I think we don't have anybody asking any questions. So I have a motion here that I am going to read. So, oh, hang on. Okay, so do we want to add them to this? Okay, what conditions, Mr. Pink, could you go over the conditions and we'll put them on this unless we have our applicants not wishing to have that happen.
Thank you, Chair. It was certainly a very lengthy discussion, so please, committee, add to this if I missed any. But I do believe I noted the request for a condition that it be confirmed that any chemicals or pollutants, it be confirmed that they meet any requirements or standards imposed by other agencies, that there be buffering around the garbage facilities. I apologize, Member Jagowitz, if I believe there was a condition or a request respecting the use of the second story, but I missed the specifics. And then lastly, I believe a member raised potential to mandate the color. I believe those were the 4 conditions that were outlined. And again, I apologize if I missed any. I see the agent his hand up, and I'm happy to add those conditions to the resolution at the direction of committee.
Okay, so if I could take this one by one, I think Councillor Jagowitz's question was answered. That it be, but okay. Councillor Jaglowitz?
No, my question was whether they had an objection to it. So Director Pink, what I was asking for is that the use of the upper limit or the upper story, it not be for retail. It was already stated, not be for the public to access because it doesn't have proper access. And then it be ancillary to the use of the lower units, which is commercial. So there were 2 factors there. At first, and I didn't address it, but someone else did. Why is the second story not accessible? The answer was it will not be accessible by the public. So that should be stated. And number 2, that it not, I'm trying to say it not be for other use other than ancillary to the lower commercial use. In other words, it can't be, I can't live there. It's because it's very strange. It was explained by the applicant that it was for storage for the businesses below. And I'd like somehow that to be confirmed. I know it was said that that's automatic, but am I not correct that along that street, there are many businesses that people have other, anyway, that's.
I think we hear you. I'm going to let Ms. Ledger speak.
Yeah, I think simply put, it can just be a condition that the upper level use is an accessory use to the main occupancy below.
I
not
believe-
accessible by the public. Right?
Dewar,
Yes.
is it-
Yeah, that's part of.
Yeah, thank
so
you.
Let Mr. Pink see if he can clarify this for us.
I hope it doesn't muddy the waters further. However, I think it needs to be noted, certainly in the past, we have imposed things through site plan agreements that the Planning Act does not permit us to do when two parties agree. However, I think this is a little different. What I believe the applicant's agent is indicating is if accessible access is not provided to the second story, they would never be permitted to have those types of uses because the building code would require it. However, what I sense we are trying to do is actually impose a zoning restriction on this property through a site plan process. I don't believe it's appropriate to put in an agreement that they can't use the space for retail. The zoning bylaw allows the second story to be used for retail. They just need to provide an Ontario Building Code compliant access to it. So if they do that, they would be permitted retail in the second story. There is a myriad of uses permitted in a C3 zone, anywhere from office, financial services, accessory residential is permitted on this property. They just need to build it to the appropriate code to access it. So I wouldn't recommend a site plan agreement that tries to tie the hands of the owner. That really should be done through a zoning bylaw. Again, I think, as the agent has correctly pointed out, leave that to the Ontario Building Code. If they don't provide appropriate access to the second story, the public will not be permitted there. If they in the future put in an elevator inside, they could open that up to retail, and they will, I think, sorry to go on, I think what likely will limit it, any further expansion, is the parking. They're clearly constrained by parking. So any additional uses or space, they'll likely have to come back to council because they won't be able to provide parking on this site. So,
So
hopefully
that was not
those
retail.
measures address the concern raised without the need for a condition. But
So that was not retail space in the application. Okay. I will trust you to deal with it appropriately. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Harding, I know you had your hand up.
Thank you. I was just going to comment that I think our zoning bylaw says what can and can't be done. And for us to start to say, you know, it has to be built with this or that, or it can only be, we already have rules in place that I think Mr. Pink has alluded to the fact that we don't need to put that in this particular wording here. Let's keep it as clean as we can.
Okay, Councillor Edwards, I believe you may have the last word.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be very quick. I'd just like to know what they're going to cover it with, and that rather than the steel itself, it looks like it is either wood or vinyl or something. I'd just like to know that, and that to reassure the public it's just not being the actual metal containers. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Balances, one of you?
Yes, well, we will use probably Maybeck siding, the colors that we've shown there on the exteriors of the buildings here as shown.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sharp, did I see your hand up?
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Again, I don't want to speak out of place here, but I just did want to note for Mr. Pink's consideration and for committee's consideration as well that there was mention of orientating the stairs in such a way that they would not lead to the central yard area. So again, I'm just not sure if that's something that committee would like us to implement when this comes back. Just wanting to get this right. Thank you.
Mayor Harding?
I'm going to assume that you're going to run into side yard encroachments as soon as you put those stairs on the outside to maximize the inside. I know that was an issue at the end of Ferndale Road when we put the staircase. We had to have a variance because the staircase was too close to Ferndale Road. The reality is it has to follow building code, and with the stairs in the middle or the front or the back, let them design it as best they can. I really don't care to get involved and say, move the stairs over here or out of there. We have staircases all over the place, variety of buildings in front and back and beside. So I'm not worried about the staircase personally.
Okay, so as long as we're going to leave the staircase out, I believe Mr. Pink is just putting those minor changes in right now. So we'll just be a minute. Actually, maybe what I'll do is suggest we take just a 5-minute break so that when we come back, we can get through the rest of the agenda. Councillor Hayes. Oh, Councillor Hayes. Yes, Councillor Hayes.
I apologize. I have to leave the meeting. I was supposed to leave at 3. I was hoping to vote. I would support this coming to council, so my apologies that I won't be there for the vote.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Are we taking a 5-minute break or no?
Oh, I was just going to say, time for the 5-minute break. Okay, 5-minute break. Okay, could I get everybody back, please? Okay, I think we've got everybody back as Councillor Hayes had to leave. So I am going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council the site plan application SPA-52/20 balance roll number 5-8-018 be approved subject to the following conditions. The stormwater management and site grading details be provided to the satisfaction of the district and township, demonstrating that post-development stormwater flows match pre-development stormwater flows. The satisfactory securities be submitted for stormwater management grading works and landscaping works. That it be just demonstrated that any exterior lighting fixtures will be dark sky compliant, that an access permit will be issued by the District of Muskoka if required, that the applicant obtain council approval to provide payment in lieu of required parking in the amount prescribed for relief of 3 required spaces, and that the garbage enclosures be satisfactorily buffered, and that the agreement contain a provision that any shipping containers utilized for construction materials be confirmed that they do not exceed any legislated limits of chemicals or contaminants. That a landscaping plan be provided to the satisfaction of the township. This approval will expire on May 12th, 2022, unless the corresponding site plan agreement has been entered into and registered on title of the lands. And that cash in lieu of parking spaces in the amount of 3 spaces be approved. Any discussion? I see Mr. Kelly.
Just a quick question, and thank you, and through you. I don't know the answer. Are there legislated limits for things, contaminants, I guess you'll call it, pesticides, any kind of isides? As long as there's some established criteria, then I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. We were talking about this. I'm going to let Mr. Pink explain it to you.
Thank you, Chair. I guess to be completely honest, I'm not sure if there are limits, but I don't feel it's fair to impose a condition that says there are no contaminants, period. I think if there are some legislated thresholds, then they should certainly be held to those. But I don't know if any material is completely free and clear of everything. So I felt it appropriate to at least reference any applicable legislation. And again, I think I coach my comments that hopefully this is a fulfillable condition to the applicants, and they indicated it would be. So I hope they can identify those legislative limits and confirm that they meet them.
Mr. Kelly, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I'm just concerned that this is new to everybody, and there may not be appropriate measures or guidelines, in which case there's no standard to be met.
Well, I believe that this is, there's Ms. Ledger, you moved on my screen. Please go ahead.
I just thought it's probably not appropriate to ask the impossible out of anyone, and something like a pesticide or chemical use on a federal level or provincial for that matter could be a huge issue in general. Trying to find exactly what it is and exactly what the limits are. But I think that to some degree we have to take it in good faith that the balances are sort of doing that themselves. And I think it will be, we should have some kind of answer as to what is there by the time this reaches council. And all we can do is promise to do the best we can. None of us are experts on chemicals or what is allowed or what the limits are. And I think that Mr. Pink's condition is a good one, and I think we're fine with that.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
I would like, I don't know how to proceed. I think we're putting a condition in here that that's meaningless simply because I think we'll find there are no standards, in which case there's nothing with which to comply. If we could get some, I mean, a commitment to remove the flooring on each one probably is prohibitively expensive, but a test to get that there is no pesticide, ingrained in the actual fiber of the wood, that's the real issue. I just don't imagine we're going to find anybody's dealt with this enough to prescribe minimum threshold levels, in which case the standard they have to clear is none.
Right. Okay. Question, other comment? Do you want this removed? Do you want it left in? I mean, you're quite right. It's difficult because this is new, and the Ballance has said themselves, the standards aren't there. I'm going to let Mayor Harding just speak before you, Councillor Nishikawa. I think you may have a comment on this.
I do, thank you. And I guess it's to these prescribed limits. Let's be honest, these are not brand new building materials. They've been around, and government does typically chime in on what's coming in, what's healthy, what's not healthy, what the grade of steel is, all of those type of things. For us to impose or desire a limit before a provincial or federal legislation, I think is completely inappropriate. If the federal government is, my perspective, if the federal government and the provincial government will allow these things to be used under certain guidelines, if the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks does not have any legislation on here, I do not have enough letters behind my name to specify what the appropriate requirements would be, and wouldn't be able to impose a condition that would stand an appropriate third-party scrutiny without an appropriate limit of condition. I think the Ballance have said they're going to work with us. I think our building department and our chief building officer will also find out any particular requirements. I know from a chemical storage perspective, the province has huge, and federal government has huge regulations on the use of chemicals. We can't burn a railway tie. They can't do any of those kind of things anymore. So I think it probably is there. We just haven't gone looking hard enough for it already. So I like the wording that Director Pink has put in the legislation here in this recital. So I'm in support of this.
Councillor Kelly, you're talking, but you're muted. So are you talking to us or?
No, you missed all the good stuff though. The only thing we know about CCANs, which is a building material under the building code, as opposed to, I'm going to say, every other piece of a building material that's described by the building code, is that these things are soaked in a pesticide that's designed to last 12 years and kill every possible vermin that could enter that can during the course of its life to keep it from thriving or moving from place to place. Knowing that they are done that way, all I'm simply asking is, before we drop them in the middle of our Muskoka, is that somehow I get comfortable that they're not going to contaminate the groundwater, they're not going to contaminate the soil, they're not going to make anybody sick. I don't think that's too much to ask.
Councillor Harding?
Yeah, just to follow up, if I may. I think to your perspective that the building code allows for these to be used as a building. The building code does regulate on things like urethral formaldehyde going in buildings. They realize what is allowed and what is not allowed. For them to actually put a rubber stamp on saying you can build this, I believe they've already done some investigation, and there may be more investigation that can be done. I see also our chief building officer has turned on his camera, so might be able to shed some light to us.
Yes, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman, and through you. I would like to offer the perspective that building materials, wood, treated and otherwise, there are numerous different grades of pressure treating that have through the years been improved and to meet the requirements of the federal and provincial environmental associations or committees, what have you, that are widely accepted, different treatments in terms of pesticide for, forgive me, it escapes me, but different treatments, pesticide treatments, many chemical companies applying these that are widely accepted as well. I can't speak to the specifics of sea containers, but just would like to add that there are numerous different treatments that are widely accepted in the construction industry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa, I know you've been very patient.
Thank you. I haven't spoken on this topic yet. I will not be supporting this. I heard lots of great ideas floating around, and those are just ideas. I did do some research. It's interesting that many coastal towns in Canada prohibit, they only allow storage in sea cans. Once that travel, if they only travel across the ocean once, they've still been sprayed with all of those toxics. I don't want Muskoka to be the experiment town, and certainly not Port Carling. I'm very challenged with another ask, and we've seen it over the years, and for another business to have no parking. We keep hearing about Port Carling being challenged with parking, and in all the years that I've been on council, we've never come up with a solution. So just adding to the situation is not a proper response, in my opinion. And I don't believe that this council or committee, and in fact, none of our staff have the expertise to deal with this in a timely manner. And that's what we're asking. We're asking our staff to come up with all the answers in 30 days. And I think that I just can't support this at all at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, Chair. Having just expressed myself earlier, having a love-in with the balances, I do think, though, coming back to this and to what Councillor Kelly has pointed out, I think early on in this discussion, when the balances had the floor and made what I thought was a very good presentation, they also made, and where I was going with it, was that they made quite a few assurances. It was almost like, I say, a social contract. Not that they're backing away from it now, but they are awfully silent. I do think when it's a new, this is more than a new material. This is a whole new concept. This is a whole new way of doing that business, of building. I would think that the assurances they would need to provide to the township, I don't think it should be on our staff. I think it should be incumbent on the balances to show us, the township, that this is a viable building method. Hard stop. I mean, I won't support it either if there isn't that notion that gee, we really don't know if it's safe or not. We know it, we know it's questionable. We know it's maybe safe, maybe not safe. But right now, I won't support it unless I thought we had those assurances, and somehow we've come back. We're coming full circle on this discussion to where, guys, you are a little quiet right now. And I'm wondering about that, because if you had assurances that while they've only traveled once, they are sprayed, so that's a 12-year thing. You found a way to clean them. Hey, they're good. Is there nothing you can provide this council as an assurance like you do at Blue Mountain or at Orangeville or wherever else you're building these? Other people must be asking the same question. Thank you.
So, Mr. Ballance?
Quite honestly, the only assurances we have right now are that other townships are adopting this. City of Toronto is building with containers. City of Collingwood has built residential buildings with containers. Right now, we're resting on Health Canada using these, allowing these into the country in the first place. As I say, we are currently cleaning them. We have a partner in the cleaning side of things, and I'm willing to dig deeper on this to raise the bar and the standard, to get tests literally done of our floorboards. It still hasn't been confirmed from the manufacturer that they even use pesticides in these containers. And that as we're ordering them, is it possible for us to order them without pesticides because they are used for residential use?
Okay, so I think that may be helpful. Councillor Edwards?
Thank you. I guess I had the same questions as Councillor Nishikawa and Zavich and Kelly. That's why I asked for it maybe to be deferred so we could get it reinsurance. I won't be supporting it at this point. Hopefully the agent or the owner will ask for a deferral at this point so we can get proof on it. I'm not totally against it, but I just want proof. Thank you.
So Ms. Ledger or Mr. Ballance, would you be willing to defer this application at this point?
I suppose if we need to, we want to do the right thing by the town all the way. So if that's what you want us to do, certainly.
Thank you. Okay, could I get a nodding of heads, but deferral? Who is in favor of deferral here?
Question?
Apparently nobody's in favor of deferral. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Hardy.
Just a question. Yeah, again, from a deferral, and I'll go to the balance. If they were hoping to have this thing up and running for summer of 2022, if we defer this again to May, it'll be June. We'll be either full-on construction in the middle of summertime, or the only question I would ask is 30 days enough time? This is planning committee. This is not council approving anything. We can make a recommendation and we can get the answers we want in 30 days to the satisfaction of this committee or council at that particular time. And I think I'd look to the applicant at that particular point, but I would be suggesting this moves forward and that we get the answers before we approve it.
Okay, did I have a response from Mr. Ballance? Mr. Ballance?
I would like to work within 30 days to put some science behind this. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, then I am comfortable with that. As Mayor Harding pointed out, it comes to council, we can make our decision then. So I am going to read the motion. Sorry. Are we good? No, it's okay. We're almost at 4 o'clock. So, okay, here we go. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that site plan application SPA, you know what? I did read it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. It's me who's way off. All right. So any more discussion? And if not, I am going to call the motion. Those in favor? Okay. Those opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5. So that is defeated. Okay, so we are going to move on now. Thank you for your time, Mr. Ballance and Ms. Ledger. Bye. And I believe our next item is Mr. Sharp with our communication tower, Bell Mobility. And I know Mr. Olson has come to speak to it. And would you, Mr. Pink? You'd like to lead it off and then we'll ask Mr. Olson? Yeah.
I can introduce.
I thought David would introduce. Oh, sorry. Okay. Not the agent. Okay, Mr. Pink, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. The next matter before Planning Committee is a proposed telecommunication tower. Telecommunication tower is proposed by an agent for Bell Mobility on a property located at 1779 Muskoka Road, 118 West. The agenda package for this matter starts on page 283. Staff's prepared detailed report. The proposal is for a disguised or what's referred to as a monopine tower. It's under 100 feet in height. The applicants have confirmed, or the applicant's agents have confirmed, that Navigation Transport Canada will not require lighting on the tower. Staff do note that a similar monopine design tower is in the very close proximity, operated by Rogers Communications. If you go to page 287 in your agenda packages, you can see a photograph roughly traveling westward on 118 West out of Bracebridge. And you can see the proposed, the existing Rogers Tower and an approximate location of the proposed tower in the distance. Staff has recommended that committee consider a concurrence letter. However, as we noted on the agenda, a representative from CanAcre is here to speak to the proposal, and also would note that a number of property owners have been represented by two representatives. One, I believe, forwarded correspondence to all of council last evening. I presume all have received that. The other representative is here to speak today, and they are on the supplementary agenda, so we will hear from them. I believe the concerns I've noted through their correspondence predominantly revolve around safety concerns with respect to radiation, as well as potential decrease in property values. Staff's available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pink. So I believe we're looking for Matthew. He's just coming in right now. Okay. Mr. Milligan.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Would you have video?
Very good. Can you see me? I don't think you can see me.
Yes, yep, you're all set now. So, okay, welcome.
Video. Just one moment here. All right, there we go. Very good. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. Would you like me to go through the deputation now?
Yes, please. And just your name and address, and then you can do your presentation.
Sure. Okay. And is the present? Do you have the presentation before you? I don't see it on my screen.
We'll bring it up in just a minute.
Okay. While you're doing that, my name is Matthew Milligan. I'm Senior Advisor for Real Estate Government Relations at Bell. Our address is 5099 Creekbank Road in Mississauga, L4W5N2. And I have the presentation in front of me. If you want, I can go through it if you're looking at it. It looks like it's coming up here.
No, it's coming up now.
Okay. There we go. All right. Next slide, please. There we go. So today I'll take you through the tower, sort of overview of the tower design, show you the existing and proposed coverage, talk about the public consultation process, and take you through any, review any questions that you might have on this. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide on the deck? There we go. Oh, there's one before that, actually. If we go one back, there we go. So why are we looking for a new cell site at this location? And it's primarily due to poor coverage in the area. This is a notorious area on our network for drop calls, certainly on the Highway 118 corridor. It's very difficult to maintain a call through this corridor. And that's really or primarily due to the distance between cell sites and to some extent the height of the cell site to the west. The cell sites that currently provide some service in this area, one is a very large tower actually in Bracebridge, and the other is a very short tower at Milford Bay on Huckleberry Rock, which is also a monopine. But unfortunately, the distance between those two towers is so great that it does not allow for overlapping coverage in some areas. And as a result, there's drop calls, and in many places you're unable to maintain a call, especially if you're indoors and obviously in vehicles as well. There. In addition to the coverage enhancement, the new site also allows for additional wireless capacity on the wireless network. I spoke about the two neighboring cell sites that provide some service in this area. Both cell sites have issues with capacity, especially in the summer and primarily on weekends when this area in the community sees an influx of people, primarily seasonal residents or other people coming to the township Muskoka Lakes to enjoy, to vacation or do other activities in the township. So this will also eliminate some capacity issues that have been plaguing those neighboring towers as well, and provide for continuous coverage through this corridor. Next slide, please. So as you know, the proposed tower sites in monopine, we've built many of these in Muskoka. It's designed to mimic a white pine tree, and we've been before you for many of these in certainly over the years, and especially more recently, we've been even this year and before our agents at CanAcre have spoken to you with respect to approval at some neighboring sites to provide a similar type structure in areas that have columns that are on par with what the problems are here. When it came to siting this tower, the one thing that was on definitely a huge constraint was Transport Canada's requirements. When we started the site acquisition process, at the time Ryan Allen was here and made it very clear to us that the site should not have a light on it. And this was, I mean, clearly, I guess, dictated by the experience with the Rogers Tower. There's a light on it, and as a result of the light being there, the top branches aren't on there. Doesn't really look like the one in this picture here, this photo. And in order to find a site that did not require us to put a light on the top, we had to work with Transport Canada to find a suitable location. And that's due to there's two aerodromes in the area. There's a land-based aerodrome, there's a water-based aerodrome. And as a result of working with Transport Canada, we were able to come up with a site that was appropriate and when constructed will not have a light on it, which we understand has been offensive to some of the neighbors with respect to the site down the road. And also, we understand there's also another site in Muskoka where that is an issue. Next slide, please. So on your screen now is a number of locations that we considered. We had discussions with many of these landowners, and for various reasons, did not move forward with them. The biggest issue was the Transport Canada situation and the lighting, but it was also a very challenging place to find a location, find a suitable landlord, and a suitable site for that matter. You'll see just to the bottom of the screen, there's the proposed site. It is an area that is quite well treed. It is certainly for this area, it would be, I would consider the site anyway to be densely forested, and it's completely surrounded, will completely surround the monopine structure. Next slide, please. This is just the same photo, a little bit more zoomed in. You'll see the proposed site. The site is off of an existing driveway, or at least we use an existing driveway, and then there would be a branch to the driveway that you see imposed on the screen here that would go into the proposed monopine site. Next slide, please. So here is the, people often like to see proposed coverage or how coverage will change. And these are predictions that our radio frequency engineering team has created. This uses software that looks at the type of terrain, the topography, tree cover. Not a precise science, but it gives a good indication as to what the change might be. So ultimately, we'd like to see blue coverage. We'd like to see this provide solid in-building, in-vehicle coverage. So here's what it is now using our mobile LTE network. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see the change. So you'll see certainly a big change in coverage along Highway 118, coverage along Ziska Road that didn't exist. And this will allow for a seamless corridor along this transportation route between Bracebridge and Port Carling. Next slide, please. This is a rendering that was done. This is looking to the east, so looking towards Port Carling, and you'll see the top photo. You'll see it just sticking above the tree line there, and then the bottom photo was the original photograph before the proposed monopine was rendered into the photo. Next slide, please. This is looking east. This would be just east of Keary Glen, and you'll see that it's just, you can see it off to the right there, the monopine sticking above the tree line as well there, just off to the right. Next slide, please. So we were required to do a public, as you know, we're required to do a public consultation for all sites. And in this instance, we consulted landowners by a newspaper notice. And we also sent a notice out to those landowners that live within 3 times tower height or 90 meters from, in this case, we did it from the property line. I believe your protocol says from the property, but we did it from the property line. And we've received a number of questions from the public. As Mr. Pink set out, they were primarily around health and safety. They were also related to property value, and there were a few about the location of the site. With respect to some of those issues, despite the fact that our regulator sets out, or I said, in its guidance to the Land Use Authority, sets out that property values and concerns about Safety Code 6 are not reasonable relative concerns. We did answer those questions to the best of our ability. I'd like to make it very clear to members of committee and anyone else that's listening for that matter, that we take health and safety very seriously. We are required by Health Canada and by our regulator, ISED, Industry Science and Economic Development Canada, to comply with Health Canada Safety Code 6. All of our sites do comply with Safety Code 6, and we certainly attest to you today that this proposed site, if you were to provide a statement of concurrence and it was built, would fully comply with Health Canada's Safety Code 6 requirement. With respect to the site, we believe it is a good site. It is definitely required in this corridor in order to provide a high level of wireless service that does not exist. Certainly, since the pandemic started, we recognize that many people have recognized that how we rely upon wireless service, and it's never been more apparent than now. This will correct a major issue that right now is preventing us from providing wireless internet service in the area, which will also be an added benefit of having a site at this location. We believe that this is an appropriate site. It's completely surrounded by trees, and we think it's an appropriate location for this site. Next slide, please. And I guess that is the last slide there. I thought it'd end page there, but in conclusion, here is the concluding slide actually. Again, we think it is an appropriate site. We have responded to residents' concerns to the best of our ability. It is a stealth site that is designed to blend into the surrounding tree cover. And again, I'd just like to emphasize that it was not easy to find a site at this location, but we did work with Transport Canada to mitigate the concern that was raised at the beginning of this, and we know it was raised by local residents when the Rogers Tower went up, but we have addressed that concern. There will be no lighting on the tower, and we provided Transport Canada's aeronautical obstruction assessment to staff. I'd like to thank staff and certainly the community for their input and feedback here, and happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have one, this was our supplementary agenda item. Mr. Olson is wishing to speak to this. I'm not sure that I see him in, wait, not quite yet. He's just on his way in.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Mr. Olson. Welcome. So please just give your name and address, and then you are welcome to have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Bridgman, Mayor, councillors, town staff for the opportunity to address this. My name is David Olson. I'm a member of Bowseye Law. We're located at 625 Cochrane Drive in Markham, Ontario. And we represent 16 people, being local residents and cottage owners. They're all very proximate to the proposed tower. And as you've heard, the nearby existing tower, and they wish their concerns to be part of the public record. In short, the proposed installation is considered an excessive burden on the immediate residents. And it's mostly with the similar tower that's installed only 750 meters away from the proposed location. There was local opposition when the Rogers Tower went up. There's much greater concern now. The proposed tower represents very undue negative impact on the immediate area, not just on the quiet enjoyment that's been raised in the past and massive impact on property values that's been raised in the past on other towers, but mostly upon the impact on their health. And this is what I would like to primarily address this afternoon. And it's really based on a growing body of conclusive evidence that health risks and cancer are caused by these towers. It started in 2011. You had the International Agency for Research on Cancer with the World Health Organization reclassed radio frequency radiation, or as they call it, RFR, such as that from the proposed cell tower and the Rogers Tower, as possibly carcinogenic to humans. So in 2016, the US National Toxicology Program did a very broad study using rats, assessing the impact of what they call near field RFR that is representative of the radio frequency radiation that's coming from the proposed tower. Their conclusion was this type of RFR significantly increases the incidence of malignant tumors of the brain and the heart. So then that was followed up in 2018 by a study called by a group called the Romanzi Institute. This is a nonprofit cooperative of scientists that's dedicated to cancer research and was formed in 1971. Their intention was to test the results of the 2016 NTP study. It's considered one of the largest studies of its kind on the prolonged exposure of RFR, such as that associated with the emissions that come from the proposed tower. Their conclusion was prolonged exposure to these towers significantly increases the incidence of heart and brain tumors. So this report is recognized worldwide by leading experts as conclusive evidence that RFR emitted over time from these cell towers significantly increases cancer rates. So for example, from a long list of experts, two come to mind. One is Anthony Miller. He's a University of Toronto School of Public Health Professor Emeritus. He's a senior medical advisor to the Environmental Health Trust, and he's a long-term advisor to the World Health Organization. His commentary is that this study confirms the evidence that indicating wireless RFR is carcinogenic and has increased such that it can no longer be ignored. As well, Leonard Hardell, Swedish scientist and doctor, PhD, physician epidemiologist. He's quite interesting because he's published extensively on numerous environmental causes of cancer, and they have taken this study to another level using human studies. His conclusion was, or his comments are, that the US NTP results, now combined with the Romanzi study, reinforce his own team's human studies and human studies of others, providing clear evidence that the RFR caused by these types of towers, or emitted, sorry, by these types of towers, causes tumors and should be classified as carcinogenic to humans. So these risks that we talk about are no longer conjecture, but they're proven and, quite honestly, validated science. So with that in mind, I'd like to address Health Canada's Safety Code 6 that the hat seems to be hanging on for Bell and others. This is frankly outdated. It hasn't been updated since 2014. In fact, in our own backyard, the Ontario Workers' Health and Safety Centre recognized the Romanzi study.
Excuse
Yes?
me, Mr. Olson, could I interrupt you for a minute? Normally, these are 2-minute presentations in from the public. So I'm wondering if you might be able to condense what you're saying.
Yeah, so I've only got about a minute left, and being, as with Mr. Newell earlier today, given a couple extra minutes because he's representing multiple local residents, I just ask for your indulgence for probably about 2 more minutes, and I'll be wrapping it up. And I appreciate that. So the Ontario Workers' Health Safety Centre recognized the Romanzi study. They have the potential to, noting it has the potential to shatter Health Canada's radio frequency exposure guidelines and Safety Code 6. The town staff report, and this is quite important, does confirm that at least the guidelines of Safety Code 6 have to be recognized. Now, my reading of Safety Code 6 and specifically Technical Notice 261 requires an assessment be completed of near field and far field RFR zones, including the impacts of radio frequency radiation fields from other local sources. With a similar tower 750 meters away and numerous residents in between, this becomes something of pretty key importance. Now, this is not addressed in the staff's report that an assessment was done. I asked CanAcre to disclose any assessments or reports and received no response from them on this. And to my understanding, at least I'm not aware of any evidence that this assessment was in fact completed, or if it was done, there hasn't been any transparency of this result, at least not to me. So importantly, I'd like to bring this to that conclusion where Safety Code 6's guidelines are, albeit outdated, they simply set a minimum baseline from which your assessment of the safety impact of a proposed tower should start, not really, frankly, where it should end. So retaining your ultimate right of determination, you're not obligated to approve this simply because it met these minimum guidelines. And then I'll also address the agenda report by town staff that says, unfortunately, health impacts are not concerns that are considered relevant. So I just put this to those I'm speaking to that I have to ask, if significantly increasing a resident's risk of heart and brain tumors is not relevant concern and things like this, then what becomes a relevant concern? So in summary, I'd like to submit to all of you on the planning committee that the proposal appears to not have fully complied with the guidelines of Safety Code 6. More importantly, that the focus is given to the documented health and cancer risk that the local residents will become subject to by allowing a tower that's only 750 meters away. And in the end, my clients aren't saying no to cellular and internet service, or nor that it should, be not available to people. Obviously, especially in today's day and age, it's quite obvious that it's very important to people. But what they're saying is that in light of the health risks, they don't need another tower 750 meters away. Bell's a billion-dollar company, and it can frankly find another location. So with all this taken into consideration, I would ask that you reject this proposed tower. And I thank you very much for your indulgence and time, and I had the opportunity to address these concerns with you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. So committee, do we have any questions, comments? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I have concerns about this, and when we many years ago started getting the requests for these towers, we were I was led to believe, I shouldn't say what other councillors felt, but I was led to believe that we weren't going to be seeing tons of these popping up. And then in fact, we've seen a map in past meetings. We've seen a map that was presented that in order to get the optimum cell coverage, we would see hundreds of these throughout our own township. Throughout our own township. Many of us have been, okay, I'm not going to get good coverage through Huckleberry. You know, then you just tell the person you're talking to, I may lose you. It's as simple as that. My concern is that we had a similar request off of essentially, and I think it was a Roger Tower, but the residents' concerns were heard, and I think that we should also hear these residents' concerns. I'm very concerned that this is not going to be anywhere near the end of it. I can tell you I get good cell coverage, but I'm not a customer of Bell's. So, you know, that's the other thing too. This is just to satisfy one particular company. And anyhow, I do believe that we should be concerned about, I have been aware of friends and family that have had health issues, and nobody ever knows where brain tumors come from. But I have to be aware that it's real. I hope that we listen to the residents in this case. I don't believe that this is the ideal location. It may be the ideal location for within this little block, but you know what? Maybe we don't always have to be on our phones 24/7 every moment of the day. Thanks.
I'm just going to let Mr. Milligan respond before I go to you, Councillor Zavitz.
Sorry, and thank you very much. I'd just like to address some of those issues that have been raised. First of all, with respect to the health and safety requirements, Bell does not make the health and safety requirements. We rely upon the appropriate government authority, and that is Health Canada. Health Canada has set that standard out, and we will abide by that the way that that standard has been written. And again, we will attest that, you know, we do that in a responsible manner. With respect to Safety Code 6, Safety Code 6 allows you to operate at 100% of the allowable limit. And typically for a tower where the antennas are in the air, at the closest point to the tower, the typical cell towers operate in the range of 2 to 3% of the allowable limit of Safety Code 6. And that is at the closest that you can get to the tower, and that decreases exponentially as you move away from the tower. And this is at the end of the day radio. Radio's been with us since 1901 when Marconi, on that famous day in St. John's. Radio is an integrated part of all of our lives. I'm certainly speaking to you right now with a wireless internet connection. I have a Bluetooth connection in my ear. I'm using radio and I'm using devices. All these devices that we are using right now, including the one that I'm using, also comply with Health Canada Safety Code 6. The Wi-Fi router in my basement, it complies with Safety Code 6. And if I was using my cell phone, the cell phone device and the cell site complies with Safety Code 6. Cell sites are certainly all over Canada in many communities, and as such, the proponent is required to meet all health and safety requirements. And just like to attest to that. With respect to the comments regarding additional cell sites, certainly in many places in this township, there's a lack of service. And I guess I heard the comments that it's no big deal to some, but it's a big deal to a lot of people that rely on their phone to communicate, whether it be for business or for personal use, or when it comes to our wireless internet product these days for school. So it's never been more important to stay connected. At least that's what our customers tell us. And the pandemic has definitely demonstrated that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you, Chair. I guess a couple of thoughts. David, I appreciate your presentation. Don't stop doing that, man. Keep advocating. Just keep advocating, because it's a topic close to many of us. I must say I'm very frustrated sitting here for my 2 and a bit years. How many times one of the big two telecommunications companies have come in front of us asking for a tower right beside the other tower, when I don't know why they can't use one tower. So, I mean,
I can explain that. Yeah.
Okay, well, in a second I'll ask, but I would ask you then maybe the second part of a question, if I might, through you, Chair. How many municipalities across the country do you visit where there are objections and you aren't allowed to put a tower in because of objections like David just raised? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have an answer to that question, if I could. Is that Mr. Milligan?
I mean, I don't have any statistics before you. It's very rare that we, at the end of the day, that we don't proceed with a site. I mean, sometimes there's some negotiation required with respect to some aspect of the site. But generally, especially now, I mean, municipalities recognize the importance of wireless technology. I'd like to, I guess, draw your attention that staff has written a favorable report here. We certainly concur with the report, and I'm not sure that answers the question, but we think that you should look at this potentially providing a statement of concurrence based on the merits of what's here, and not what has happened. What has happened around. If I could just address the question though about why another tower here, and the problem is essentially with the monopine type design. We know that monopines are the preferred type of structure in Muskoka, and I've definitely heard from many of you that have said that, and we've heard from many residents over the years that have said that. And monopines are great because they blend in with the surrounding environment, but the problem is that they're so low that they do not allow for co-location in a way that would work properly with a wireless network. It would mean that antennas would be below the tree line. Once you get below the tree line, the signal strength, especially on the high frequencies that the carrier operates, are impacted significantly by vegetation and tree cover. And that is one of the limitations of a monopine. We would be before you a lot less if larger, taller structures, could be built. And certainly we have, we've been before you recently about a taller structure. You've no doubt had feedback from, the community at, Skeleton Lake about taller structures. Taller structures means the signal goes further. Generally, it means that we would need less towers to provide coverage, but in the same, with taller structures comes concerns about aesthetic views. So each of them certainly has its advantage, and it's a matter of trying to find a sort of an appropriate medium to provide that service. But I would suggest to you in this corridor, given its proximity to the lake and the comments that we've received, that I don't believe that the self-support tower would be appreciated in this location.
I might.
And I gather that's probably why Rogers didn't propose one to begin with that would allow for a co-location.
So Councillor Zavitz, I want you to stay completely focused on what's in front of us, because this discussion could go really far afield. So I'm happy to have you speak, but let's just keep it focused.
Okay, and so to that point, Matthew, thank you. And thank you, Chair. So when I go around the lake, so there are many monopines sticking up. The kids point them out. So to your point, I'm not seeing monopines traditionally hidden in the trees. They're sticking up above the tree line. So to your, it doesn't quite fit with your messaging about how you can't coexist with Rogers on a tower when they're sticking at least 20 feet above what I see a tree line, and I could take you in my boat and show you 20 of them. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but the argument doesn't wash, and that's a bigger discussion.
Well, it has to stick up above the tree line, but what you don't see underneath those trees, and it might be easier to see if you were to view a cell tower that was not a monopine, is that underneath those branches, there are multiple layers of antennas. There's typically 12 antennas up there in layers of 3. Those antennas are typically in the range of 2 to 3 meters high. They're very, very large antennas, and that is to allow for to pick up the radio signal of a device like this that doesn't put out very much power, It allows the cell site to pick that up wherever you are within the coverage range. But the problem is once you're below those 3 or 4 levels of antennas, you are below the tree line, and that is where by putting antennas below the tree line would significantly impact the signal strength of the cell site and would not solve the issue. We cannot put antennas below the tree line. It does not work for a modern wireless network. And one thing I'd like to also bring to your attention, it was brought up earlier that we're only one carrier. We're actually 2. We are building a joint network. This is a Bell and Telus network. We share the network, and on most areas in Ontario, including Muskoka, Bell builds the shared network for Bell and Telus. So I'm not hearing anything now. Is there someone speaking? I believe the chair might be on mute.
Councillor Roberts, maybe I was. Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And I have terrific Bell service along 118 and down Highway 11 until I hit these pockets of cell where cells don't match up. So it doesn't matter what carrier you're with. You'll get a drop signal in these pockets. One question I have is that with the close proximity of the Rogers Tower, does this not double the radiant energy? Was that taken into consideration?
Mr. Milligan? I believe you're on mute.
Thank you for the question. With respect to Safety Code 6, Safety Code 6 looks at any sort of background RF that might be in a local area. And because the further you go away from a tower, the radiant power decreases exponentially. The only time during a Safety Code 6 calculation that our RF engineers would factor in adjacent antennas would be for instances where there would be co-location on an existing tower. We would factor in the antennas that are above or below. But with respect to Safety Code 6, by the time you move away from the tower any great distance, and this would be a distance in excess of approximately 100 meters, then the background radiation is so low that it would not be inappropriate to even obtain that information and factor into the Safety Code 6 calculation.
Okay, thank you.
To give you an idea, we put these,
Excuse Mr. Milligan, excuse me, but I'm going to keep moving. It's really late, and I believe you gave a fairly good explanation of that. So Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. I'm not as interested in the cell coverage at this particular time. What I am interested in this tower, and that is broadband, and the potential. I understand that you're using your wireless internet network on there. Do we have an idea of roughly how many additional homes would be able to be connected to this tower?
Mr. Milligan? You're on mute. You're on mute, Mr. Milligan.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Mayor Harding, you were cut off there a little bit, but I believe you're looking for the number of additional homes that are in that area. Is that right?
I'm most interested in broadband connectivity versus the wireless side. So how many homes, cottages, whatever, would this new tower be able to service?
Okay, in this area, we see 132 homes that would be, or 132 buildings. I guess they're primarily homes or cottages that would be positively impacted by wireless services. And to our understanding, those are homes that right now do not have the ability to access any other way other than, at least from Bell anyway, other than through a turbo hub, which is often not ideal due to the cost associated with turbo hubs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair, through you to Mr. Milligan. Mr. Milligan, I'm looking at your consultation summary, which I believe you're required to do. And I see that you had 2 responses representing 13 residents. There were no positive responses, no neutral or questions. They were all negative. How did you deal with those negative responses? Have you contacted those people and trying to work out something with them?
Mr. Milligan?
Well, both of the, thank you. Thank you for the question. And within the public consultation, it's normally a written consultation. The responses are received. They're primarily with questions, or sometimes they're comments. And then we provide a response if there is a question. As noted earlier, many of those questions were with respect to health and safety and property values. We did provide a written response. We think that response, answers the question and is adequate. Judging from the presentation earlier, I guess with respect to health and safety, it may not have been adequate to the deputation earlier, but as I say, this is we answer these questions to the best of our ability. We are quite confident in our ability to comply with Health Canada's requirements because we are experts at doing this. We do this across the country at all of our sites, and we may not get an agreement from everyone with respect to the health and safety requirements, but as I say, we certainly attest that this site will meet all of the safety requirements. I'm not sure that answered your question per se, but I mean, sometimes we have to agree to disagree with the public when there's an issue of concern.
I believe Councillor Jaglowitz would like a supplemental.
Just a supplementary, yes. So you had 2 responses. One of the concerns was about ensuring that the whole community was able to participate in the consultation. So for meeting those 132 homes you want to service, it would appear that somehow you didn't reach them. So anyway, I don't think I need a response. It's obvious that your consultation process didn't work and whatever you got back was negative, and looks like you didn't follow up with it. So thank you very much.
So I believe the contact within a certain area, Councillor Jaglowitz. Very, very quickly, if you could, Mr. Milligan.
Yeah, I mean, we don't make the public consultation requirement. Industry Canada has a default process, but in this case, the Township Muskoka Lakes has its own consultation process and sets out requirements for certain types of structures. So we follow the township's public consultation process.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no other questions. Mr. Olson, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to read this. We have moved into councillors, and only if councillors ask questions would I be referring back to you. And I believe that we are finished with that process, so I am going to read the motion now. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommends to Township Council that a support resolution letter of concurrence be provided for proposed Bell Mobility Telecommunication Tower CT-04/20 W4701, roll number 9-3-002-03, and a copy be forwarded to Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Any comments? What are you saying? I'm good. All in favor? You've got it? Okay. Opposed? That's 2, Madam Clerk. So that carries. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we are now going to move on to 8B, which is an update from Mr. Moore, I believe. Yes, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for your indulgence. We've had public delegates on the line for 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah.
I would ask that maybe you could I think it's just the 3 Mile Lake delegation, and they're in for a quick 5-minute delegation. Is it possible to bring them on?
No, we've got two actually, Miss Councillor Roberts, and right, I believe after we finish this, or we bring them on now? Okay, yes, we can. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so I believe we have, let me get back to my notes here. Also, Councillor. Oh, Councillor Zavitz, yes?
Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. Quite honestly, I really, I know this is part of wearing my big boy pants, but that vote that we just did, I mean, as on the planning committee and as a councillor, I had no choice but to vote yes to that. In that, we have never voted no for one of these that I've seen in my experience in my last 2 years. Now, so the point is, and I see Councilor Nishikawa shaking her head yes, so I'm clearly wrong. My point is that for the record, I guess the concern from the public was that there was some proximity issue to this one where if there's nothing else around it, fine, no problem. I find that very confusing, and I hate to put more onus on our staff, but I don't think we should just be as individuals, yay or nay on something where, you know, we vote yes on 20 of them, 21, we don't like that 21st one. I'm confused by that, and I just, maybe that's a matter for the record, but I didn't like the way that went just because I don't think I had any choice. I have to vote with a consistency. If we're going to have cell phone service in COVID, how can you vote against that? I don't get it. Thank you.
That sounds like a rhetorical question, actually. So I'm just going to move on from that. All right. I believe that we have with us, we have Miss Mathers or Mathers from the Brandy Lake Association. So welcome. And we have a 2-minute limit. So I'm going to ask you to give your name and address and then please carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not Linda Mathers. I have corresponded with your staff in the last 2 days to communicate that I am making this deputation on behalf of our Brandy Lake Association President, Don Byrne. My name is Maureen Miller. My address is 2828 Muskoka Road, 118 West, Port Carling, Ontario, POB 1J0.
My apologies. Please carry on.
Could I have the presentation put on the screen so that we can follow along? Thank you very much. I'm here today to present to you that the Brandy Lake Association is busy working on our lake plan for inclusion in the Township of Muskoka Lakes official plan. We wanted to present to you a number of issues that we're dealing with in a very short order. So could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. The Brandy Lake is a small lake, as you may know, located about 6 kilometers east of Port Carling. Highway 118 passes over Brandy Creek, the outlet of the lake, where it drains out over about 500 meters into Lake Muskoka. Our association represents approximately 75% of the landowners on the lake. According to your recreational carrying capacity draft study, we are fully built out in the context that there are there are 134 lots on the lake. And it's a busy lake with a lot of people and a lot of longtime family owners. We completed our first strategic plan earlier this year, and during that strategic plan, it was identified that lake health was the most important issue on the lake. We have a very active environment group of folks on the lake that are managing the lake monitoring and sampling through both the District of Muskoka operations and the MECP programs, as well as the Muskoka Lakes Association. We have had 2 blue-green algae blooms, one in 2019 and one in 2020, and we continue to be very diligent about activities on the lake and protecting lake health as it moves ahead. We've also recently been added to the District of Muskoka OPA 50, which has identified us as a vulnerable lake along with 10 other new lakes, and we hope to be active in addressing the opportunity to have a causation study done on the lake in the near future. We've also been added this year as a participant lake in the Muskoka Watershed Council Blue-Green Algae Pilot Project that is looking at ways that volunteers on the lake can contribute more quickly to identification of blooms. If I could have the next slide, please. In this photograph, you will see that Brandy Lake is in the far left side where the blue dot is. You can see from this that the watershed of Brandy Creek is the only thing that feeds Brandy Lake. It is 40 times the size of the lake, and it is our single water source. So the watershed activities upstream can significantly impact lake health. The watershed use is an important component of the lake health, and there are a number of active land uses within the Brandy Lake watershed that we feel in the future need to be carefully protected to ensure that the lake health in Brandy continues to be good. If you could move to the next slide, please. This is a photograph of Brandy Creek as it heads northeastward out of Brandy Lake towards the headwaters. It shows you that there's a vast amount of land, including 2 or 3 roads that cross the Brandy Creek watershed. This watershed and its health is really important to the activity, to the health of Brandy Lake. And we feel that, in fact, it is probably more important than the activities around the lakeshore itself, which are carefully monitored and watched carefully by the members of the lake. Our lake plan, as we are hoping to have it ready for you in the next 6 weeks, will include a summary of current lake management and suggestions for future management of the watershed. We're actively working on this plan, as I said. We hope to be completed within the next 6 to 8 weeks. And unfortunately, we're not in a situation to deliver you a final plan until we have put it past our members at our annual general meeting that will take place this summer. So this is our request to be included in the first original draft of the official plan document, and to tell you that we look forward very much to presenting this information and to you at a later date. And my last slide is just a thank you to show you that we're active on the lake, and we have lots of people busy on Brandy Lake every year, the same as in many other lakes in the township. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And I do apologize for the late hour and having to wait that long. Some of our meetings go that way. So that looks terrific. And I believe it may be the second or third draft. Mr. Pink, could you help me on this once we get the plan in?
Thank you, Chair. As committee likely is well aware, first draft of the new official plan has already been prepared, and a second draft is probably already in the works and will be released in the coming roughly month, hopefully a month or two. You know, I can certainly work with the consulting team depending on when we receive a lake plan from Brandy Lake. We would obviously want to present it to Planning Committee first. It may, I don't want to sugarcoat it, it may be difficult to get in the official plan review process at this late stage. But if it's not possible, I do want to state that you know, nothing prevents a lake association from approaching the municipality to insert a lake plan as part of our official plan at any point in time. And we can certainly work with the lake association to make that as administratively simple for them as possible and efficient.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pink. Any comments from committee members at all? No, it would, Councillor Nishikawa.
Just quickly, and it was a great presentation. Thank you. David, I just wanted to ask, when we do have an algae bloom, what is our method of notifying residents if in fact they're not part of a lake association? We have a situation on Black Lake, for instance, that a question came up yesterday of what can we do moving forward? And again, there's not a lake association, but it's what do we do as a township to advise people?
Mr. Pink.
Thank you. Through the chair, I know the local health unit and the district of Muskoka do provide communications, as does the municipality. I believe ours may be limited to a website and a formal perhaps media blast. I know Mr. Moore unfortunately had to leave the meeting. He may be able to speak a little more in detail as to exactly our communications. I can look into that further if you wish, but I believe it may be limited to notification on our website.
If I can just add, Councillor Nishikawa, one of the challenges that we have with algal blooms on many of the lakes that are showing up now is that the time between the identification of the bloom and the toxicology reports, they identify whether the bloom was actually toxic or not, and many of these blooms are not toxic. That time period can be quite extended, and the Simcoe and Muskoka District Health Unit, to be frank, takes their time a little bit with actually posting that the event was non-toxic. So the some of the identification that's going through the Muskoka Watershed Council pilot study is looking at newer technologies that can actually identify quickly whether the bloom is toxic or not, and more quickly than they do now. So that's why we've been very engaged and hoping to, and that's, we've now been included as a participant lake. So I look forward to including some of that in our lake plan when we submit it to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is to Director Pink. The new the buoyant alert that we're coming up with, and that people can sign up for, would something like this be able to be put on that?
Director Pink.
Yes, thank you. Through you, I prefer to speak to the fire chief about that. I don't. I know that system is set up for emergencies. I'm not sure if an algal bloom would warrant that level, but I can certainly discuss that with the fire chief if this would meet those thresholds.
Well, why I asked that, because the district were talking about the water main break that they had in Bracebridge, and they wouldn't put it on Amber Alert, and I think they were talking about putting on something like this so they could notify people sooner. So it is a health issue, so I don't know, because they can say if there's an accident on the road or something like that. So it would be something that we should be looking at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much, Ms. Miller, and we look forward to having your plan come through Planning Committee.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we are our other invited delegation, Jayne McCaw. I believe she's just coming in right now. Ms. McCaw, can you hear me? Take a minute to get connected, I'm guessing. There you are. Hang on, we can't hear you just yet. I believe we can hear you now, Ms. McCaw. So thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day, but welcome. And we look forward to your delegation, and just your name and address first, and then take it away. And you are on mute. I don't know if you know that.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jayne McCaw, and my address is 36B Wildcat Point Road, Seguin. I am here today because I just wanted to get in touch with all of you about my views if there was short-term rental legislation in the township of Muskoka Lakes. I just wanted to really just give you my insights about what I believe is important, and what I think is hopefully going to happen in regions across Ontario. Really, background is there's really never been any sort of regulations, any sort of rules and regulations in this industry. It sort of started a bit like a Wild West industry, a lot of Airbnbs and that sort of owners rented their places. And there's been a lot of negative press about Airbnbs and that type of thing. Airbnbs aren't bad. It is some owners that are bad. And it's some owners that don't care about what happens to their property because they're just trying to make money. There's a lot of owners out there that have other reasons for wanting to rent. And I believe that if there was a way of having strict enforcement of bylaws in place and being able to monitor people that were breaking the bylaws, then it would be a lot easier to sort of track where the problems are and track where these difficult owners are. I believe in having rules of conduct and having your neighbors know that you're renting and having them with a means to either contact my agency if I'm one that is renting that property, or contact the bylaw officer to be able to go out and make amends at a difficult property. I really think then the owner should be accountable for having a poor rental. I do think that in a lot of regions that I have rentals now, there are starting to be short-term rental legislation or outright rental bans and stuff like that. But I don't really think there's been a lot of work done on really tabulating how many complaints there are and what sort of action has been done with those complaints and who those owners are and stuff like that. You know, I rent these nice properties and we greet them. We tell the owners, I ask the owners of the properties to tell their neighbors that they're renting with me. And lots of times we're getting calls from, not lots of times, but when there's issues, we're getting calls from neighbors about garbage being placed in the wrong bin or whatever. And we're getting in touch with our guests. And so I really do believe that, you know, the onus is on having responsible rental management and a code of conduct. I'm a founding member of the Ontario Cottage Rental Managers Association, and we're a group of rental agencies that range from Niagara-on-the-Lake to Tobermory to Prince Edward County, and we have rules of conduct that we have with our guests. We have binders there, we meet them, we tell them about the garbage, we tell them about occupancy, noise, all that kind of stuff. And we have very few problems. So anyways, I just wanted you to know that if anybody wants to ever, you know, talk to me about how we sort of manage things and we try to really deliver a really good service that is neighborly, community minded, because we all know, like my staff all know, that we don't have a business if we, you know, are not taking care of our owners and our renters well, but our owners and being part of the community. So anyways, that's basically what I was thinking of saying. Basically, like the idea of strict enforcement, no warnings, penalties right from the beginning to potentially both renters and to the owners. Tiny Township has a model that they're following that looks very good, that is not regulation at this point. It is just a bylaw. And I think that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. McCaw. And as you know, we're doing a holding place in our new OP in terms of licensing. So we haven't started down the road of research, et cetera, but I'm sure you'll be giving us more input when we get to any kind of an active stage if we get there. But
Okay.
I appreciate your presentation and your comments about enforcement, et cetera. So I see that Councillor Zavitz would like to make a comment.
Thank you. And hi, Jane. How are you?
Hi there. Good. How are you?
Good. We've had some great chats, and you know, I think it's bold of you to come forward. I think it's smart. I think maybe he told you that you know this narrative needs to come out, needs to be in the open. We need to have dialogue, discussion. I do believe that, and I've told you this, the enforcement piece, I believe there's a major onus on you and your kind, if you will, you and your industry. I think that we as a township have shown that we are going to bolster our resources, but we don't want to be the ones to have to patrol and enforce. We're asking you, I suppose, in our own social contract, asking you to really, to really step up. And I think there's going to be a lot of words, a lot of discussion. I know there's fears of other townships enacting very strict and strong measures. We're pondering some of that, but I think at this point in time, a lot of the onus is on you. A lot of the eyes are on you as how your clients deal with this beautiful place. And maybe enough said. Thanks for coming out today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any comments? At this point, I'm not seeing any, Ms. McCaw, so thank you again for waiting to speak with us. And when the topic comes up again, I'm sure we're going to see you again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Bye.
you. All right, bye-bye. Okay, so our next is our community improvement plan. I believe, Mr. Pink, you said Mr. Moore had to go. Oh, he's back. It's
I'm
okay.
back.
You're back. All right. Thank you very much, Corey. So please take it away.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. Yes, I made it back, and I'll be quick. I was able to provide a similar update to our Grants and Economic Development Advisory Committee at the end of March. I just wanted to touch base with the Planning Committee and update them again on our progress with the Community Improvement Plan. We held 2 public workshops on March 9th, one for Bala and one for Port Carling. We had just under 40 participants participate in those workshops. They were really good discussions, each one about an hour and a half long. And every participant that joined got the opportunity to share their thoughts and ideas for the 2 downtown core areas. So moving forward, the next phase of the public engagement stage is a community survey. So we will be working with the consultant, and the plan currently is to launch that survey at the end of April or beginning of May. But we will definitely provide an update to council and make the public aware of this opportunity when it's ready. And in particular, I am looking forward to the survey. They use a specific type of survey model that uses illustrated drawings for possible recommendations in the downtown core area. So it's, I think, pretty unique, and we should get some good feedback from it. And I'll look to update the committee ongoing once that's complete.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Great report. It was great in economic development too. Nice to see it moving forward. And so I see Councillor Mazan has a comment.
Thank you, and through you. And it's just a comment based upon some recent discussions we've been having about community design in our urban centers. And just over the last month, we've been having in behind the scenes conversations about something called a community design guideline. And it's been talked about that we will be talking about that when we get to our OP, as well as to our community improvement plan. And I'm just looking at this and wondering how we can make sure that that gets contemplated in our CIP process.
Mr. Moore?
Yep, if I may, Chair, so the CIP does include design guidelines for that downtown core area. So we will, as part of the draft plans and part of the survey as well, we'll get feedback on kind of what the public sees as those design kind of options going forward, or preferences, I guess. And then we would move forward and include those in any draft plans for final approval come fall when we approve the final CIP. And then that way, any incentive program, if council were to move forward with, any applications that come forward as part of that would have to reflect the recommended design guidelines as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan, are you good, or you want to follow up?
And perhaps through our Economic Development Committee, I could just bring forward, we could have it as a point of discussion to understand, is this the type of thing? And we could look outside of the township and outside of the district to see other communities and what kind of guidelines they have to see, you know, because one could argue that it becomes too conforming. And I just would like it to be started as a discussion point. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore, for your presentation. And I think we're going to move, we are going to move on now. Director Pink, if you would like to talk to us about the role of a municipal land use planner, that would be great. Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. Just in the interest of time, it's been a very long day. But I have noticed over the last few council and committee meetings, I think there's been some questions raised about the role of a land use planner representing a municipality and their subsequent recommendations. So I thought a brief background report would be helpful for committee to help understand that role a little bit better. Again, in the interest of time, that report I think is fairly self-explanatory. It is in your agenda packages beginning on page 300. I think just to really keep it very brief, although I am available to answer any questions or have a follow-up discussion, I think the main thing to note at the end of the report that planners are not advocates. Certainly anyone with a position can approach a lawyer and ask them to argue for them. That's not the case with planners. Planners need to review all the aspects, the applicable provincial guidelines, official plan policies, and they form an opinion. And when that opinion is formed, it's not as simple as any client, whether it's an employer or a municipality or a private landowner. It's not as simple as simply directing that planner to change their opinion and advocate on their behalf. So I hope that's helpful. And again, I'm here to assist with any questions or follow-up discussion.
Thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to David. David, I read your report and I agree with it. I too, in my capacity as a trustee in bankruptcy, have been acted as an officer of the court, and sometimes people misunderstand that role. But I would like to just talk about one paragraph of your report, David, and give you a perspective. And I'm reading from the second page of your report. A common misunderstanding is how a planner may have an opinion that is different to that of council or the public. And this is the active sentence. It must be noted that an independent professional opinion is an objective evaluation based on all the relevant information available and the planner's professional judgment. And I agree with that, okay? And I would assume that that means that you would not express your opinion, your professional opinion, until you had made an objective evaluation. And that evaluation would have included things from the applicant in an application, the public, and the committee or council. And the reason I raise that is because you're put in the awkward position sometimes of dealing with the applicant over months of times and then coming forward and expressing an opinion before you've heard the public and possibly council. And that must be very difficult for you. And I understand that. And I think if I have in the past ever criticized you, which I certainly do not intend to do, it's just that must be very difficult to you to have to express opinion before you've heard all sides. But other than that, I respect what a professional planner is. And I think we're happy to have some good ones on our staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jaglowitz. I guess the public opinion and my understanding of this, if it doesn't have anything to do with planning, it can't really be factored in. That would be my guess, but that's just my comment. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Pink, for that. And So heritage and attainable housing, I don't think we have anything there. Development services, unfinished business, any new business? Anyone? And I can see for general information that Mr. Pink has provided all that with the correspondence. Does anybody have any comments on the general information portion? All right, well, we have no closed session. Oh, Councillor Edwards, is that you there? Okay.
Thank you. Just on the one where the planning act timelines and that where the government are moving them up, and that here we are in that COVID, we're having problems. I think we should be sending something through to the government saying that we disagree with them moving the timelines up at this point. We're having enough problems as it is without all the timelines being moved.
Okay, so do I have agreement from everyone? Maybe you could bring that to council. Director Pink, or would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Chair. Certainly, I'm at the call of council if our committee, if the recommendation, I believe what you have before you, this is a change that's already occurred to the Planning Act. The City of Kitchener or Waterloo, I can't recall exactly, sorry, is commenting that they have concerns with the limited timelines under the Act to make decisions. I think the typical options in these situations, you may wish to pass a resolution in support of that fellow municipality or city, and can be circulated either to the ministry or to all the other municipalities as well. But that's typically when these matters are circulated, usually what occurs. Although I'd look to the clerk if I've misspoken. But again, this change has already been made to the Planning Act, and this municipality has identified an issue with it. Again, I look to the direction for committee if you wish to take any further action in that regard.
And that's supplemental?
Of course, go ahead.
Well, just looking at page 307, they've taken it from 7 months, 210 days, down to 4 months, 120 days. 5 months, 150 days down to 90, from 6 months, 180 days down to 120. And that, I think it's unrealistic, and that I don't know why it was done. But I think I would definitely support their motion and send something off, because you know, maybe the government aren't realizing the pressure that they're putting on municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, so Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I guess I would turn this question back to Director Pink, who deals with these timelines more so than council specifically. You have to put things in front of us and have to process things. Have we at the Township of Muskoka Lakes have found this burdensome, or does it just make us get our ducks in a row a little bit better at the end of the day? You know, are we falling behind? Are we experiencing the same issues as Kitchener?
Director Pink.
Thank you for that. It's a very good question, and through you, Chair Bridgman. You know, in my experience, I don't generally disagree with the City of Kitchener. They're fairly limited timelines. As we see, we have a heavy workload. As you can see, a lot of the applications take a lot of time. There's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of debate with the community. Sometimes things get deferred. So I'm not generally opposed to some extension of those timelines. But with that said, in my experience, rarely do we receive appeals for a lack of decision. If you put yourself in the shoes of an applicant or a developer, as long as the municipality is engaging with them and they see the process moving along, their application moving through the planning process, it doesn't serve a great benefit to a developer or an applicant to appeal a lack of decision, because it's going to be a lot longer waiting for an LPAT hearing and an LPAT decision. In my experience, the appeals we receive is after council makes that decision. That's when the appeals typically come in. Only usually in those instances where they are under some impression that the municipality will refuse to process their application, or it's entirely stalled, that they'll appeal a lack of decision because they just feel it's not progressing. And that's quite rare. So as much as I, again, don't really disagree with the City of Kitchener's concerns, I wouldn't categorize it as a significant issue here, as long as, again, applicants see that the municipality is engaging with them and the process is moving along. That's always much quicker to wait for a council decision than to wait for an LPAT decision. They could be looking at a year or two before they get that. So hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mayor Harden.
Just a supplemental, if I may, and I guess to Director Pink, even under the old guidelines, which were longer timeframes, my memory, and you can probably help, I can think of only once that we've had an appeal for lack of decision on a topic, or all that's doing is just allowing them to go sooner, to the point. I think you're saying, it hasn't been an issue with us. I can only, as I say, in my recollection, I can only think of one issue, and that would have been under the old time frame, not even under the new time frame. So it would have more of a moot point.
Director Pink.
Yes, I can't off the top of my head recall. I think there may be more than one, but it's certainly not many. Usually when an appeal of a lack of decision comes in, it's usually when the writing's pretty clear on the wall that a council will soon defeat an application. Then an appeal may come in for a lack of decision right before that. It's not very common. And like I say, I don't view it as a major issue. Might be dating myself, having struggling and recalling. I think actually the timelines used to be what they currently are. One provincial government increased it, and now the Conservative government has gone back to the shorter timelines. So the longer timelines were not in effect for a very long period of time.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. No, I was just going by, and that when we were in the planning it district, Huntsville got stung on that with a major subdivision, and that for lack of decision, even though they were working with the client, and that, so that's why I mention it. But if Mr. Pink doesn't think it's a problem, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I believe that we have reached adjournment. So I know it's been a long day. Thank you, everyone. And I know we're all back here again tomorrow morning at 9. But let me read this. And Councillor Hayes is not here. Yeah. Okay. So Councillor Mazan, moved by Councillor Mazan, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee adjourn at 5:04 p.m. And the next regular meeting of Planning Committee will be held Thursday, May 13th, 2021 at 9 a.m. electronically from the Council Chambers, Municipal Offices in Port Carling, Ontario. All in favor? Carries. So thank you, everyone. And try to get a little relaxation in tonight, and I will see you